Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us from. Welcome to the Causeway Challenge. This is Matt Canick. I'm joined by Robin Pollock Daniel, and we are so stoked to give you 36 games of premier level Scrabble from Bangkok, Thailand. Robin, how stoked are you?
I'm so excited. I've been here a week. I've been just counting down the days. It's starting. The players started really arriving en masse in the last few days. The excitement in the room, the vibrance in the room. You have to be here to believe it. But if you're online, you're pretty close to it.
Yeah, thank you so much to everybody who is tuning in to join us. Play is beginning right now. And so, without pomp, without circumstance, without introduction, we're going to give you what you signed up for, and that is Nigel Richards. Nigel in round one will be paired with a top Thai player in Charnwit. There are over 100 Thai players here in the field of over 440 players coming from across the globe to play in the Causeway Championship. We'll see if Charnwit can make his home nation of Thailand proud, or if Nigel Richards, Scrabble's GOAT, is going to do GOAT things. And Robin, I know we've got some first-time viewers to Scrabble.
We
Can
do.
you just tell us a little bit about Nigel Richards, the man, the myth, and the legend?
Well, it's funny, yesterday I was doing bios of all the players for us commentators to go by, and I put one line in there and I go, pretty good. Hasn't done too much. We won't have anything to tell about his accomplishments. That was my big joke because this is GOAT means greatest of all time, and this man is playing at a level that most people have never done in their entire lives and may never aspire to. So you'll sometimes see us saying we don't understand why he did what he did because as good as we are, he works at a different level, and I believe he is going to start. How would you feel, Matt, if you start a major tournament and the first thing that comes out of your rack is a seven-letter word?
It's incredible. It's a great, great omen. There is just one available 7-letter word, or a bonus, or bingo, as they're called often in Scrabble. If you use all 7 of your letters at once, you get 50 additional points. Just the one 7-letter word here for Nigel. He has found the place to play it for the most points. We are off to the races. Nigel Richards leads over Charnwit 78-0. Playing his bingo in under a minute. And Charnwit definitely not out in Scrabble. Getting bingoed on once early is devastating, but by no means a death blow. Charnwit on AAENOSX. The S and X, both excellent tiles in the game of Scrabble. And he'll look to cash those in for some points here. Robin, when you draw an X, one of those high scoring letters in Scrabble, what are you looking to do with it?
All right. So for people who are new to the game, you're going to see that the board is very pretty and it has lots of different colors. But these different colors actually mean different things. The light blue means double letter. The dark blue is triple letter. And the pink is double word. And the red is triple word. And what you want to do is put your tiles down so that it makes words going in both directions so that you can double it and quadruple it based on the math of how it's put down. So one of the things I was going to say to you, Matt, is that it's interesting how Nigel slotted the O next to the double letter. And the reason he did that was, of course, to double his Y so that he would get the most points for his first play. But what this has done is created a juicy X spot for Charnwit, who can undouble his A and put the X on the double letter, which will then, when you do the math, it will go both ways. And he'll get 37 points.
36, 37,
36.
something like that available, depending on what he chooses. Axe or Nox, Nox, playing that one extra letter would be the 37. Axe, another option for him here. But you see Charnwit taking his time, spending over 2 minutes on his first turn. It is a tough one, but to me, the play of AX looks extra enticing. That leave, the 5 tiles he'd keep back, AENOS, quite synergistic. You can think of a lot of words if you draw 6 or 7 additional tiles that are quite strong. So this looks like a great line forward for Charnwit. Little does he know that Nigel, sitting cockily in his chair, has already found yet another 7-letter word on his second draw.
It's unbelievable to me, and it's going to be very hard for Nigel to play this because it starts with a C, and there's only CH as a 2-letter word. So we'll see if there's going to be an availability for him to put anything down. But what's interesting, I'll tell you what some of the difficulty that Charnwood's going through and why he's taking so much time. It seems almost obvious that he should put down axe. Playing Knox, I don't think is as good. You're going to get rid of one of your consonants on a rack with a lot of vowels, but it sets up a very huge spot. There's now going to be a triple letter word tile square right next to the LA, although the X is gone. So that's no longer such as worrisome because you can play lax in both direction and score 64 points without even thinking. But also because Ox takes an O and it takes a Y. So you can actually score very high on the way back. So whenever you're playing Scrabble, not only are you considering your own rack and what it does to the board, but you also want to see, what am I giving my opponent? Is it worth it making this play? Does it give back too much?
Yeah, this is a game of math. For newcomers, often the first question is, if you're good at Scrabble, do you read a lot of books? Do you have a good vocabulary? But it is a game of math and tactics. It's about opening up premium squares for yourself and not setting your opponent up to score very well. So Axe does not do good in the defense department, but a
But
great offensive play.
look what it does. Where can you put Courser?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, look at this. Courser, Coarser, or its anagram, Correas, as Nigel lines up, now plays with Lack and Oxo, as Robin said, the big Oxo spot. It is going to be 88 points, 38 for the tiles, 50 more for the 7-letter bonus. And poor Charnwit, welcome to the tournament. You get the world's greatest ever player, and he'll open with 2 consecutive bingos. Nigel's lead 166 to 36, 2 turns into this one, though Charnwit has a nearly identical rack, and he will be able to hit back with a bingo of his own on this turn. Charnwit now put to the test. Can he find the bonus here?
So this is not. There are many people out there who are watching who use 2 different dictionaries. We are using the Collins Dictionary, and then there are a lot of people in North America. And I think, is Jerusalem still the only club across the pond that continues to use the North American Dictionary?
To my knowledge, yes.
Yes. So he's got Narcos and Corson. In other words, but the only one he has is a word that is not familiar to people who play the North American dictionary. Now, it's wonderful that he's able to get bingo in return. Here are 2 problems, however, for Charnwit, and he knows it. First of all, he has to find Sarcanet. That is the bingo. The second one is that it's called what we call a baby bingo. Why is that? He's not hitting anything really worthwhile. He's not hitting a double or a triple word score. So he's not going to be able to maximize his score. He'll score in probably the high 60s. I have to do it quickly in my head. The third problem with that is it's going to slot an S along the triple row for Nigel. So yeah, I got a great rack. I'm able to come back, but I'm going to have to score less than I normally would like to, and I'm going to have to give Nigel a fantastic opportunity to score very high along the triple row.
Yeah, this is one of those turns where I would buckle down exactly as Charnwit is doing, and maybe once I see Sarcanet, there's got to be something better. My letters are great. This is an incredible combination. Synergizes very well. Is the most I can score 62 with terrible defense? And what's extra triggering to Charnwit in this situation is he could have played Corneas, where Nigel just played Correas, same spot, same score, same everything, going from 88 points available down to 62. It's a brutal swing for Charnwit here, but he has found Sarcanet. He doesn't know that this is the only bonus available. He's going to look, he'll try to find 9-letter words through the disconnected RA, through the disconnected EE, but we're able to see on our end with using computer engines that nothing else is available to him here, and he'll eventually come to that conclusion. How much time will he bleed is the question. I do want to make our viewers aware of a few rules, and Michael Tang, director and organizer of this event, announced this just a few minutes ago. It used to be in competitive Scrabble, you could go overtime as much as 10 minutes before forfeiting. Changes to the WESPA, or World English Scrabble Players Association rules, say now you can only go 5 minutes overtime before you instantly forfeit and lose the game. There will be a small point penalty. Players lose 10 minutes for every, or 10 points for every minute they go overtime, but only a maximum of 5. We'll see if that comes into play. Charnwit has done well. Once again, he has made his top play. He is 2 for 2 on making his best available play in this game. Sarkanet comes down, and at this point, if you're Charnwit, you grimace, you buckle, and you hope that you don't get hit very hard with that newly exposed triple word score available. And you're luckily for him, you can see on Nigel's rack, every letter he has available scores just 1 point. So there is not a high scoring punish coming for Charnwit. We'll see what Nigel opts to do. Robin, I'm sure he's going to play on that triple word square, but do you think he's going to play a word horizontally or vertically here into that S?
I think he's going to. I think you're seeing on his rack exactly what he's going to do. He's lined up, and Nigel's very nice to us. He tends to put on his rack in order what he's intending to play, not thinking very much. Very typical of Nigel to play very quickly, find the right play. He's convinced himself he's got the right play, and then he plays it. So he's going to get rid of all these 1 point tiles. Remember, it's early in the game. There are still 3 S's unseen. There's 2 blanks unseen. There is the J. Not that I love the J so much. The K, the Z, the Q. There's a lot of high point tiles and a lot of valuable tiles to make bonuses. So early on in the game, while you want to always balance your rack, you also want to maximize your chances of picking up these very valuable tiles. So he's played off 7 tiles, 7 tiles, 6 tiles. You can't ask more of the man. Scoring, just getting rid of 20 of 21 of his first tiles in order to maximize his chances. And lo and behold, he has picked up a blank, but also a mittful of vowels.
And check out that blank. It does have the Causeway logo on it. These tiles manufactured for this event specifically by director and organizer Michael Tang. So the Causeway blank drawn on Nigel's rack after he plays 20 tiles on his first 3 moves. He'll do some damage with it soon. This, I'd say, is the first real interesting turn we have in this game. Bingos, if you draw them, they just kind of played themselves, as you saw with Loudery, with Correas, with Sarkanet. X plays are often quite easy and intuitive. X is a great tile for beginner Scrabble players, but this, an awkward rack for Charnwit. AEMNTVV. And the V, one of the very worst tiles in the game. Charnwit has drawn both of them at the same time. Robin, the psychology here is likely try to get rid of both of them, and look what Charnwit's just spotted.
So definitely what he's spotted is to get rid of both of them at the same time and to play Navi to the Y. That's very, very tempting. I think part of the problem with that is that it starts to block the board. Yes, it blocks the double-double through the O. So if you look along the O in Sarkanet, that's what we call a double-double row. And that's the next best. After a triple-triple, hitting both triple words simultaneously, the next treasure in Scrabble is to hit the double-double row. Those 2 pink squares are double word scores. So you double your word, and then you double it again. So you get a 4-time mathematical score. When he plays Navi and he's 100 points behind, 92 points behind, he is now blocking that double-double row, although, yes, he's also preventing Nigel from getting that row. But another problem with that, and it's also blocking the C, and he's blocking the R in Sarkanet, which you really don't want to do when you're behind. If he looks a little bit further, and this is what we do in Scrabble, we find the play, and then we sit back and we go, what's the better play? So if you look at what's on your rack and you start doing things that you normally do with a rack that has suffixes and prefixes, you've got MENT, which is a very common suffix, and you have MAN and MEN. And lo and behold, he's got the beautiful word vatmen, which actually plays next to Ionone, starting along the top row where you see, I don't know if you can see a letter B, we can see it on our board. So next to Ionone, to the right of it, he can come down and play Vatmen for 38 points versus 28 of Navi. He doesn't block a lot of the board. He gets rid of 6 tiles. To me, that's the best play, Matt.
This is like one of the key fundamental points in Scrabble is how much do I score now versus how much do I set myself up for the future. Navi definitely sets yourself up better for the future. That MET leave is far more stable than the V leave of Vatman. V is just not a good tile. But the score difference, 38 points versus 22 points, that's a 16-point difference. You probably want to grab the extra points here or try something else. Charnwood opting for another neat option here, Movant. This also scores just 22, but one of the key things about this word is it reaches down into the bottom of this board. This word looks like it might be an adjective, but it is indeed a noun, and it does take an S behind it. So this will allow Charnwit to keep the bottom of the board alive long term in this game, where he trails against the world's number one. Some neat thinking there from one of the top ties here.
I will say, though, and this is a strategy that you can employ with your opponent if you don't feel that their word knowledge is up to yours, is that you can play a word like Movant. And I understand why he might want to play it, because he's saving a vowel to go with the V. If he plays Vatman, he's only saving a V, and that could get very clunky very, very quickly. And it also can tempt you with bingos along the top row, starting with over, which is a very common prefix in Scrabble. So that V would have been in that second spot along the triple row. But against an opponent like Nigel, trying to maybe trap him into thinking, oh, Movant really does sound like an adjective, and it doesn't take an S, that isn't a way that anyone should go in Scrabble, to think that Nigel does not know the fact that this takes an S.
What is this? Nigel playing very quickly, Fini, but check out that leave, Robin. He scores 14. He holds E blank. That Nigel almost always makes moves that are correct, but this one seems insanely counterintuitive to me. Nigel played it fast. Do you understand this move? Was this just blocking the R in Sarkanet?
Well, I think a lot of us were looking at this rack, not that we had a lot of time to look at it, but after Movant, the obvious play that I think I would have considered playing was FIE to the left of Movant, FAINET, to at least untriple my E's. I've seen Nigel do this kind of stuff time and again. I've seen him play off all of his consonants and leave only vowels, or vice versa, when he knows what's in the bag. So everything that we're doing, part of the things that we're doing during Scrabble for the new players out there, is we are keeping track of all of the tiles that have been played. So Nigel will know that at this point, there are still 7 unseen E's. So doing something like that seems completely counterintuitive, but I've seen him do stuff like that where he's left like VLTN on his rack, knowing that there are a lot of vowels left. In this case, he knows there's a lot of vowels left, and he took a chance, and to his credit, he only picked up one, and he picked up the B and G along with it. I wish we could talk to him afterwards and ask him. He won't tell us, but he will have made the decision that this was the absolute correct play.
Yes, Robin was telling me offline earlier, but Nigel will just pick a play, make it, and never think about it again. He just knows that it's correct. He doesn't dwell on those turns that sometimes can haunt you. Oh, maybe I should have opened instead of blocked. Nigel doesn't dwell. He just plays and moves on. Generally, when Nigel makes a play that looks funny, something like FINI, holding 3 E's back, if we run it through a computer engine, it springboards to the top.
Yes.
This play did not do that, not even close. And I don't ever want to go on the internet in front of hundreds or thousands of people and say the world's greatest Scrabble player of all time made what looks like a mistake. But that play seems very, very odd. I'd be so curious to see what Nigel was thinking. If anybody out there has a theory as to why Nigel played this confidently and quickly with other options like Robin's suggestion of FIE, I'd love to hear it. I don't understand.
Interestingly, he does have a bonus on his rack, which we're not familiar with in the North American dictionary. And I'm not seeing it in the comments, although they might have gone by, but he's got beerage on his rack, which will not play. And through the R, he would have had beverage.
Oh, well, beerage will definitely be happening for some of the players here at the tournament. Will it be happening for Nigel, though? This is now a on Charnwit. And of course, Charnwit has no idea what letters are on Nigel's rack, but should Charnwit open the board, something that seems reasonable to do when trailing by over 80 points, Nigel will punish him hard. Again, shocked by the galaxy brain, holding E blank and then drawing a bingo. The world's greatest of all time strikes again. Now, can he manifest the spot? Can he get Charnwit to give? Can he get Charnwit to give him a place? That's what we'll see next.
So what we're seeing on Charnwit's rat is the dreaded VU combination in Scrabble. Matt, can you think of anything that's more hated than VU combination?
Maybe UW, but
Yeah.
this is down there in the very, very worst two-letter combos. And to add to it, the G, some double L's. This is brutal, Robin.
Everybody should know, if you're going to stick with us on table one, you have to know that Robin hates V's, Matt hates G's, and you're going to hear us slagging on them throughout the tournament. So he would probably love to get rid of LUV somewhere, but it's just not available. So we're looking at the simulation, and it's actually suggesting LAV through the A in Sarcanet and just leave a bit of a balanced rack.
Yeah, Lav is I would call that okay, Lav is not happening from Charnwit. Yet again, he's opting to open the board up, and this makes sense. You're trailing, you need to get out to the right side. His previous play reached down to the bottom of this board, so Charnwit again opening the board. He needs to connect on a good draw here. That S is huge for him. Can he find a vowel to go with it?
Get a vowel,
Yes, he can. Okay, perhaps
Oh.
opportunity for Charnwit. We'll look at Nigel's letters now. A, B, E, G, and a blank. Does not look like he was given a spot for beerage or for any bonus, any bingo at all. So we'll get to see Nigel instead make an intermediate play. How much will he opt to score now versus how much will he groom his rack to do damage next turn? Turns like this are very challenging in Scrabble. I bet we'll see Nigel spend a little bit more time here. What do you think, Robin?
Well, look at this, Matt. This is an interesting statistic. Looking at the 53 tiles left, there are 20 vowels and 32 consonants. So if Nigel were to do something like eagle to the right of Korea's, which takes a D and an S at least, he would be getting rid of 3 of his tiles, 3 of his vowels. So he has instead opted for B, which blocks the board a little bit, although makes for the possibility of a massive bingo, possibly under the E and B, cutting across, sticking an S on move on, etc. You can easily score 90 points on a play like that. So I think he's aware of the fact that the vowel count is starting to go low. So maybe just get rid of 2 of those vowels and keep 2 more.
Yeah, he's opted to play B, E. That looks like a very reasonable, intuitive play. And his 3-tile draw, Q, U, U. Now, Robin, the Q, hands down, the worst tile in the game of Scrabble. But if you're going to draw 1 tile to go with it, it's got to be that U. And he's found 2 of them. So we'll see if Nigel can do some damage. But Charnwit on turn, his rack once again looks very promising. But I was shocked to see, as I punched this in the engine, no bonuses available to Charnwit on this turn. And look at his clock. Already 9 minutes and counting. We are not even halfway through this game, and he's used over 16 minutes. This turn is a trap for time as well. You would spend a lot of time looking at all of the different bonus lines on the board. Charnwit's going to have to spend a few minutes looking for a bingo, and then once he realizes there's not one available, he's got to judge a bunch of different intermediate options on this turn. I am starting to get worried about Charnwit and his ability to stay on top of the clock against a player who is not only very strong in Nigel, but also very fast.
Well, just consider the phenomenology of this. You're at the Causeway Challenge. You're there for the first day. You find out that not only are you playing on screen and on broadcast, you're playing on table 1, and you're playing against Nigel Richards. He's looking pretty cool. I'm looking at him. He's looking very good. But, that's got to be really mind-blowing to have this situation happen to you. So I think he's playing actually quite well. The good news for him is that there weren't a lot of things to play through, so there wasn't a lot to think about. The sim had suggested that he just play VAX to the AX and keep the AED LRS to minimize the chances of picking up 2 consonants because the bag is so full of consonants, and that's exactly what he has. But he has picked up sparked, and he does have a place to play it. So that has actually worked out. But I think the concept of playing just the V and keeping a smaller, lesser clunky tile like a D instead of picking up 2 heavier ones like PK was the right thinking, but it worked out for him.
Indeed, it did. So Charnwit left a lot of points on the table last turn. He could have scored almost 40 and opened the board up, but he decided, I'm going to try to get that bingo right now, and a big pull from him indeed. Sparked is going to play at the bottom of this board with MOVANTS. That is the only bonus available to Charnwit, and fortunately for him, this is one of those turns that will play itself. So hopefully he's able to get out of this turn quickly as Nigel's put the time pressure back on.
Could you believe what Nigel just did?
Playing Bug for 18.
He could have played Quag. Oh.
Oh yeah, we're a bit behind. But no. He played Bug. He didn't really have options available for the Q on that turn, so he held it.
Sorry,
if you're gonna hold the Q back, you're gonna hold a U with it. Look to do some damage. This is one of Nigel's signatures. When he gets one of the 4 high-scoring tiles in Scrabble, the J, the Q, the X, or the Z, he's more likely than most top experts to hold on to them. Generally, you want to get those letters off your rack as they get in the way of making a 7-letter word. But Nigel tries to set them up, build the board to his advantage, keep good combinations together. We'll see if he can do some damage. Here comes Sparked for Charnwit, and just like that, despite the huge early deficit, Charnwit now trails Scrabble's greatest of all time by just 12 points. We're at 230 to 242, but Nigel holding that Q just got a spot at the bottom of this board to do a whole lot of damage. Now, to do so, Robin, he's going to have to burn that blank tile, but he can make words like equal, hitting the Q on the double letter, reaching out to the triple word. Equal is 72 points. Would you burn a blank to do that,
Absolutely,
Robin?
absolutely. I would have actually, if we had a chance, because Nigel's playing very quickly, to discuss the previous play, put down Bugs so quickly, I would have suggested Quagga through the G in Slug, burning the blank there. Now, the problem is it would open up an S hook for Charnwit to play Quaggas to, but it turns out he didn't have it. So Nigel could have scored a lot more points, but I totally agree with you. When he has a high point tile on his rack, we've got the QU together with the blank. There's no rush. There's no rush. It's the same thing with the Z or the Z, however you describe it. Don't get it off your rack so quickly. The Q may be a bit faster than the Z, but hold on to it. Wait till a better opportunity arises.
Now, this is a fascinating turn for Nigel. You see he is set up equal, 72 points at the bottom of the board, but he also has another intriguing option, playing AWE beneath the PAR of Sparked.
Yes.
That is 33 and holds EQU blank, which lets him hit this spot next turn. So a big decision for Nigel. Do you take the 72 now, or do you score in the mid-30s, knowing you're almost definitely going to hit the spot again next turn? Nigel feels like it's going to get blocked often enough. He's pouncing on the spot now, and just like that, Nigel's back up by over 80 points, 314 to 230. But what an interesting turn there.
And this is classic Nigel. Classic Nigel. Hold on to the high scoring tile. See what you can do if I can score it. Now, Bug didn't really do him a lot of favors, but it just got rid of the second U and kept him a very nice balanced rack. Unfortunately for him, he did pick a W. Not that there's so many places on this board to bingo, to be super honest with you. He would have to play through the G. And that's why I thought Quagga might be a viable option for him, but it does set up a very dangerous S hook. So I understand the desire to wait. In terms of playing the equal now versus playing AWE, it does get to a point when you've held on to the Q that you know what, you only want to hold on to it 1 or 2 turns, after which it starts becoming a pain in your side. So I think getting rid of that has helped. Now I'm looking at Charnwit's rack, and he's got he's very quick to find very quick bingos, but there are not a lot of places on this board to play things.
Yeah, he has found, this looks like thiazine, Thiazine. He would need an N or an E on the board to play that. He does not have those available. Running it through the engine, there are no bonuses available to Charnwit, but with a flexible rack, with that blank, you've got to spend some time looking, and time is not something Charnwit has. And this is a very challenging turn. Do you play the Z, which is one of the very best tiles in Scrabble, or do you try to hold on to it to do some more damage?
No, you definitely play it because he's got bingo prone tiles. The trouble is that Nigel has given, that's my opinion. I'm not cutting you off. Nigel has given him a spot to play ZA or ZA over the A and equal. But the tendency is when you see two eyes on your rack, and how many eyes are left after this? There are a lot. There's still two eyes. You want to play something like Zit or ZD or create an eye hook by just playing Zit and giving yourself, although I know Zeit is good as well. But it's very, very hard to give up 45 points.
It is, but keeping two eyes, drawing into four more feels absolutely crazy, especially as you said, Nigel's trying, or Charnwit's trying to get a bonus down and get it down quickly. A third eye is a death sentence for next turn and likely even future turns. So do you take 45 now? It is a hard decision to make. This is a turn you need a lot of time for, and Charnwit just doesn't have it. If you do play ZT, you can play it up at the top of the board, but stringing that Z in the top column, as Robin says, you just can't do that. So this is looks like the strongest option, though it feels weak. Charnwit needs to dodge those four eyes on this draw. Can he do it? That will keep his odds alive. Charnwit down by about 40 points now. And it is Nigel's turn as well. He needs something big to happen. An N would be huge for ING possibilities down to the G and slug. What will Charnwit draw?
And that is the one advantage of keeping two eyes. You can keep one eye for the N, which he just picked up, and then you can have another eye for the rest of the word that goes in front of the gerund, the ING.
Yes, so Charnwit has found two bonuses. That N was huge. Dodging the eyes was huge. He can bingo down to the N for 63 next turn. He's also already found thionine, which does not fit on this board, but once again showing he knows his chemical words quite well. And there he goes, setting up hoisting on his rack. One of the two bonuses he has available. Lithoing also plays into the G. But we'll focus back on Nigel here, who has plenty of time, and he's grabbed the E and the W. This play looks very, very intuitive to me, Robin. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, so the question becomes in the end game, do I want to hold on to the A or E? And simulations have shown that as we're in now the final third of the game, you want to actually hold on to the A to some extent. It's actually a better tile in the end game, studies have shown. But he has two on his rack. He wants to score many points. As much as I could see why he wanted to do what he do, undouble the E, get rid of the W, score as much as he can, he's now created a new, very usable bingo lane for Charnwit because it's very easy to hook the NE and the OW. He's not going to use it, as it turns out, and now, because Nigel's Nigel, he's probably going to be able to use it very quickly. He's got snathed. Does it fit?
He's got hand set
and
on
hand
this
set,
rack.
right?
Hand set, the only 7 available for Nigel on this rack. It does not seem to fit on this board, but will he get a spot for it after hoisting or lithoing? Nigel drawing rather well into a great solid leave AENST. Here comes Charnwit. He is opting to play hoisting. He's got to play this fast, and he is playing it fast. Then he's got to hold his breath and hope he does not get hit back.
And then there's the question of, should he have played lithoing? Lithoing is harder to bingo down against because L only takes the I and the O and only the E in front of it and the A. So hoisting takes every vowel. So I personally probably, and also that O next to the, could be more dangerous based on what's left. There's still another W coming. Personally, I would have played lithoing, but it may be perhaps he just didn't see it. It's not as easy to find.
Yeah, what's most important for Charnwit, you see, Robin, this is a 4-point game, and the last few turns likely to be pivotal. You need every second on your clock to think through those calculating late game decisions. So I think hoisting quickly, it may not have been stronger than lithoing, but you need to get a word down fast, and that's more important. One crazy thing about hoisting is that it does take a back S. And Nigel actually has AHS and hoistings available for a massive 46-point score. Now, that S is a great tile for drawing bingos next turn for Nigel. You can see EST would slot nicely as a suffix alongside the HOI of hoisting, but that's a lot of points, Robin.
Well, this is a perfect example, and we're getting it in the very first game, Matt. This is such an important lesson in Scrabble that whenever you find your play, go and see if you can find the next best play. Not only was Lithuing better in terms of in terms of not slotting easily hookable two-letter words to the right or left of it, but also it did not give an easy S hook, which Charnwood wants to avoid, because he knows that if anyone knows the INGS words, it's going to be Nigel. So hoisting, which takes an S, that's why Lithuing, which does not take an S, was so much better. So it's a perfect example how Charnwood, who has played so beautifully this game, may lose this game because of this one error, and also for playing too quickly and too slowly and not giving him enough time to find that there was a second bonus, there was Lithuing, and it was the better choice. So we're going to see how this is going to play out.
Well, we'll see, but Charnwood has a massive play available if he's able to find it. Now, he is in a time crunch, but he's getting there. He has set up piety, but impiety is also valid, and it plays alongside the EW on the board. 95 points. Charnwood's found piety. Can he think through putting the IM in front?
No.
Oh, time pressure.
Not just time pressure. I don't know how much English he speaks. The Thais are notorious for not speaking English. And with just a second, he had donates with an I. Did he have a triple?
He did not have a triple back too. I think that would have won the game for Charnwood had he seen it. Now, this game is still not over. Nigel has the great donates on his rack after fishing just one tile last turn. It fits nowhere. There's no place to play an 8-letter word or a 9-letter word on this board as well. Nigel has no bingos available. And with just 10 tiles left in the bag, there's not a lot of Scrabble to go. Nigel doesn't need a bingo to win this game, but he would sure like to get one down on the board quickly. This is a very, very hard turn for Nigel.
This is so painful, so painful. Impiety, definitely, especially even English-speaking people would have difficulty with the word impiety. Okay, so to possibly lose this game that he was so behind, played so beautifully, what did we call it? We called it the EW had its problems. It created a very easy bingo lane, which he gave him for 95 points, and it was just through sheer luck that he didn't know the word. We'll see how it plays out.
This is the beauty of the game of Scrabble. Charnwood's odds were looking very, very dire very early on as Nigel hit him with 2 consecutive bingos to open the game. Charnwood, remember, he trailed by over 130 early in this game, and yet he has come surging back. He is now ahead of the world's #1 player. Scrabble is a roller coaster of a game. You will have some bad turns in there, but you need to buckle up for the long haul. I do not know who's going to win this game right now, but what an upset it would be in round 1 if Charnwood's able to hold on and beat Nigel. What a tough turn Nigel faces here, too. These are fascinating turns. What Nigel opted to do last turn, just playing one tile, makes a lot of sense to do again here. Playing just 1 or 2, keeping very stable tiles together to try to draw a bingo next turn. But the fewer tiles you play, the fewer points you're going to score. So check this out, Robin. Nigel's playing offense. He's opening up the side of the board. He is setting up IO to take his back N. He's looking at the unseen distribution, seeing he's unlikely to get hurt as IO only takes 2 back hooks, an N and an S. Nigel has both, and look at that. He's drawn Sejeant, S-E-J-E-A-N-T, which plays in that spot for about 120 points. Oh my goodness, Nigel Richards. Will Charnwood block? Can Charnwood block? What a swing. Oh my goodness.
Can he block? Oh my goodness. This is the genius of Nigel Richards. He only has the one place to play it. It would seem to me that the most obvious thing to do is to block the triple that this man has just opened, but he is not. He's going to play, he's going to play Wade, and this game is now over.
Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, Wade makes a ton of sense, but Sejeant now 123 123 available to Nigel. Oh my goodness. Now, DO is a play I think some players would discount very quickly because it looks like it gets hit so hard on the right side with those 2 triple word scores available. But Nigel, realizing I have both of the last 2 back hooks for IO, and holy connect. Watch Charnwitt's face as he realizes I'm done. Just a nod.
Did you say holy connect?
Holy connect. Yeah, what a connect. AENST, and you draw JE and bingo for 123? Sure, you're supposed to bingo for 70. 123. My God, holy connect. I think that is the best draw Nigel could have possibly manifested out of the bag.
Unbelievable.
501 for Nigel Richards now.
Oh, and now he's only got consonants, but I think he's going to hold on to the lead.
All right, so here comes Charnwitt. 13 seconds, and he's playing Filmise, Filmis. This is a valid word. It looks like a solid sequence for Charnwitt. It won't be enough to win him the game, but it will make it respectable. Charnwitt at 447 in a losing effort in round 1, and he'll score a little bit more as Nigel's unable to go out with those 4 consonants. What a great game.
Unbelievable.
And this is just round 1, Robin, of 36 games you're going to get over the next 4 days. We didn't get much of a chance to talk about this tournament, but the Causeway Challenge is the coolest Scrabble tournament I've ever been a part of. This tournament used to run in the 2000s, 2010s, but it stopped in 2016 as organizer director Michael Tang needed to spend more time with his family. But his kids are older now, and Michael brought back the biggest and best version of this tournament yet. The previous largest Causeway was about 220 some odd folks. This event is double that. And Nigel has, what has he done here, Robin?
Oh my God. I mean, this is the beauty of Nigel Richards. And as much as we enjoy watching him play in the beginning, in the middle, and the pre-end, final end game, the fact that he found this deter is absolutely fantastic. It is the number one suggested one, even though he had other ways to score a bit more points. This is the exact correct thing he does. And we can actually place little fun bets on, will Nigel find the absolute best play, even with a little 4-consonant rack? And of course he does.
All right, we'll cut to our overhead mic. Nigel infamously quiet after games, but we'll see if he has words to say.
Figure out this.
And that's it. That's it. Nigel just looking for a slip to turn in the results of this game. Some players love to sit around and point back at the turns, talk about what they were thinking, ask their opponent what they have. Nigel never does any of that. And I've seen opponents try to ask him questions before, and he'll just quip. I don't know. Maybe. Give little 1 or 2 word answers. So nothing out of Nigel Richards from the overhead mic. We will catch some very fun post-mortems, but not here in round 1. We're going to let the gents do their paperwork, but what a way to start. Nigel Richards with a hot start, a slow finish, but then bam, Sajant for 123. That is a word that you viewers at home, if you didn't know it yet, you'll never forget it now, watching the world's GOAT play that. There will be how many games of Scrabble today, Robin?
There will be another 9, dear.
Another 9. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with competitive Scrabble, Robin, 9 more?
Listen, we don't have many tournaments where there are 9 in one day. I don't know how many that there have been, that there are 10 in one day, 3 days in a row, followed by 6. So as you see, we have these massive bottles of water here. There's a reason for that, because we're going to be talking all the way through. And of course, the players are going to have to be thinking all the way through and feeling the nerves all the way through. So they're the ones I really have the empathy for. But 10 games a day for 3 straight days. And I know it's not in the best time slot for everybody, but this way you can get, even if you get 5 games in, you're doing fantastic.
Yeah, I do feel for these players. For some context, for some perspective, the U.S. or North American Championship, 7 games a day. The World Championship, usually either 7 or 8 games in a day. To play 10 in a division as stacked as the Premier Division here is crazy. I do feel for the players in there who are going to have to push their brains harder than they've ever pushed them. But what I'm really stoked for is you and me, because we get to watch so much high level Scrabble. And if you're just popping into the Causeway Challenge, generally Scrabble tournaments, we got one stream, one game to watch at a time. Not here, not today. At the Causeway Championship, we will have not one, not two, but 3 live streams, plus 7 additional annotated games you can play through or click through live on one of our partner sites, woogles.io. That's WOOGLES.io. So, oh my goodness, Robin, I called this the March Madness of Scrabble for our North American viewers. There is just so much you can watch live now. There will be a treasure trove for you to go back and watch after the fact. Just so much. This is truly the coolest Scrabble spectacle. We will have 9 more games of Scrabble. We are going to wind down for a little break at this one. Round 2 will be coming as soon as we've got players. You saw that Nigel played this game very quickly. He had 14 or 15 minutes left on his clock. So there might be a little bit longer of a turnover to get both of the players available.
Or because of the beauty of how this broadcast is going out there, there's 2 more games going on.
Yeah.
So just quickly, if you want to stay with us, stay with us. That's amazing. If you want to go, or you want to have 3 different boards open at the same time, go over to table 2, go over to table 3, get your fill of more Scrabble, come back, stay. You have so many options this tournament. It's I've never seen anything like it.
Never seen anything like this. You have so many options for watching this tournament as well. We welcome our viewers on YouTube who are watching simultaneously via the live stream on Let's Play Scrabble. Also, our viewers who are watching via our second media partner, MeWatch OTT. That is a Singaporean app you can download onto your TV and watch any one of the top 3 tables live. You can download it on your phone and watch as well. So YouTube, MeWatch, Table 1, Table 2, Table 3, or Tables 4 through 10 on the live annotation. There is so much for us to do here. Options aplenty, brought to you by director and genius Michael Tang. I'm hearing we are on time at the tournament. Michael runs a tight ship, so we expect round 2 will begin in 9 minutes. But as Robin said, pop over to the second or the third stream. I bet there are really cool games you can watch over there. Check out some of the coverage. Check out how many players we have from how many different countries. Check out the website, Causeway-Challenge. So much. This is holy grail of Scrabble.
And there's no such thing as fear of missing out in this tournament, because all of the games are being recorded, and you could go back over the next year. Oh, I just feel like popping on a game from the tournament. You can watch it anytime.
It's truly beautiful. We are going to cut to a break for now. If you haven't yet, please click the like button on YouTube or share the MeWatch link with some of your friends. This is the best way to showcase top level Scrabble. We will take a little break. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
We will see you after the break, and settle in, because this is a day like you've never had before in your life.
Buckle up.
countdown.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Thanks so much for your patience during that delay. There were some issues that were resolved very quickly. I'm shocked how fast some of that was resolved given the scale. We're back. Round 2 from the Causeway Challenge coming your way, just 2 out of 36. And the next matchup is going to feature another strong Thai player with a tough matchup. Robin, tell us who we've got.
Tough matchup and a tough name.
Indeed.
So often the Thai players go by first names, but I happen to have both of them. It's Akegapun Herbs Prasarts. Apparently he goes by another name as well, but so Akegapun is ranked in the 50s, and he's going to be playing Jason Carney. So we're looking forward to that. I'm not familiar with Jason Carney. So.
I'm not familiar either, and that's one of the exciting things about tournaments like this. Robin, you and I are quite familiar with the North American players and some of the world's very, very top, but there are so many insanely good Scrabble players who we haven't really gotten a chance to expose. So we'll see. Akegapun and Jason Carney coming your way. Players are seated. Let's get some Scrabble going, shall we, Robin?
Sounds good to me.
All right, so let's play Scrabble here. Jason Carney to play first, Akegapun to respond. One of the cool things about this tournament is it seems like a lot of folks know who I am, and I was hovering over board 1 to get a scouting report on either Jason or Akegapun. And Akegapun shakes my hand immediately and says, "I love your dogs." I'm like, "Hi, nice to meet you too. Are you the player here on the board?" So little fanboys out there, but he has been playing for nearly 30 years as Akegapun. We'll see what he can show us. Jason to play first. Jason EILPSTV, and boy, these first turns are fun. He can score very well. Pelvis is 28 points, but it does burn the S, or he can do something completely different on this turn and just exchange his V. The EIPLST combination is very, very likely to lead to a bingo next turn. So, Robin, would you score 28 with pelvis here? Would you just exchange out of this first turn?
You know, there's something to be said for playing pelvis, although I wouldn't necessarily thrust my rack in that direction. You know, I hate the V. We've already established that really, really early in this tournament. I'm also not a huge fan of the P, but people make fun of me for that. So I think that the thing to do is to get rid of the V. But I think pelvis is also very viable. I think they're both I think they're gonna sim very, very closely.
Looks like exchanging is by far what the computer prefers to do here, but these opening racks, you kind of go with your gut. You kind of make a statement about your style. Some Scrabble players have a style where they're more bingo focused. They're going to try to out bingo you 3-2 and beat you that way. Others just try to grind out points. And so we'll see. Jason, as Robin said, a relative unknown to us as a player. What kind of statement does he want to make on turn 1? He will make the simulation's preferred play, exchanging a V. Rather counterintuitive when you got 28 points available, but looks very strong to me.
I like it a lot.
All right, so Akegapun now to play back. ABEGTUU. And Robin, he set up baguette, BAGUET, but tell us how the psychology changes after an exchange 1 from your opponent.
Oh, there's absolutely no question, and it's a perfect question. Obviously, your opponent is not exchanging 1, 2, 3. They have a very, very good balanced rack. The question then becomes, do you want to give them stuff to play through, or do you want to make it difficult? I like what I'm seeing is that he is putting out he's putting out a 3-letter word, because then it'll make it very, very difficult for Jason to score anything. He's not going to put him in the line of a double word score, so that if he probably picked an S on his rack, you don't want to give him an easy place to do a double score word. If you do just a 3-letter word, your biggest concern really is to give him a bingo down from the center tile down to the triple row. That's your only one. I've been advised over the years, and we've had lots of discussions about this, whether or not to pass when your opponent does something like that, especially when you don't have the best rack. And you don't really want to give your opponent a chance to make a massive score by hitting a big worth tile, like a V or a Q or a K on the double letter, and then double the whole thing, and then 50-point bonus. You don't want to give that opportunity. So in a situation like this, I'm actually kind of liking Bug. It gives very little, gives 3 ugly tiles to play. It doesn't give an opportunity to double the word with a double word lane. It gets rid of at least one of your U's. Another possibility is just to play GU or UG, which makes it very easy to hook. Bug is a lot harder to hook onto.
One of the big things to think about in a situation like this is every single tile you put out in space increases the chances that your opponent gets an 8-letter word, and you know they've likely got 6 good tiles. So I love this decision that we've just seen from Akapun. Don't play anything. Don't give him anything at all. Exchange back. If you drew the 7, great. I'm not going to let you have an 8. And now Akapun is going to have 7 unique floating letters for him to try to bingo back through. Jason has spotted Puliest, one of his bingos out of this rack. Putelli's Stipule also available, but this scores very well, does all the tricks. Can Akapun now hit him with the bingo back? We'll find out. Jason on top, 74-0 in this one. ATE, the 3-letter leaf for Akapun. What will he draw? Ooh, the Q. I. All right.
Well, he gave him a Q to play through, so he's going to have equate at the very least.
Yes, yeah. Equate is better than nothing for sure. But wow, brutal. And ironically, the U is the 1 letter Jason drew after the exchange. So a bit of a bad break for Akapun, but it could have been a lot worse. This has to be equate for Akapun, right, Robin?
I think absolutely. And what is the irony? Now we've seen 3 of the 4 U's on the first 2 racks.
Yeah, that's crazy. The U is one of the worst tiles in Scrabble, and the fact that they have come this early might be fun for the rest of this game, but because Akapun put some back in the bag, maybe not. Look at this. Quate, not equate. What do you think, Robin?
Well, the thing is this. So he knows that he has a lot of ease on his rack. There's a slight, even though it's early in the game, there's a chance that Jason doesn't have any. He wants to have it for himself. Another thing he might be thinking is, if I pick an R, I could play re-equate. And I have 2 R's on my rack, 2 E's on my rack. But re-equate's not good. Oh, I thought it might be good here. It's not.
Nope. So, but he is setting up those 2 E's for next turn. And quate is defined as a noun, so just an S back hook. Equate likely to come for Akapun, and you can see Jason has drawn no E's on his post bingo draw, so he will be unable to take the spot. A nice setup for Akapun, who is down 28-74. But Robin?
But look at, and he just blocked Sleekest with his own play. But look, speaking of front hook, so for people who are new to Scrabble and people who aren't even so new to Scrabble, you have to be very flexible in your minds while you're looking at the board. When I see the word quate, the first thing I thought, of course, as Matt said, you can't stick an S on it. It's on its own. It does take the E in front. But what else does it take in front?
TOR, Torquate, for 34 points available to Jason here. But that play has a major wart, Robin, and that is the leave. CGLU. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel that I just scored 34 points.
Indeed.
And the last time I checked, the person with 1 more point than his opponent or her opponent has won the game.
Indeed. This is a tough choice. Torquate scores very, very well. And a classic Scrabble adage is, when in doubt, take the points. But the play of Grout, Grout, stacks on top of the exposed IEST in Puliest. That is a great defensive option here for Jason, and the leave of CL way stronger than the leave of CLGU.
But look what it does to the board. You are now going to stick the U over that T, and you're going to expose a triple letter, an easy triple letter extension from it.
You are. If your opponent has, say, for instance, the J playing Jut, and even just JA is now 50+ points, but you are knocking out the equate hook that your opponent just set up. So there are some warts to this play, but if you dodge the J bomb, Grout looks very strong. I like this decision from Jason.
Yeah, if you're not going to see Torquate, and most people won't, I think, well, let me ask you, if you had seen Torquate, what would you have played?
I would have played Grout.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Torquate is cool, and it's flashy, and it's a fun flex, especially on Scream. But
well, okay. But look, he's going to give him Poem or something, or P, to balance his rack off of it. he gave up, what was it, 10 points, more than 10 points.
Yeah. So EEEKSST now at the rack for Agkapun, but he has a lot of firepower. He's going to cash in the equate hook right now, EEK. He could have also burned an S to play quates and something like Keats for 43, but holding the S's back to cash equates or grouts next turn looks like a great line forward for Agkapun. We got the scores flipped right now, but Agkapun trails 60 to 95. Jason on turn looking to build on his lead. ACLORVY. These letters don't look so great, but Robin, another extension to quate available. Some other strong plays. What do you like here?
Okay, so equate now is going to take adequate in front of it, and it's also going to take co-equate. So this is the kind of thing that you're going to have to keep in mind. And if you're playing the game and you're distracted by 14 million other things, do yourself a favor, write it down on your score sheet. Just put the letters CO and AD and circle them so that if they show up on your rack, you could go, oh, yeah, I could extend equate.
It looks like I misread that tile. Jason does not have a V. He has double Ys, the two Ys in Scrabble, both on his rack at the same time. That is tough, but he does have some strong plays. Despite the ugly looking rack, he can score 30 or even as much as 42 on this move. The play of Coyly, COYLY, and Leak scores a massive score. Now Leak has a lot of front hooks that you would be setting up, but you got to get rid of these Ys, right, Robin?
Oh my God, Coyly is just, it would be my play. Let me put it to you that way. You get rid of both Ys at the same time. You set up a C, which is not so easy to play next to, and you save AR, which is a really, almost perfect. I mean, it's absolutely lovely. They go so well together.
All right, so will he spot it? He's set up Coy, now setting up Coyly, COALY. This would play in the same spot, a 6-point sacrifice. I think any top expert would agree Coyly a stronger play, but it is weird that YLY combination just doesn't really work well in your brain. Yes, everybody knows this word if they're a native English speaker, and Jason, who hails from the UK, certainly knows the word, but spotting it is the real challenge for him here.
Well, it would be absolutely beautiful for him. And he can also play calorie over that UT that I worried about before that was set up. Remember, grout also takes a Y, but because there's just so many other places on this board to use the Y. But here's something to think about. Coyly might be interesting because it saves the Y for grouty.
I see. Yeah, maybe that's some of the thinking here, grouty, but I just 6 extra points right now, and holding AR is just much stronger than holding RY. Even with the grouty hook available, I think Coyly's the top option here for Jason. He will play Coyly instead, perhaps not spotting Coyly, or perhaps, as Robin said, tactically holding the Y back to play grouty next turn. We'll see if this gambit pays off for Jason. 131 to 60 now.
And he doesn't have an S. So that's something to think about, that I can't hook grout with an S. So let me hold on to a tile that will hook it. But I think we're about to, I would say that breasts and basters and all that is going to go down under equates.
Yes, breasts is the highest scoring bingo for Agkapun here. He can score 90 out of this rack, back hooking equate rather to make equates. He's found basters as well. Now, Robin, breasts and equates scores the best, but it does put a B in a triple column. Is that holding you back from playing breasts here?
That's a whole discussion. It's a whole Will Anderson video. What do? Do you go for the points? It's a difference of 4 points. Are those 4 points worth it to open up a triple? We don't classically think of B as a dangerous letter to bingo through, and certainly not that position. It's not like it's ABLE, so 3 up from the bottom of the row. But you could have lots of words ending with bill, ball, bite, I don't know, all sorts of things. Is it worth the 4 points? I think it's worth the 4 points. What are you thinking on that?
Yeah, you want to think about what letter you're putting in that triple word column, but the B doesn't score a ton. It's not like a J or a Z, and it's not super dangerous. It's not an E or an R, a bingo threat. So I would take the extra points here. I liked the decision. And if my opponent burns me, my opponent burns me. But look at Jason's horrific draw into RY. He picks up a D, a U, and 3 more R's. That is a brutal, brutal draw for Jason. He does not have a lot of options here. Robin, what sucks the least?
I understand why he did BRRR. It's so lovely. You get rid of 3 of your 4 R's. I totally get it. And you do get to keep that Y. But I think he could have burned it right now and played Dury and Grouty. I think that personally I would have preferred that. 28 points as well.
Yeah, it is a nice bailout, BRRR. When you've got 4 R's, play 3 of them off. But I do agree, DURRY. That is a word that's tough to remember. There are multiple spellings of it, but Dury and Grouty looked really great. Oh my goodness, Robin, what do you see here?
I am seeing a 9, and I saw it real quick. So it's doable, guys. All right. I'm sitting here tired with my coffee, with my buddy here, Matt, and early in the morning. And this is a very, very doable 9 because it ends in a common 4-letter suffix. So we'll give you some time to try to figure it out, but there is a 9 on this board.
And not only is there a 9-letter bingo available for Akapun, there's also a very sick 8-letter bingo available for Jason. That Akapun would block with his bingo, but the 9 is the only bingo available on this move for Akapun. This would be a chance for Akapun to flex. It is a word that most English speakers know, so if you're trying to play along, can you bingo on this turn? Akapun has found a great option. Rex plays from the first R in BRRR underneath breasts. 40 points. COINE is a great leave, but can he spend the extra time? Can he find the 9 for 76 here?
Well, he could hold on. I would play the X now right away, but he also holds on to the CO for co-equates.
Ooh.
So he's got a whole series of 40-point turns ahead of him. I wouldn't give up the bingo, but honestly, the bingo is worth less than the 2 plays together, the Rex and the co-equates.
Oh my goodness. So execution, the 9-letter word through the UT on the board. I was talking with director and organizer Michael Tang. What is the rationale behind streaming 3 games simultaneously? And instantly, Michael looked at me and said, I want a Chlorodyne moment. Chlorodyne goes down in the annals of Scrabble history. Nigel Richards was captured on an annotated game over a decade ago, playing the 10-letter CHLORODYNE. Michael wants to capture something like that. Execution would not have been in that stratosphere, but it would have been cool. Rex, I think, is the play that most humans would make. And now another fun puzzle for these players. These are the positions that make Scrabble so fun. Jason can score 80 here if he spots a rather tough to spot bingo.
I think if he had seen it, it would have gone down already. But I don't know about you. If I'm looking at this rack and I just see FRSU and I'm thinking surf, what can go with surf? That's how I would find it. If you want to, throughout our time together, folks, we're going to give you some tips on how we look at the board, how we make decisions, and how we find words. And one of the ways that I find words, because notoriously when I started Scrabble, I had a lot of difficulty with compound words. So I made it my life mission to learn how to find the compound words. And I'm always forcing myself to do 3 and 5, 4 and 4. That's when I'm talking about the number of letters, like Miss Point, 3 and 5. And in this case, the word is body surf. Through that O, 4 and 4. So that's it takes a lot of talent, Matt, right, to be a good Scrabble player. It takes intelligence and diligence and all that, but it also takes some intentional manipulation of the way that you think to force yourself to start doing stuff like this. And this is how the top players are finding the words, because they're forcing themselves to think in logical, organized ways, such as creating compound words.
And these are the turns that separate the masters from the grandmasters. Jason still has strong plays. Fury and Grouty scores a nice 30 points. It holds an S and a blank, setting yourself up for future success. But grabbing 80 right now, it's finds like this that separate your 1850 or 1900 rated experts from the very, very top echelon. I don't think all of the players, even in this tournament's premier division, find body surf. So Jason, this is your chance to make a statement here in Bangkok.
But if he doesn't find it, what's he going to do? Now, the fact that he only has one vowel makes you say, oh my God, I really, really need to hold on to that U because I've got so few vowels. But we're looking, there's 27 vowels left and 29 consonants. There's plenty. And this is something that Nigel taught me. I mean, it's something I know, but obviously it's nice to see Nigel do it. And then I go, you know what, this is the thing to do. And I talked about it in the previous game where he had no qualms about leaving 4 consonants on his rack because he looked at the pool, he saw there were a lot of vowels left, and he said, statistically, I'm going to pick probably 2 out of 3 tiles that I'm playing as vowels. So he shouldn't feel that he has a need to hold on to that U because he's got a blank, which is essentially could be a vowel, and there are a lot of vowels left.
All right, so Jason, you even see him kind of shake his head as he makes this play. It feels off. I think he just whiffed that he could put his Y behind Grout to play Fury, but that was 30 points. He's scoring just 16, but setting himself up very, very well to bingo next turn. Maximizing his bingo odds, but leaving some points on the table. Check out Akapun playing co-equates, playing it quickly. He had a very tough draw into C-E-I-N-O. He drew 2 more vowels, an A and an I. But this is some of the genius of playing Rex. You know, as Robin said, 40 points now, 40 points later. Now he needs to dodge vowels on this draw. And vowels is what Jason needed to draw into DRS blank. Instead, B, D, M. Ouch, 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 ouch. Jason's going to score almost nothing this turn, or perhaps actually nothing on an exchange. Robin, is this rack bad enough you need to exchange?
No. I don't think so. I think you could do something like Dado through the A and O and Coley and equips, co-equates. You remember, he's got a blank. So essentially you do already have a vowel. So would you passing when you already have one vowel? He doesn't feel that he could. He's playing very quickly. He also could have played bread through the RE. And it takes, the nice thing about bread is that it takes an E hook as well afterwards, so you can play breed and you could play breads afterwards. And he is saving an S on his rack. I personally would have played something.
I personally would have exchanged, but that's some of the beauty of the Scrabble is different players have different styles, and this looks like it's worked out well for Jason. Put 4 back, try for more chances to grab vowels, and he has found 2. Jason, a lock to bingo next turn. Agkapun now on turn. He did find consonants to save this rack, a V and an L, his 2-tile draw. While this rack looks promising, there are no bingos available to Agkapun. Not a lot of good scoring options available to him either. And with the bingo lying in wait for Jason, what is Agkapun going to do here, Robin?
Well, there's the funny thing now. Yuft blocked it, but in fact, he would have been able to play inviable to the B in breasts if that had remained open, and that would have been his only bingo. So we still have the situation of that triple letter score above the UT, which is really, really annoying because that J is still out. The other issue is that he's just played off his Y and not taken that spot. So he is now vulnerable to S bingos or blank Y bingos. So the combination of that UT being still open and the fact that he does not have an S means that I would look at something like Nevi personally to block everything, and it doesn't give an S hook.
Yeah, Nevi would be interesting. Already the plural of Nevis, it doesn't take any hooks. That's an interesting idea, Robin. I think I like it, but this is a turn where a lot of plays make logical sense. This is a turn where Agkapun really ought to slow down for a bit. I spoke with Agkapun briefly before the game. He is a vet. He has been playing for nearly 30 years, though he did take about a 10-year hiatus in there. We'll see. These are the turns where you need a lot of experience to try to decipher, do I play long? Do I play short? Do I play in between? A lot for Agkapun to think about here. And he's going to shuffle. Also, one big confounding factor, you must alternate the way you play, or you must adjust the way you play in Scrabble based on the scoreboard. And you see the scoreboard here, he's up by nearly a bingo. So what is he most worried about? A bingo from my opponent. I love the idea to play defense. He's going to take the V, which is the best blocker in the game, and throw it out into space. V-I-N-T, defense from Agkapun.
Well, I'm feeling a bit vindicated because my Nevi is actually coming up towards the top of the sim, but it's spelling it N-A-E-V-I to get rid of one of the vowels. But the problem with that is that it then makes the board a bit more volatile, more to play through.
Ooh, okay, another 9 alert for those who love puzzles. This is the highest scoring bingo for Jason, a nice 86, but there is a 9 available for 82 on this move. So those who love puzzles, there you go. Have fun. Jason, though, having fun with his bingo. He's pulled ahead by 9 points after the big score. And now Agapun feels the pressure, feels the heat. WHL is a great draw into those vowels, though. We'll see what he opts to do with them here. He's going to be scoring in the mid 30s or high 20s at least, no matter what. He's not going to be bingoing on this turn, but he gets to make a statement now. Am I opening the board? Am I trying to set up one of these high scoring letters? Oh man, this is another very, very interesting turn for Agpun. Robin, what do you like here?
What do I like here? Well, I'm looking at the pool. I can't make a decision in a vacuum. I have to look at what's going on the board, what's going on in the pool, what's going on in my word knowledge, what's going on in the board in terms of what I want to open up. There is still a blank to be had. All of the S's are now gone, so that is no longer an issue. There's a V, a W. There's some nice tiles, but we're missing R's, we're missing S's, we're missing more bingo prone tiles. So how can I score and not give back? There's something to be said for a play like have, but there's 4 D's to come. So through the V, playing HALVE, I think is a no-go because there's 4 D's to come. Playing a word like a while over the S in breasts gets rid of 6 tiles, really gives you an opportunity to get that blank. There's lots of A's, E's, D's, M, N's, O's. There's lots of bingo prone tiles. So right now, I think and it doesn't take an S, not that there is one left. So I'm kind of thinking I would like to play off a lot of tiles. Alternatively, the H goes underneath the S in breasts and makes a very nice first letter to try to extend it down 7 letters to make a nice bingo and then double the H in both directions. So I also want to undouble my L's, even though there are no more L's coming. So there's no chance of getting a third L. But I would like to get rid of at least one of them. Another possibility is to play wave through the V in vint. All of the R's are gone, but again, it takes a D. So I'm not giving my opponent any easy D hooks right now. So I'm kind of thinking there's still decent tiles left. I'm going to blow up my rack. There's nothing special here. Play a while and see what comes of it.
Yeah, a while looks pretty solid to me, especially with the Q, this X both being played already. You're not going to get bombed. HALVE through the V is a strong option, though. I mean, it does take the hooks. It takes a D, an R, and an S. To string that out is tough, but to score 30 right now is great in a game where every point matters. I misspoke earlier. I thought Jason was bingoing with respring for 86. Actually, reprints for 80 means we've got just a 3-point game. And as Robin suggested, a while coming down, dig into that tile bag, see what stuff you can draw. Don't give a D hook to my opponent. Will Agapun draw the second blank in this game? We'll find out in just a moment. But Jason's going to do some damage on this turn with the J.
Well, what's interesting, a while also, what he had to take into account when he put it down was what is it going to do to the board? And it created this massive place for a word like caught, Q-A-T, but the Q is gone. It created a massive spot for the X, but the X is gone. So even though it could be a very volatile play earlier in the game when either of those tiles was still available, it is now a safer one. And really the worst tile that could go over it right now is the H. But I think it's a worthwhile sacrifice to play that in order to pick another blank. And look at his rack; he's picked a blank.
He's found it. This is it's called tile turnover in Scrabble, and it was the predominant prevailing strategy in Division 1 play in the 1990s, early 2000s, until engine analysis from computers said it's actually better to keep all of your really good letters and try to draw bingos as often as you can. But tile turnover still certainly has merit. Drawing a blank is that merit, and Agapun has found the blank. Now, the next task for him is going to be to do some damage with it. He does have a 7-letter word that plays, a word knowledge check for Agapun. But Jason on turn now with the J. He could play it, Jobed, through the E in a while scores well, but Robin, putting the J in a triple word column, pretty tough. You're going to get punished pretty hard. This is what Jason's looking at, though. I think another strong option for him would be to hold the J back, to stack on top of a while, play D-O-O-B.
Yeah.
You like that?
I like that. The problem is this, okay? He's down by 23 points. He plays the Jobed, he goes ahead, but he gives 36 points back. So he's in exactly the same spot he was before, and he's saved 3 vowels on his rack, and there's still 14 vowels to come, and almost an equal amount of consonants. But on the other hand, he's just saved GIAO, which is kind of cool. So it could go either way. What if, so I'm going to get my 46 points for Jobed. And if my opponent doesn't have anything, I have now saved away not only to empty my rack of all of these excess vowels, I've also given myself another 33 points. So there's actually a lot to be said for having played Jobed.
Yes, but keeping 3 vowels and drawing into this many more, a bag with a ton of them, danger, danger. JIAO will bail him out, but EEIN, the draw, EEIN would be the leave there, should the spot even stay open. Now, if Agkapun finds either of his 2 playable bingos here, and he has, look at this, Aasvogel, AASVOGEL. Boy, if you start studying words by just opening the dictionary.
It's such a better game.
Yeah.
It's so much more fun when you know the words.
Yeah, but you open the dictionary to page 1. This is up there with Aardwolf and and Aasvogel. What a find for Agkapun. That is 76. He's found his other bingo, Apogeel. This plays at the bottom of the board for 70. And those are the 2 playable bingos Agkapun has. Now, Aasvogel scores 6 more, but opens the board up. He gets to decide what to do. Robin, what do you like?
This is okay. This is so great that this has happened. Okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to go for the 6 extra points and open, not just to open the board? He's opening up a triple late in the game. You get tripled against late in the game. You might as well get that go-ahead goal in hockey late in the game. You're not coming back. It's not happening. The defense is going to come in. So Apogeel has its own issues, but in terms of being able to play underneath it, let's have a look. That E will now be above the double letter. The F is still not out, right? We could have we could have FEA, we could have all sorts of words that go underneath it. FEAT, just to give a really simple one. So do I take a chance of opening up the triple, which is going to be hard? You have to have the exact right letters, or do I do something like Apogeel on the bottom, open up that E next to the double, which will go to the right to the triple, and potentially give off a huge 55-point play with the F there? I think I'm going with the triple. I think my chances are greater that nothing will happen, nothing terrible, and it will force my opponent to block it in terror.
Oh, check this out. Aasvogel. You are learning words on stream unless you're already a top Scrabble expert. What a find from Agkapun, making Thailand proud in Bangkok. This is sick. And he pulls ahead. Jason's rack, very bad. I think JIAO almost forced for him here, unless he wants to play.
He's going to play Jiao. He's going to play Jiao.
Yeah, Jiao is forced. So no punish coming. What a find for Agkapun, who's in a good position here now.
Now, what was very impressive about these 2 games, have you noticed, Matt, in the rules that are played to apply to the game across the pond with CSW, with call-ins, you get to have a free challenge in terms of you can challenge the person. If it's wrong, they only lose 5 points. They don't lose their turn. And we have not seen a single challenge in either of our 2 games. And we're seeing some pretty obscure words.
Indeed we are. But that speaks to the quality of player we have. Over 400 players are playing at this Causeway Challenge in Bangkok. The top 88 were put into Division 1 out of the 5 divisions playable here. And I have never seen a Division 1 where the bottom rated player is still rated in the mid 1800 range. I believe the lowest rated player here is 1840. So no easy games at all, only extremely strong Scrabble players. And this is what that means. You see words like Aasvogel, co-equate, and no challenges, because everybody knows these words at the top level. It's beautiful.
It's absolutely beautiful. But then again, we are going to see situations where someone might challenge a 4 which is I've always found that very, very interesting that because there are just so many of them. But in terms of this kind of a rack, the AAOE with a V, you do study that. Can you believe it? You actually make lists that have AAOV as examples, and you will have seen this word many, many times.
Yeah. I've got a VOOP list, VOOP, because I just feel like I draw those 4 letters together too much.
You're kidding.
So let me just learn every single word with VOOP in it all at once, so that when I do draw those, and yeah, the VOG list, VOG. JIAO was held by Jason last turn, and he is able to eject some vowels. This is some of the merit to playing Jobed is, well, if something goes south for me, I at least have 33, and he does indeed have 33. Check out this post-bingo draw for Agapun. The Z was a great start, but yeah, Robin, all those consonants, a little bit of danger lurking. He is up by 20, but some ugly, ugly tiles. Will they be good enough for him to hang on? What are you seeing here, Robin?
I'm seeing a very common Scrabble word through that A in Osvogel, which was, again, so he did pick up the F that I was worried about if he had played Apogeel. But he picked up so few vowels that it wasn't going to be an issue. But now, by playing Osvogel, 2 triple lines have been open, and he's got the very lovely Nizam through the A in Osvogel to score 48 points. He also has Maizen through the E in Osvogel as well, but then he'll be opening up his own triple row. And then after that, all the scores go way, way down from 48 to 32, just getting rid of MM. That's one of my favorite words. Scoring that next on top of YU in Yuft will score 23 points and at least save 1 vowel. Very worrisome to him is that there are still 2 N's unseen, and it would be just like me, Matt, to just pick up the other 2 N's, play off MM and pick up NN.
Yep. That's Scrabble for you. I would say there are some positions in Scrabble where players will debate infinitely whether this or that was a better line, and even computer analysis doesn't necessarily give us an answer. This one, a slam dunk, obvious. You need to play NIZAM here. Way stronger than anything else. You got to find it, Ekapun.
Then he saves FMT, which is not the nicest, considering what's in the bag, especially if he picks a G or a W or a V. So he's got some nervous stuff coming up. But when you have an opportunity to, it would be nice to hold on to the Z and maybe double it in both directions, to the right or to the left, even with a word like says or fez or whatever. But I think you got to take the points now and then just pray to the tile gods as you stick your hand in the bag that you don't pick up the terrible tiles.
One of the nice things about holding FMT is you see there were 11 vowels versus 11 consonants. And in the game of Scrabble, there are 36 to 38 vowels as compared to 62-ish consonants, depending on how you define Y and blank as letters. So to see a 50-50 split of vowels to consonants, you know the vowels are likely to come. And if they don't come, your opponent is stuck with all of them. So that's good news for Akapun, and he has found 3 vowels in that vowel-heavy bag. That's going to save him. He's got nice words like mufti, M-U-F-T-I, to work out of this rack. Looking good for Agapun, especially as we can see Jason's rack, E-E-H-I-I-N-N. We call these triple doubles in Scrabble, where you have 3 different sets of duplicate letters. They really limit the options available. Racks like this are hard, don't have a lot of good plays. This is looking dire for Jason. Robin, do you see any way for Jason to crawl back into this game?
Well, this is the thing. So he has to score, but being down 68 points, he probably has to bingo unless he can get to 30, 40-point plays to Agakapun's none, or very, 10 points here, futzing around type of thing. He's got to keep the board open, and he's got to get rid of his double letters. But what he's decided to do is just go for the highest scoring points, which came up first in the sim. But then when we did a championship simulation, it went way down this Heben play. Is saving him the 2 I's. There's still another I unseen, and I think he's got 7 minutes. I think he played this a little too quickly. I think this is a situation where he really needed to think it through. The sim had suggested AINE under Puliest, LIGINREE, saving HINE. You hold on to that H to hook onto the I in a while. You see what comes up. I think he played this a little too quickly.
I don't know. The sim is really aggressively shelling out for a bingo here, but a sim is not great in these late in the game situations. Any human is going to try to block your bingo lines if you're fishing. But Akapun has found a very nice play here that blocks some things up as well. Tufa, Tufa, 29 points. And the other very nice thing about this is the pacing. As you get towards the end of Scrabble, one of the best things you can do is leave 3 tiles in the bag. That maximizes the odds that you get to make the game's last play. You get 1 additional turn compared to your opponent. So pacing-wise, Tufa does some nice things. MID is pretty flexible. This has set Agapun up great for the end of this game. All he's got to do now is try to hold on and survive a bingo or try not to get bingoed on. And DDEGIIN, that's not going to do it. So Jason's going to make one last Hail Mary, probably going to play 2 tiles here and just see if he can draw a miracle. But looking good for Akapun getting Thailand's first win on stream, perhaps.
Well, if I was in Akagabun's place, I would be worrying very much right now, because not only is there ing available, there's the N in Nizam available in case Jason does not have the N to do a very easy ing bingo and out. He's not that far ahead that he can sustain a 70-point bingo, for example. And there's also on top of reprints. So there are actually 2 places on the board for him to bingo. He's not, and it's not his turn, so he can't block one of them. With how many tiles left in the bag? There are 3 tiles in the bag. Definitely he's going to want to get rid of probably ID. I'd have to sit down and think it through a little bit and hold on to the DEGIN and hope for the best that he either can bingo through the N in Nizam or start with a vowel off of reprints. So if I was Akagabun, I'm feeling okay, but I'm also not completely comfortable.
Now, one thing Scrabble players do for those newer to the game is they track off what has been played. So you have a better and better sense of what your opponent has. If you've done your paperwork correctly, then at the end of the game, you know exactly what your opponent has, and you can block the appropriate threats accordingly. So one of the nice things about Tufa is leaving 3 in the bag. Jason's probably going to have to play 2 tiles on this turn, and Akapun has a very good idea of what threats could be left on Jason's rack and which line, the top or the bottom, he needs to block at the end of this game. And he has, as we've said before, Scrabble's best blocking tile in the V. So we'll see how much information is left available from Akapun's perspective after this. But Jason, I suspect he's going to grab an I and a D and either play them for the maximum amount of points, that'd be under the HI in a while, or try to open up a new line on this board. But this is his last stand.
Is there another line? Yeah, if you're looking, yeah, he could play. There's no point playing id to the left of Coley to make IO and DA because there's no O left for him to bingo off of. I'm just trying to see if there's another place that he can open, but I don't think that there is. He's got off of reprints and he's got through the I and through the N in Nizam, which I would think, now what Akagabun's going to have to do is go through what is possibly on Jason's rack, and does he even have the possibility of a 7-letter word that will start on top of reprints, and it will have to start with a vowel. One situation that he could have had in the previous turn when he played Tufa was to play Fam to the left of Leek, making Fleek, AY, and M, which scored a lot more points and gave a lot more back. Playing Tufa scored. He played very, very quickly. These are very, very complicated end games, and perhaps Tufa was the best play, but I think taking a bit more time would be good.
All right, so here indeed comes the D-Fish, D-I-A-L, playing 2 tiles, and Akapun is going to be doing his paperwork now. He's tracking what has been played, looking at what is left, and we've got that on display for you over there, but it looks like the unseen pool, ADEGINOW. So looking at that, there are some 7-letter words, things like Wendigo, WENDIGO.
Endowing. He's got endowing.
Yes, endow. So he's got 8-letter words at the top of the board. The N, a huge threat. He could also threaten awninged, AWNINGED through that N.
Ugh.
But Agapun is going to look, are there 7-letter words at play at the bottom above reprints that I need to block? And the top Scrabble players, people as good as Agapun, will be able to look at 8 letters and say, no, I don't see any 7s that start with the vowel. The only available threats that Jason could have, regardless of what's in the bag, endowing or awninged on the top of this board. And you see, Agapun has already lined up a block for it. Vomit through the eye and Nizam is going to block endowing and win Agapun this game. Now, it takes confidence to make a play, empty the bag, give your opponent the opportunity to bingo out on the last move. But Vomit will win the game for Agapun. Does he block?
So let me give you a hypothetical for people out there, since we're going to have a little time, because he is going to play Vomit. He is going to block it. Let's say you're sitting in a situation, you have this ADE, you have the 8 tiles left, and you look at it and you see all of the potential bingos, and one of them actually does start with a vowel, and the other one goes through the N, as we have with endowing. Which one are you going to block? You're going to have to make a decision. So at that point, you have to be a bit of a mathematician, and you're going, what is the statistical likelihood of him having something through the N or having something starting with the A? And then sometimes you're going to have to guess luckily. Right. So I think he's making the right choice. I would have blocked that as well. If I had, well, I guess there's really no way of knowing. Sometimes you just have to take a chance.
You go with your gut. You try to stare at your opponent and see if they're looking at the top of the board or the bottom of the board, or if they're giving you any information. But yeah, sometimes you just run with your gut. Now, in this case, it was a straightforward decision for Agapun. All the threats are on the top. I am blocking the top. I am using my V to block the top. And as he does his paperwork, he's probably like, ooh, yep, endowing was there. My opponent had it. I did block it. Agapun doing all the right things. He's gonna win this game. No playable bingos, Wendigo on Jason's rack, but no spot for it. He will not be able to win.
No, he's not going to be able to win. And he's going to be able to make the score a little bit closer, but he's not going to be able to. He's going to be able to do words like very pretty Wongid through the N in Vint, for example, or the lovely awning that Matt mentioned before, which is just a lovely, sometimes if you're not going to win the game, you can save face by playing something really pretty.
Yes, awninged would be a really nice find here for Jason. Wongid through that N, as Robin said. Tough to spot, making WOS and OUT, but pretty cool. So a big win for Thailand, and we're seeing reports coming from elsewhere in round 2. Another big win for Thailand, as Naraz's Vesdapunt, who goes by Saint more frequently, defeated Nigel Richards. I talked to Saint last night. He has played Nigel twice and is 1-1 lifetime against him. So to come back to his home country in Bangkok and to beat Scrabble's GOAT in a lexicon that Saint does not play very often, that's got to feel wonderful if that report is true. Way to go, Saint.
The Saints came marching in.
Indeed, they did. This is round 2 out of 36 from the Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, Thailand. The biggest Scrabble tournament I have ever had the privilege to be a part of. 440 some odd players split across 5 divisions. We're going to be showing you games from the Premier Division, the top 88 players in the room, for the next 4 days. 10 games today, 10 tomorrow, 10 on Sunday, and 6 more on the tournament's final day. The stakes in this tournament, $10,000 US is the first prize, which is huge, huge prize money. We'll have to watch and see who comes out on top. The real winner is all of us at home, who have 3 streams and 7 more annotated games to watch live all weekend. Absolute nerd heaven. Deg and Gleek, what Jason opts to play here. He hasn't quite done the math. He has now run overtime. That's going to be a 10-point deduction from his score at the end of this game. These are so pressure-filled situations, but the time penalty is simply just going to be spread. He can't do anything to win this game.
No. And since we have a little time, because there's nowhere for Akakaban to go out, and in fact, the sim had suggested that he plays Divot instead of Vomit, which would have done the same thing, but kept an M, because I think it saw that there were going to be outplays with what was in the bag. Since we have a little bit of time, and since I did this work yesterday all afternoon, I don't know that we're going to see Akakaban again. We just never know. So I'll just give you a little bit of background on him. He's considered an international master, and he has over 600 tournament games tracked internationally, and he's been ranked among the premier competitors in Thailand's highly competitive national Scrabble pool. Now, he has played in the 2026 Westpac Gamesmith Grand Prix, and he maintained a very strong presence there, finishing among the elite players in his home country. In 2025, he played in the Magnolia Regional Thailand Series, and he finished again in the upper echelons of the Masters Division with a notable plus spread. And then in the King's Cup Brands Crossword game, he is a regular participant in Thailand's National Championship, which is the largest English Scrabble tournament in the world. And we know that it's the largest one because we had some issues with getting the boards here. The boards got stuck in Vietnam. There were special boards made for the Causeway Challenge. They've been in Vietnam for 2 weeks now in customs. And because we're in Thailand and because the presence of Scrabble is so huge, just called up the association. Oh, by the way, we need 225 boards. Oh yeah, no problem. We'll just bring them over to you.
Yeah, the Bangkok Crossword Club, as often in Thailand, Scrabble called Crossword instead. But the Bangkok Crossword Club with a massive save, bringing us all the boards and equipment needed to get literally 230 simultaneous games of Scrabble played. We are so appreciative of them and the huge presence that Scrabble has here in Thailand. Oh yeah, of course. We got 200 boards and sets and tiles and all the stuff. Yeah, we got you. So incredible. Akapun going to play AID on this move for 15 more points. He's up to 450. Jason unable to play out on this move. He cannot get rid of his last 4 tiles, so he's going to play 3 of them, NOWS and Vomito. And Akapun will make this game's last play with his AN. Just try to maximize the points out of those. I want to make sure we get to the overhead mic as soon as the players go out. Looks like they're resolving a small score dispute here, but this game goes to the man from Thailand. And I think it is absurd. Akapun has played this game very well. He's a relative unknown in this field. That's how many good players there are. Let's cut to that mic as Akapun has gone out.
Five. 4, 2, 5, 4, 2, 5, 4, 6.
Okay, round 3 pairing. For those
So
of
my
you
next
who have
one,
problem with your phone, you can see your pairing out there on the foyer.
4, 6, 5. Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you.
There's something we didn't used to have in the past, is that handing in the score through your phone. So this is always going to be a little bit at the beginning of the discussion that they're going to start doing that.
Yeah, it looks like it's all business for Akapun. He's just putting in the score on his phone right away. Good tournament etiquette as well. You don't forestall anything. Now, no discussion at all. We're just going to tap on reprints for a second and then put the tiles in the corners. So 2 for 2 on a no post-mortem situation, but we do have the overhead mic. We hope to capture some really cool banter from players, especially as some of these games are likely to be very, very spicy. Round 3, just minutes away. You heard tournament organizer Michael Tang making an announcement on the overhead mic that pairings are already up. They are projected on massive screens all around the playing room, which is so cool. If you haven't seen pictures of the playing room or photos of it, you really ought to. It's beautiful, huge screens all over the place, a giant stage up front, and just infinite Scrabble boards on tables all across the room. Truly a beautiful tournament here in Bangkok and a beautiful city. What a venue Michael Tang has chosen here at the Miracle Grand Hotel. Great food. Many of the players trickling in 2, 3, 4 days early to enjoy the beauty of Bangkok. Robin, we've had some incredible food, haven't we?
Well, honestly, I've had a lot of Chinese food. I think I've only had Thai food in the few days. I came in a week early to try to acclimatize to the time. We've had some incredible food. We've had some. I've done some incredible touring. I've gone to the Grand Palace. I've gone to a floating market. I've gone to a railway market. It's very, very hot here. I will have to say it's very, very painful to be outside. It's very humid, but it's been so beautiful. And the people, have you noticed as well? The people here are just so lovely. We don't get this kind of service in North America. I wish they would come here and learn from them.
Yeah, sawadika everywhere you go,
Sawadika.
every greeting. People so kind, so polite, food so good, city so beautiful, so big. I wish I had come 3 weeks earlier. If I didn't have a thing called a job, I think I would have. What a tournament this has been so far. A great experience for all the players. Hopefully, a great experience for you watching at home. I want everybody to do some homework as we cut over to a preview of the standings 2 rounds in. If you're watching on YouTube, please give us a little click on the like button down below. But wow, look at some of these spreads just around in. Agkapun was in second place going into that game with a 266-point win in round 1. He will move up to 2-0 early on in this one. And look at the Thai representation up here on the board. We've got Agkapun, we've got Putapong, we've got Nakathorn, we've got Chayata, we've got Akshay from India, one of the strongest players there. Nutisuri coming as well. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Well,
Wow.
these are all people without jet lag. So we're going to see how it goes as the week goes on and people catch up with the time. It could be a bit of like stars in their eyes because, and I know Sammy Okusaga, for example, didn't get in until after midnight.
Yeah, he said he came in at 3 a.m. and just jumped into his first game, and his opponent bingoed 5 times on him. Welcome to Bangkok, Sammy. Let's check some of the scores. I know for those newer to Scrabble, like what kind of scores should I be expecting to get to compete with these players? Well, check that out. 600 points, 620 just in round 1. What a strong start to this tournament for Kian Boon Liu. 595, 574. We had 10 players score 500 points out of 88 here in round 1. There are going to be so many points, so many good games captured. Still a lot to happen. We've got one more game coming your way, Robin. I think we'll cut to a little bit of break between them.
Right?
So we'll wet our whistles just a little bit. Robin and I have a lot of talking to do with 10 games of Scrabble. So you guys at home, please click that like button. If you're watching on YouTube, please keep hanging out with us. If you're watching on MeWatch, consider hopping over to channels 2 or 3 for table 2, for table 3, additional commentary, additional Scrabble to watch, poke around on the live coverage. There's so much you can do to participate as a follower of the Causeway Challenge. Right now, you're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
And we will cut for a little break, and we look forward to seeing you when we come back.
we showed you the players who scored the most points in round one, and scoring a lot of points in Scrabble likely going to put you in first place. So after round one, Kian Boon Liu was in first place, and he will get to play on board one in round three. Kian Boon Liu and his opponent, Alexander Ghazali, two players pretty unknown to us, but we'll get a chance to learn them a lot better, won't we, Robin?
Well, apparently, according to our producer, they're well known to each other, which means that not only are they going to be taking into account their own recs, but they're also going to be taking into account their knowledge of their opponent and what he is likely to do, and then make a decision, a calculated decision based on the knowledge of the other player's playing style, how they're going to play.
Oh, it's going to be fun. Let's cut over to the board. We've got Kian Boon Liu. We've got Alexander Ghazali. We've got Scrabble coming your way. But who better to break down the psychology between two players who know each other so well than you, Robin?
Yes, I have a history of a clinical psychologist, and one of the fun things I like to do is really look close at the players and try to imagine, try to figure out based on their body language, their eye movement, etc., what it is that's going through there and how they are likely to behave.
People ask a lot, like, what game is most similar to Scrabble? And I think the best answer might just be poker, because poker is a game about reading, making inferences, guessing kind of what your opponent has, where they are with their tiles, and adjusting your play because of it. Much like in poker, players have unknown cards. So we'll see. And then knowing a history of your opponent and how they tend to play makes it all the more interesting. ALLLMOR, triple L's on the first rack for Kian Boon Liu, but he set up immediately what looks like his strongest play, MORALL. So we don't know too much about this guy, but when I see you find the best, highest scoring, longest word on your rack in 10 seconds or less, that's a good omen, isn't it, Robin?
I think that's really, really good. It does everything you want. There's other possibilities. You can play Mola, M-O-L-L-A. You can play M-O-L-A-L and save L-R. Both are very nice. You know, you pick a couple of vowels, a T, you're off to the races. He's decided early in the game, play as many tiles as possible, definitely untriple those L's and see what comes out of the bag.
All right. Doesn't look like we know what Alexander Ghazali has on his rack yet. We do know he comes from Indonesia. I saw a very well-dressed Indonesian cohort showing up as a team this morning. And that's been one of the cool things about this tournament is the players and the pride they have in their relative countries. I saw Team India roll in where they had customized T-shirts with all 50 some odd players' names on the back together. Team Australia came in looking swaggy in some green and white jerseys with their individual player names on the back. Team Indonesia was looking fire this morning. We'll see if Alexander Ghazali can make them proud. Looks like we don't have the rack cam quite working, but a strong looking play. Lurex holding CK coming from Alex. Strong start to the game for him. And it looks like a strong response coming for Kian Boon Liu, who's found this game's first blank. Will he be bingoing? We'll find out shortly, but he can score
he's got Thielen.
Oh my God.
First thing I saw was Thielen. I've played that word before. And is our Scrabble player Mike Thielen?
There is, yeah. Not quite spelled the same
spelled differently,
way.
but this is, I mean, it was the right thing to do. You're going to play Rex, but Lurex. But whenever you open up these triple letters against tiles that are very easy to hook, and especially you have the AX and then you have an E after it, it really is a little bit gulp worthy. Let's see. Yeah, he sees Thielen. He knows Thielen. It's going to go down quickly. There's really not much to think about.
The only thing that you're going to hold back on this turn is, hey, maybe I've got a double. I can hit two double word squares at once through the OR, through the MU. If I could do that on stream early on in this one, oh my goodness, that would be an all-time highlight. So he's going to take a little bit more time, but he's seen Thielen, and it plays making ORT, REH, and AXE for 94 points. That's hard to pass. On Alexander Ghazali's rack, though, we saw him set up Mickery as soon as he drew it. M-I-C-K-E-R-Y. That is not a word that a lot of players know. The C-K-M-Y combination makes it very unlikely to be drawn. So these guys both displaying excellent word knowledge on early on in this one. Thielen coming down. Mickery will play backhooking Moral with the sneaky Y backhook to make morally. So Oh my goodness.
What a
great
game. What a game. And you know what's interesting? I just did the math, Matt, and if he had found a double-double, if there had been one, it would have been worth the exact same 94 points.
Oh, that's incredible. Maybe a double-double through the MU. Perfect slotting, the long 9-timer. But yeah, no, Thielen, such a strong play. 116 after just 2 moves for Keon Boone Liu. Alex, though, can take the lead if he spots. We know he's seen Mickery. Is he confident on the word? Does he notice the morally hook? He's got Mickery set back up. Does he see the place to play it?
Well, I also saw him put crikey. So he has definitely seen the Y hook for moral, but the question is he going to pull the trigger? And I think he's not going to.
Oh yeah. So Micker, Micker, also valid. Maybe he has seen the Y hook, but in 5-point challenge, you've got to be very, very confident of a word if you put it down on the board. He saw it. He pulls his way out of it. Oof.
So let's talk about challenges for a second while he's going to sit there. Oh, he is playing crikey. In this level game of Scrabble with the Collins Dictionary, it is a 5-point penalty, and it is incumbent upon the person playing the word to have the word knowledge, because there's only a 5-point penalty. In Scrabble, where I play it, you can actually lose your turn for missing your for an incorrect challenge. So you really, really need to know your words when you put it down. He saw Mickery. The only thing I would say to him, the only advice I would give to him is simply, you found it immediately. You've seen the word somewhere. There's a reason why you found the word so quickly. It's because you've seen it somewhere. Take a chance.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason my brain pinged the way it did, and it's probably not because I'm glitching in the matrix. I'm probably seeing this for a reason, but alas, EGGQTV blank the rack for Alex. I think you've got to exchange there, right, Robin?
Oh, there's absolutely no question, and he changed the exact right tiles. Although I know you would have kept a G, would you not have, Matt?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. G is not a good letter. I hate it. We're going to make this joke all week, I'm sure, but no, get rid of the G, unless maybe there's an N to go with it. Not the case here. Throw it back. Now, can Alex find a bingo? Oh, this looks so promising for him. Oh yeah. Great pull post exchange. Kian now, DEIMSUV. That UV combination Robin's already talked about. Pretty brutal, but the rest of that rack pretty good. Now he gets to choose between playing long here, scoring as much as 38, or just trying to grab the UV and maybe 1 or 2 other letters, playing short and going for a bingo. What do you like here, Robin?
Well, this is the situation. Do you want to burn the S? There's a 6-letter word through Thielen, off of Thielen, doubling the M. See if people can figure that one out. It takes an A in front of it. That's a little bit of a hook, of a hint. Or do you do the obvious thing, which is to get rid of vum, for example, to the left of morally, making umu and mort? The one trouble with vum is that you don't yourself have an O, which goes in front of vum to make ovum, to make use of the hook. So sometimes you really don't want to open the board and create situations where you don't have a tile that could be used by the word that you have played. He also has he could also hold on to the S and play words like mirved, M-I-R-V-E-D, through crikey, holding, unfortunately, onto the U, but he keeps his S. The question is, how much is the S worth? The word that I was talking about earlier with Thielen was abusive. It gets rid of the U, it gets rid of the V, it scores 38 points, it gives you a crack at 6 new tiles. The problem with mirved is that it holds onto the U, but it does preserve the S. So how much is that S worth? Normally, we think it's worth 7 or 8 points. So you could say, yeah, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. The problem is that you're saving, when you play mirved, you're saving U with it, which instantly devalues the leave on your rack. So I would probably go with Musev.
Yeah, but VIRED, what we see, and this is going to pick up 5 additional points. This is valid, but hey, in Scrabble with 5-point challenge, if you're even remotely unsure, go ahead and check it. So we're going to see our first challenge of the tournament here in round 3. Players are going to get up, walk over to a computer where they'll type in the play. It'll either turn up green or red. In this case, we know it's going to be green, and 5 additional points will be added to the play. So 5 more points for Kian Boon Liu gives him 119 to Alexander's 116. Now, when you have a rack like Alex's, AEFORT blank, you're almost a lock to bingo, but can you maximize the points? And this is an excellent, excellent puzzle for those at home. What is the max you can score? There are 4 playable bingos. They score 62, 66, 72, and 85? Can you find it? Can Alex find it?
Well, this
That's
was the example we were talking before with every time a word is on the board, well, we had the equate. So we had co-equate, we had adequate. So look at morally. What might go, not after it, but what might go in front of it? Ah, the A in an amoral fashion. So an AL is a very, very easy 2-letter suffix to a lot of words. So now that we've given you this hint, try to figure out what that bingo is that ends in AL.
Yeah. So will you notice the spot? Will you find the bingo that plays there? That's the task for Alex now, but potential for huge, huge points. 85. Sick.
And not an easy one. And the question is, how do you pronounce it?
Is it Forestal or is it
Forestall.
Yeah, Forestall with just 1 L. Has he found it? He's close.
I don't think
He's
so.
close. He's got most of it set up correctly.
But
boy.
but keep that in mind. Now, it's not a really great spot. But if he does play Forestal, it does take the L afterwards. And let's say you're in a tight end game and you have to score, 15 points, for example, and you could stick that L and make a 3-letter word, and all of a sudden you've stolen the game because you found this really unusual, unexpected letter that you can stick on Forestall. So you have to keep in mind all of these things. If you see anything really interesting, write it down on your score sheet, because you're going to be looking at 400,000 other things for the rest of the game. So just let you have some visual cues, write stuff down on your score sheet, make use of it so it reminds you to cue you that that L spot is available.
Yeah, we'll see. First, you have to spot the play. That's the big ask for Alex now. And then does the hook come into play later on? I've actually been burned on this one personally in a big tournament game before. Did not even think about the L behind it. And then, wow, got crushed.
Right?
So when you learn things the hard way, you never forget them again. Will Alex learn the hard way to always look for the A front hook on morally in the future? I guess we'll find out soon. But I do know any mistake you make on stream, especially in a tournament with stakes as high as this one, with a field as strong as this one, those are etched into your memory as a Scrabble player forever.
Now, what else does he have if he's not going to find, gun moss, oak moss, gun moss? I don't think. Nice thought. What else does he has? He through the K, he's got a lovely word, but you have to make the blank a vowel, which is not often what you're going to do.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be so freak out is what Robin's referring to there. That's the 72-point backup bingo, but looking through a K, making the blank a U, that one's also really tough. And then if you don't notice Forestal for 85 because of the sneaky hook, if you don't spot freak out, then all of a sudden you're only scoring 66 with trade-off through the D at the bottom. At that point, for a score that low out of a rack this good, maybe you don't even play the bingo. Maybe you hold that blank back for next turn and score in the high 20s instead. This is a very challenging turn for Alex. I'm trying to figure out if they haven't reactivated the clock after that challenge, or if our clock is just lagging a little bit. But this is a turn that's going to take a lot of time. Is Alex getting free time on his clock here? We'll see.
It is difficult. So did you mention that you mentioned freak out, right? As
Yes,
the other, and
yes.
did you mention trade-off?
Yes.
Okay, so we're good. We're all there. Yeah, what do you do if you can't find the bingo? Amorally, I mean, if he had thought about it, I think he would have found it right away, because Forestal is not very hard. And yes, people are saying that, how do you pronounce Forestal? So yeah, he's not finding it. So he's saving what we call a stem rack, odor with a blank. It makes, 8 million other bingos once he picks up another tile. There's almost nothing that he can pick up except for the Q that he will not be able to bingo next turn. If that F is clunky, if he couldn't find the bingo and he not thinking of amorally, it's a perfectly fine play.
If you're gonna do something like this, I think you'd rather play TIFO, TIFO, same spot, but grab several more points,
Yeah.
9 extra points. The O's not really helping you all that much. But okay, if you're not, maybe he even saw
Well-
bingo and passed up here. It's okay.
The thing is, orate with a blank is so powerful. If you take off if you play TIFO and you play off another 2 tiles, a T and an O, which are both very nice tiles, and maybe you pick up VV, maybe you can't pick up V, but you pick up ZG, like you.
I or UU.
That's
yeah.
it. I like the idea. If you're not going to find it, just pick the one, take off one tile, and no matter what you pick up, you're almost certain that you're going to be able to put down a bonus board right afterwards. Mind you, the board is not in good shape. This is the only thing I have to say. He has now blocked bingos through the K, and where are you going to bingo?
Yeah, see where the V in Vired is, see where the C in Crikey is. This board is blocked, especially if you don't see or don't notice the A morally hook up at the top. So where does your bingo go, even if you draw it? That's part of the challenge here. And now the big ask for Kian is...
What do I do?
My opponent just played 1 tile. Okay, he's almost definitely got good stuff. This is the poker we were talking about in Scrabble. Now I don't want to open the board at all because I know you've got good stuff, but how do you make a play that doesn't open the board here, Robin?
So I've got something really intriguing to suggest here, Matt, and you tell me how intrigued you are. Smug takes an S, which is not something that you might necessarily know. And I said to you earlier today, isn't it interesting that there hasn't been a single bonus word that's been challenged? And I said, but you're going to see a 4-letter word that's going to get challenged, I promise you. And here we saw a 5-letter word be challenged. So it's very, very close. Smug, the fact that it takes an S may not be known. You have 2 S's. You need to get rid of one of them. Why not play mugs and orts and make that S hook for yourself along the triple row?
Well, I'll tell you why. You are setting your own S up, but 2 more S's unseen in the bag, and my opponent just played 1 tile?
But maybe they don't know the S hook.
If they... Yes, but you said these players know each other quite well.
That'd
be a sign
there
of
you go.
disrespect. Set up the word that I don't think you know. Showing some respect here. It's going to play the same tiles, but play them at the bottom instead. I like the defense. I like the respect from Kian. This is really going to limit the possible bingo back options for Kian. And out of a rack, AEGORT blank, which has so much promise, there is nothing.
Yeah.
Not a single playable bingo.
This
for
was the
Alex.
problem by playing if it was a nice open board, then why not? But it's not an open board. You've got fantastic tiles. You don't want to play around with that blank on your rack for 2-3 turns. Playing something that would have opened the board a bit more would have been the correct thing to do. Right now, all I can see for him is something like Grove, and he could hold off playing the T on it, which hooks it, in order to create a hook for himself. And then he's created nice bingo lanes off the G and the R, and then one to hook Grover, Grovit, all those kind of bingos that go off, letters that go off the GROVE.
So he's going to play a little bit tighter. He's going to play Grav. This is a risk, holding the O, which is objectively a much worse tile than the A, but keeping more tiles together. Every letter you draw when trying to bingo increases the risk that you get the Q or the Z or that absolute just deal breaker tile. So he keeps back and he's drawn quite well. All right, EIHIOST blank. Alex going to bingo
fine.
for sure. Now, Kian with a tough decision. His rack is rather unwieldy. CDGNOBS. Oh, God. And my opponent just fished one and then opened this board up for back hooks on Grav. How do you approach this turn, Robin?
Yeah, I think, he created this huge E, Y, and S hook. I've got a lot of consonants. I think it's time. This is what I don't like about burning an S for very little points, is because invariably you're going to pick up bad tiles on the next turn, and then the best play is to burn your second S, and suddenly you went from a riches of S's to 0. But I think in this case, because of the paucity of vowels on his rack, and because you've got B, D, G, and C, which are all worth 2 or more points, you need to possibly play something like bongs and gravs to block that spot.
Yeah. Look at this. He's going to block even better. Coaxed.
That's and that's another way to approach it. But you just
beautiful.
won't score as much.
Beautiful block, though. I love it.
So this is a very good learning moment for our audience, that there are all sorts of ways to block a board, and it doesn't have to be in the most obvious way. It could be done in this way. Rather than going down to gravy, he went across the board horizontally, and he created the same kind of block. He did not give him an S hook because it's a past tense. So this is actually a very lovely second level play, I would say. Very impressed.
Yeah, now the big risk is if you get bingoed down to the G and grav or from the G and grav, you're in trouble. And no ING on the rack for Alex means there's not going to be a bingo down to the G, but playing from the G, he's got some massive options. He has set up Gothiest, 86 points. Looks really great. The only way you could capitalize even better is to drop the H on the double letter score. And there's not one, but two bingos that'll do that. Alex looking like he's rushing this decision a little bit. Gothiest is good, but Gobshite would be way better.
And that's where he's got plenty of time, 14 minutes. He saw what he saw, but this is the tenet that you new players out there. And you know what? People have been playing for 20 years. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter. When you find a play, take another 30 seconds and find the better.
Yeah, but Gothiest is still going to do a lot of damage. It is now a 97-point lead for Alex, and this is looking tough for Keanu. Rack has not gotten much better. BEGNPST doesn't have plays that score very well. The board is closed because he was playing bingo defense, still got bingoed on. This is looking dire now for Keanu. I'm not seeing options that open the board well without burning the S for him. I don't know what a good line forward is. Keanu needs to slow down this turn, and opening the board is imperative. So what is he's looking at to start? Maybe Benga, BENGA into the A in Rav. He's setting up now just as NEB, trying to find a spot to stack these tiles on the board perhaps. But God, this turn, brutal. The highest score that we're able to see according to our engine is just 22 points, and it has to get rid of the E and the S together, the two best tiles on the rack. This is very sad.
Well, this is the problem with Coast. As much as I liked what it did to the board, I didn't like what it did to his rack. And that is he used his only vowel, and he put himself at risk of not picking too many back up, which is exactly what happened. But we're looking at Alexander's rack as well, and we're going to have midfulls of vowels coming up. Right now it's 25 to 22 in favor of vowels. So the question becomes, how do we get rid of as many of these clunky tiles as possible, and hopefully hold on to that X. But there aren't a lot of ways to do that. There's a word such as Benga, which scores nothing to the A in graph. One thing is to play beast sports, but that's very, very dangerous because there's still a test to come. Or one is just to, he's just getting rid of, he's getting rid of some of his better tiles, but I would be looking to get rid of the P or the B, or both if I could.
All right, look at this. He's just going to play ING for 3. He feels I've got to open this board up desperately. I'll make a big sacrifice to do it now. I need a great draw to connect this unruly lead. And that is a great draw. No sevens in this rack for Keanu. He has opened up the right side of the board. That was huge. He did what he needed to do. And now back on Alex. BDEJSVZ. What a combo there. This is one of those I'm probably never on this rack again in my life kind of situations. Robin, a lot of opportunity to do damage with some cool tiles, was blocking. Big and imperative here. What do you like?
I think the obvious play is to play through the ORT and play boards.
Wow, that is pretty cool. The ORTZ. I would be concerned though about trying to knock out INGO or INGS after the opening. What are we seeing? Deb down. Okay, makes sense. Hold the J, hold the V.
That might bite him in the end. If he picks up 3 vowels, he's golden. You know what? He might.
He just might.
You know what he's just done? He's created a Z for himself. That is so Nigel of him.
The setup. Okay. I'm going to try to reset the stream, see if we can correct these audio issues. We will drop it for just a moment. We'll see y'all soon, and hopefully we're not out of bugs. All right, so a little bit of calculated offense from the player who's already ahead by 100 or so on the scoreboard. DEB setting up.
And he sees it. He sees it.
BORTZ.
Yay.
He's executed. He's got SOZ and boards for over 50. Love this from Alex of Indonesia. Wow.
That was so pretty. That's just gorgeous.
And I'm going to meet your setup with a setup of my own. URB for 5, setting up the S. But luckily for Alex, he's got the S on his rack as well. So, Robin, you played Jots and Herbs.
Oh, yeah.
Hold the Z for boards next turn.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah. All done. Next, move on.
Yeah, that seems. Oh.
Well, so that's an interesting situation. Well, Zoot doesn't take an S, so
It does not. Oh, that would be a fatal blunder. Oh God. Okay, no, he's backing into Jots now. Okay, this is much better. Much better.
yeah.
Okay.
So Jots is worth only 51, but there is a Y hill. I will say this: there is an S unseen and there is a Y unseen, and both go after Bort. Obviously, the most dangerous thing is to stick the Z there, but you can't. You have an S on your rack. There's absolutely no way that you. Oh my goodness, he's thinking of playing Zoots. Oh my goodness, what did I tell you? We're going to see the phonies on the 4s and the 5s today. We're not going to see them on the bingos.
Oh, good. ZOOT is valid, but it doesn't take the S. It only takes a Y for Zooty. That would be a huge mistake, but he will not fall into it. JOTS looks like a great play. Jots and Herbs comes down 51 points, keeps the Z for Bort's next turn. And now Kian has a test. You could tell from the way he arranged his letters, this rack feels familiar to him. He set up Nappets. He set up a Pence, APPENTS. I think he's got that spidey sense that there is a 7-letter word, and he's correct. There is 1 7. It'll play with INGS. But he's got to find it, and he has not done that yet. It is not Nappets. It is not Nappist.
It's a word that would kill both of us as animal lovers.
As animal lovers, yeah. And it's one that I would almost definitely whiff on this rack. The double P, this stuff does not come up very often, but 1 bingo available for Kian, and he's got to find it. He's been nearly over doubled up on the scoreboard. You need the bingo right now. This is Kian's last opportunity to make a stand.
Yes, absolutely. If he misses this, even though it's going to be what we call, again, a baby bingo. It's not going to hit any of the double words. It's going to score probably in the low 70s. I can't do the math that quickly right now. 69. There you go. So that's going to put him up to 247, something like that, 46 or 36. So, or maybe, 26. So, no, he needs to bingo frequently and even often. Frequently and often.
Yep.
So this is not going to do it. He really needs to, but he has to score. He has to play it. It also doesn't make the board that great for future bingos. The R and the A are still available on the left side of the board, but you really need to create all sorts of bingo zones when you're this far behind. But you can't miss the bingo, and he's going to miss the bingo.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to for sure just quite yet, but when you've got a bingo on your rack, every second that passes that you don't get the bingo down is more concern for us in the commentary booth that it is not going to be spotted. Pet Naps would be 69, but it's going to be instead PA. Open up the top, set up both Spa and Opa.
With 4 O's unseen.
Ugh.
Very interesting. Yeah.
You got to try.
You got
if
to
you're down,
yeah.
but yeah, you're so likely to get just absolutely crushed. And I guess from the scores we've seen from Kian, often seems to be his MO. When you play like this, you can score 620 as you did in round 1, but your opponent can too.
Well, he's giving him an 80-point comeback.
Yep.
And he sees it immediately.
Yep.
And that's like scoring when you're up 4-0 and getting 3 empty net goals. Like, yeah, it's
oh boy.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, there will be some mercy in the bag. 80 some odd coming for Alex, but Kian has drawn another bingo. He sees Pinnits. Its anagram also plays. Anagram is 67, Pinnits 65. So can he spot? Yes, he can spot 10 pens. This will play with INGS, highest scoring bingo for Kian here. But it's going to be too little, too late, as this has turned from a sort of back and forwards game into an absolute drubbing.
And he has 10 pins, which is the more elegant bingo.
Indeed it is. Ooh, okay. Perhaps one more moment of intrigue in this game. EIOQTVW now, the rack for Kian. The Q, not good news for him to see. He'll have to choose whether he ejects it right now, QI and LI's 33, or sit on it for one turn. He could play Y or View through the I and 10 pins. Robin, you playing the Q here?
This is your attempt. This is very, very cute. We're going to have this situation over the next 34 games where we're going to try to create tension when there is none.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter if he's stuck with the Q 8 times, he's still going to win this game. So I am just playing View, for example. I'm just, yeah. I mean, I could play, although I could play Q. Where can I play it? I could just play, you want to hold on to that I. You want to make sure that you've got 2 places to play QI. You do. So there's absolutely no reason to play the Q right now. I've got the QI next to the L in Lurex. I've got the QI next to the T in 10 pins. I've got the QI under the A in Azioni. So don't get so worried about holding on to that Q. There's lots of places to play it. Take that, the 42 points of Y or View, preferably Y View, because I'd rather put a W out there than an E, and hold on to the QI. There's no rush to play it, especially when you've got 3 very viable places to put it.
Oh, man. I mean, a little bit of consolation as Kian has drawn 57. This rack has the UWY combination that's usually so bad, but 57? Pretty sick. He's already found the word, unwary, and he's going to find the spot alongside the TEN of 10 pins. He spotted it this quickly, but now he's going to need to count. And when the numbers get that high, it's tough to count plays that score like that. He's going to check the bag and see, maybe I can score 57 now, and if I can draw 6 more tiles, maybe I even bingo. Like, okay, something cool could happen.
Well, right now he's just trying to preserve spread.
Yeah. Scoring 57 is a great way to preserve spread.
Absolutely. And that's what I would do.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any question that he's going to play it. And it's not going to block View.
Yeah, sick. Spotted so quickly for him. Just do the math now. If you can count that high, 57 from the WUY. Nice play for Kian. Still too little, too late, but pretty sick.
And now Alexander has a few choices. He could just play something like Wave down to the TA or Wove in Ta to make Wove and Ita. He can continue with the View, but he will save 3 vowels. Nai takes an E, as you know, and a lot of letters go after the TA, a lot of letters go after the ER. This is all which Unwary has created. So even though Wove might be tempting to do and save A to E, which is a really lovely balanced rack, but look what's left. There's so many vowels left. We're not looking at balance now. Score the points, play Wive, play View, block all of the potential hooks along Unwary.
Oh my God, look at that unseen pool. 10 vowels. 3 consonants, absolute garbage. And look at the rack on Kian. Yeah, he's got a whole lot of them. That's kind of Scrabble sometimes. Add insult to injury. You do make the really nice unwary play, and then you get this garbage. Yeah, the comeback is dead. And Alex doesn't have defense he even needs to think about here. That pool is just so drecky.
I'm seeing some comments that the QI saved View and Wife.
Right.
I agree with you, but it also preserves that spot for his opponent, who also had a W and could have scored 36 points there. So that was why I felt it was more important to play that View or Wife first and then hold on to 3 spots for the QI.
It's all spread at this point. You can kind of do whatever after you've played Thielens for 1 million points and Gothiest for 1 million points as well, and then Azione for even more points somehow. But yeah, I think Wife first, then QI could have been a little stronger for him there. It's all whatever.
It all worked out because he didn't touch it, so he didn't take the spot.
Yep. And here comes Wive. Alex is threatening now to score 500 in this game. We're going to see a lot of 500s this weekend in Bangkok.
God, 600s.
I'm hoping. Michael was saying one of his hopes was to capture a 700 game on stream. So if you're into manifestation at all, please manifest that for me. That would make me, Robin, and I think most of the people watching this stream quite happy as well.
So the only bingo that he had, there is actually a bingo on that rack through a V. I'll give you a little puzzle to figure out. So even if you have A, E, I, U on your rack, this is why we study the 5 vowel bingos, the 7s and the 8. There is an 8 with a consonant with that rack. It's not playable, but just a little puzzle for you to do. Never panic when you see tiles like that. You never know what you're going to find. There's so many obscure words in Scrabble.
There are indeed. Auditive would be an absolute bailout if the V were in space, but alas, not there for Kian. And I think the one thing Kian is probably still dwelling on is Mickery. I think this is probably going to be the first game where we get somewhat of a post-mortem, and I think the very first thing we're going to see is Kian pull out his phone, type in the word Mickery, see that it's valid, and utter some sort of oath. I guess we'll learn a little bit of character from Kian after this game.
I think you've just created a new production challenge, which is now to put not the camera just on the players and on the board, but also behind them, so we see what they're typing into their phones and into their dictionaries.
We've had issues before where I know the passcodes to the phones of a lot of top North American experts because we always see them pull out their phone, unlock it, and I know how Jackson Smiley, Joey Kraftchick, most of those guys, I know how they unlock their phones. I know what their passcodes are. Looks like our cameras are a little bit too low for us to get that here today. But will we hear a bad word from Kian when he realizes Mickery was there? We'll find out.
Somebody named C.R. Canuck. Any relation to you?
That would be my brother.
That would be your
Chris
brother.
Canuck.
He is suggesting that he fish off ID for aboiteau through the B in herb.
Oh, pretty sick. Yeah. Even when you're dead, there's still fun things you can try to do. Maybe there's 3 O's in that bag. There's a good chance I'm going to draw one. Sick. Fish for aboiteau. Why not? Try to bingo out. I love it.
No.
I hate giving a shout out to my brother, but all right, credit where credit's due. That's a good play.
So what's coming up is words like zeet and ZT. Also lane, just through the making wig and IN through Wive and Thielens. And a very pretty play was suggested by the sim is on A, off the M and gums and to the right, getting rid of a lot of 3 of your vowels.
UNAI, just play through the N. Oh yeah, overlapping, underlapping, just kind of doing it all. But you see what Kian is doing is you turn that I upside down. I'm looking at ADEITU. Is there anything I can draw that'll actually pull a bingo that'll then fit on this board? He's still doing his diligence, and I respect that. In a tournament with 36 games, all against players rated over 1850, and 10 of those games to be played each day, I would turn off my brain here and try to save it. But nope, it really is about trying to maximize every spread point all tournament. And he's doing the right thing here.
It is a very, very long tournament, and you'd be shocked at how spread is going to factor into it. And we'll revisit this on day 4 again to see just how. Remember when he gave up Mickery and he came missed the finals by 20 points? You just never know when it's going to bite you.
Indeed. So he'll spend every second and try to use all of that brain and keep as much of his giant spread as he can. Man, 1-1, but plus 254. You don't see that too often. A big chunk going to be taken out.
It's going to be taken out. He's going to lose a lot of it, and that's just the way it is. But the best players always seem to be able to add to it, and they seem to be able to lose by as little as possible. So we'll see where he's at in that part of his development as a player. He looks very young.
And for those completely unfamiliar with competitive Scrabble play, Robin, this is a 36-game tournament. How are the winners and losers decided at the end? Is it single elimination like
No.
some sports?
Not this time. Not this time. We do have plenty of tournaments, and that's something that was introduced a while ago, where you actually have the top 2 people play it out, duke it out in a final. Maybe it could be a best of 3, a best of 5, a best of 7, depends on the tournament. This tournament is going to be decided by whoever's king or queen of the hill, or unidentified gender at the end of the hill on the final day. Whoever has won the most games with the most spread is going to be the winner. Do you have a favorite between those two, Matt?
Between these two?
No, between having a king of the hill, like a best of 2 final versus whoever wins at the end of the 36 games.
I think finals are great drama, but I do think they introduce an extra layer of volatility and variance. Like I'm totally cool with just, hey, whoever wins the most games over 36 is probably the best player in the room. Just give it to them. But there is more drama with the best of 2. There's more people playing for their life until the end. In Scrabble, we have what's called Gibsonization after the late, great David Gibson, who did this so frequently at tournaments. He would be 3 games up with 2 to play. And it's like, well, what's the point? Everybody knows he's won. He could lose the rest of his games, and he's still there. And when it is just 36 games and whoever's on top is on top, you can face those Gibsonization situations where the drama's over a little bit earlier than you'd like it to be, but the best player wins more often. That's my preference. What about you, Robin?
I think it is tragic that you can be up by 3 or 4 games at the end of a tournament and then have to play in a final and then possibly lose. I think you have shown your dominance. You've shown your ability. You should win the tournament.
Yeah. If you can finish 2 games ahead of everybody else, you were probably the best player there. You shouldn't then have to play a best of 5 against the next best player. Anything can happen in a best of 5. And if you've been keeping up with competitive Scrabble over the last 3 or 4 years, anything can happen in a best of 5. So, I'd rather just see a straight regular tournament. And that's how this one at Causeway is going to be played. We'll entertain chat a little bit as there's no drama left in this one. Great question coming from our chat from David Kordolewski. How are matchups selected? It's a long answer. Depends on the tournament is kind of the very short answer. And we'll talk about how in this tournament it will be done. My understanding is it's going to be straight Swiss pairings. So they're going to look at the standings. People near the top will play other people near the top, with one caveat that they're going to do. They're going to avoid repeat matchups within the same day. So if you played a player on day 3 already, you will not play them again on day 3. Even if you're at first and second in the morning and you play in the morning, you won't play again in the afternoon if you're still first and second. But repeats will be allowed within days. So when you play on day 1, you might get again on day 2. You might get again on day 3. And the players near the top will play players near the top. The players near the bottom will be playing other players near the bottom. So that's how matchups are decided. As for which ones are on stream, sometimes in tournaments we like to make the very top, or we like to pick the matchups that look the most fun. We're not doing that here. Whoever is on top of the tournament, whoever's in first place, they're just going to be on the stream. Now, there's a little bit of a delay, but Kian was in first place after round 1. He'll be on stream in round 2. Whoever was in first place after round 2, they'll be in first place for round 4, and so on, all tournament long. I hope that's Nigel Richards, and I hope it's Nigel Richards a lot.
Yeah. So I'm just going to talk now a little bit about strategy in the end game. Normally what you'd like to do is what we call go out in 2. And that means if you can't bingo out, which is going out in 1, you want to make it so that your first play allows you to use the rest of your tiles in at least 2 places on the board so that you're guaranteed to go out in 2. And that's why it's called out in 2. In this situation, it really doesn't matter to Kian to do that because he's lost the game. So what he needs to do is preserve spread. And he actually, if you can believe it, with that rack has a 40-point play that is available to him. It will save IIU. He will not go out in 2, but he will score a mitt full of points. And this is where he should be thinking right now. How can I score the most points? I don't need to go out in 2.
Yeah. Going out in 2 would be, I think, the best sequence going forward, actually, though. I mean, TAED is 40, but the leave of IIU, you're in trouble. If you play UNAI right now for 19 and hold DEIT, you will go out in 2. It'll actually work out a little bit better for you, but whatever. Tate is 40. This is not too much worse.
The other thing you have to bear in mind is, does my opponent have 2 places to go out immediately?
Right.
And
Right.
then for sure you just go for the points.
Right. But AFOT does not go out on this board, which means Kian gets to make one more move after Alex. And with IIU, that's not going to be a very strong move. This will put Alex over 500 points. So welcome to the stream, Alex. Welcome to the stream, Team Indonesia. What a way to start.
And that's interesting with Kian. So he had that huge win to start the tournament, and now he's going to have lost 2 games in a row, and he will have pretty much eroded a very great chunk of that great start. So psychologically, I'm not sure what that does to you. You kind of feel on top of the world. I'm in first place. You look at the board after round 1 and you go, can we just end the tournament now? But you can't. There's going to be another bunch of games afterwards, and you just have to play consistently. So just as you felt on top of the world after the first game, you've lost the next 2, one of them on stream. You just got to shake it off and just go, I had a 600 in me before. I'm going to have more 600s in me, and I'm just going to keep trying to play as best as I can.
Yeah, the psychology in Scrabble is so important. The mental game so important. We mentioned at the start of this game that poker is a game that's very, very similar to Scrabble in terms of the inference, the read, the incomplete information. But golf, I think, is also a game that weirdly, or tennis, perhaps, pick your metaphor, weirdly mimics this game because they're just so long, and the mental battle, trying to keep a positive attitude and to make the right play, the right shot, the right decision every single time. There are going to be bad draws in Scrabble. Even Nigel Richards has bad draws. There are going to be bad games, bad chunks of a tournament. You might drop 2 or 3 in a row, but you've just got to stay positive and try to make the best of every situation and every hand you have across the entire tournament.
Kian looking around, nothing more to think about. Just taking the moment, taking the phenomenology. I'm sitting in Bangkok. I'm sitting in this magnificent ballroom. Kind of cool. Not nice that I didn't win, but you know what? This is kind of cool. Everybody's here for the same reason. We're here because we love Scrabble. And just take a moment to chill, which I really like that he put his focus away from the board because he already found his play.
Excellent. OF coming down. IIU, all Kian's got left. He can't do a lot of damage with that. I'm getting word from our team of directors that there's been a little shuffle in the schedule. So this is actually going to be our final game today before lunch. We will have a lunch break after this. I'm trying to find out right now for everybody at home what time the lunch break will end. We're still looking at 7 more games of Scrabble today, and perhaps the lunch break is great. Perhaps the lunch break, not so great. I don't know where you're viewing us from, but lunch will be after this game. And I will drop both in chat and verbally what time we're set to return as soon as I know that information. We appreciate your patience as we shuffle the schedule a little bit.
You know what's kind of scary?
What is?
That when we come back from lunch, we will be starting what we normally do on a normal tournament, 7 games of Scrabble. Except we already got 3 in.
We've already had 3, and now we've got a whole regular day. That's incredible. This is wonderful. Okay, lunch break is going to be 1 hour and 8 minutes long. So we are set to return at 1 p.m. Bangkok time, 68 minutes from right now. You at home can do the math on that. But OF comes down. That puts Kian up, or Alex, up to 519 is what I'm showing. Kian will not be able to go out with IIU. What a big score for Alex of Indonesia.
So when we get a game where the cumulative score of the 2 players surpasses 1,000, that's considered a really special game. We're getting pretty close to that. We're more in the 900 territory, and I promise you, I don't even have to worry that I'm wrong. I promise you we will be getting 1,000-point games throughout the next 4 days.
Definitely.
And we're getting pretty close already, and we're only in game 3.
All right, this is going to be the end of it for this one. 519, 354, Alex to play out, and let's cut to the overhead mic. See what these guys have to say after this interesting game.
10 and up. So it's 529 plus 4. My score is 533.
Wait,
Yeah.
do you have 507 for your score?
No. 499.
499 plus how much?
20.
20.
Yeah. So 519.
519 plus 10.
Yeah. 529
529
plus 4. 533.
plus 4. 533.
Yours is 354.
354, yeah, correct. Thank you.
Lucky.
And here comes grab that phone, Kian. Check up
I'm
Mickery.
very runway.
Oh, because it's good with IE, right? Or not?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was.
I'm very
Do we still need to?
we need to submit a score, right?
Well, Mickery happened a long time ago. Maybe put it away. He doesn't want to
I
remember.
was setting my Z here.
All right.
Yeah, but then you open this. I have to. I have to get.
Oh, makes sense.
And then
makes
you
sense.
open here. Then I have.
Yeah, I
version.
didn't see the Z actually.
Yeah, but I set up
that's a
this.
very good setup actually. Nice.
I was thinking, do I play bots or something? But then you open here, so I was thinking, okay, maybe I just set up. So if you bingo,
Keep
then
it
it's
first. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Right.
This one, you block my bingo.
Which one?
I have all the bingo with CRI.
Right.
I don't know with the K is Fortec good.
Oh.
Fortec.
Fortec.
Fortec is it good?
Fortec.
For
T-A-K-E.
TAKE. I don't know. My tile is AEFORT blank.
A-E-S?
AEFORT blank.
A-E-F-O-R-T
blank. I have this E is favorite for class. Everything is in here. So I don't know with the K.
Right.
I cannot find it anymore.
Makes sense. Wow.
Yeah, I get the blank immediately.
You won.
I got lucky. That's sick.
But KB had his moment of glory already, like leading at round 2 after the first round.
We,
All
don't
right,
think
so
so.
there we get our first
You
little
won all three
post-mortem
already,
of
right?
the tournament, but now these players are going to square them back up, and we're going to head off to a lunch break. It has been such a fun start to this tournament. Matt Kanek and Robin Pollock-Daniel will be bringing you the rest of the action. 7 more games after the lunch break. Are you freaking kidding me? So thanks to all of you for tuning in. Thanks especially to those who have clicked, if you're watching on YouTube, that thumbs up button underneath. Thanks to those of you as well watching us from MeWatch OTT, our second media partner. We appreciate you all hanging out. And whether it's enjoy your breakfast, enjoy your lunch, enjoy your dinner, or enjoy your nap, we'll have more Scrabble soon. You are watching the Causeway Challenge on Let's Play Scrabble.
I'm looking forward to getting back right into it. I don't even want lunch. I want to continue, but we have to respect the rules. We'll see you after wherever you are in the world. I know some of you are thinking, should I go to sleep? Should I stay up? Take a little cat nap. If it's we have an hour to go, take a cat nap, come back.
Take a pet nap.
Oh, that's too soon.
See y'all. favorite thing about Bangkok is the food. We got full bellies here, but my favorite thing about Bangkok is the Scrabble, and Scrabble coming back your way. Round 4 coming your way from the Causeway Challenge. 7 more games of Scrabble to go, but this one quite the treat for our viewers, because who are we featuring, Robin?
We are featuring the 2025 World Youth Scrabble Champion. His name is Madhav Gopal Kamath. He is an up-and-comer. What place is he in now? Is he in first place?
He is in first place, and he is how old, Robin?
I wish I knew, but it's super young.
He is 15.
He's 15.
15, and he leads this field. Incredible stuff. I mean, he is the world youth champion for a reason, but look, ahead of Dave Wiegand, ahead of Nigel Richards, ahead of Napat, ahead of everybody. Madhav, 15 years old, leads the Causeway Challenge through 3 games. Madhav is who we've got on stream. And his opponent, as we tease over to our preview, is someone we just got to see, Alex Ghazali of Indonesia. He played a great game on stream, dropped over 500 points. So these two guys, both undefeated, looking to make Southeast Asia proud. Players are seated, tiles are in the bag. So Robin, I'm ready. Are you?
Let's play Scrabble.
Let's play Scrabble indeed. All right, a handshake. I am so excited. And that's one of the things I've seen consistently here at Bangkok, the number of young people playing Scrabble, the number of young people running around the playing room, running around the lunchroom. The youth is incredible, and I've read about it. I've heard about it in Thailand, but oh my goodness. And what a better way to showcase the youth than with the World Youth Champion in Madhav. What does he have to start?
The first tile was an S. He must have felt really good, but now and the QU.
Almost Sequoia, not quite. AEGOQSU. So Madhav going to decide between burning the S for 48 or 50, queso or quags, or keeping the S, playing smaller, qua or quag, 24, 28 points. Robin, you playing the S?
I'm playing the S, and I'm not playing quags. I'm playing queso.
You are playing queso. All right, so you've heard it from Robin. Now we'll see what Madhav opts to do. S is a great tile. Exposing one on the first turn, quite risky. Obviously, the most words in the English lexicon end with the letter S, but also start with the letter S. Madhav, seeing the value of the S, chooses to keep it here. 28 points, quag, is how he's going to open this game.
Absolutely fine. Because he's saving 2 vowels, I can understand why he would say that. But to sacrifice 12 points or more, or 20 points, I think is a little bit too much in the first play. See how it plays out.
We will see. Bingo right now is going to make Madhav look really smart. A bingo right now is actually what's queued up for Alex on this turn. CH, ever so synergistic. The RT to go with it's beautiful. He does have 1 69-pointer. So Alex, how many words do you know?
Oh, this
Can
is
you
a
find
crazy
the bingo?
one. This is crazy. I don't know this word. I'm going to try to look it up and see what it means, because I don't. We are getting streams of. Yeah, there we go. We are getting definitions, which is great.
It's a spider.
It's a spider.
It's a spider.
And I know a lot of spiders, but I do not know this one.
But so a spider, this word is deep in the lexicon. And for those kind of newer to Scrabble, the way these players choose to approach a task as monumentous as learning the entire dictionary is, well, you pick the most common stuff first. You're really likely to draw the letters in toenail and stainer. And so those are the words you study early on. You're far less likely to draw words that have a C and an H and a P and 2 E's in them all at the same time. So of the 40,000 or so 8-letter words, pretty much every player in this field has learned at least the top 5,000, and that's the majority of the bingos you're going to draw. But this one, 16,000, about halfway through by probability. Not every player in the room's gone this deep. Has Alex? Can he find it? We'll see. 69 points if he does.
We were talking earlier about compound words. This is one of them. And what's made even more difficult for those of you who watch any word puzzle games on TV, for example, anytime the puzzle starts with a vowel, it's instantaneously 50% harder. This word is a compound word, and it starts with a vowel. And I really don't blame him for not saying it.
Yeah, this one just seems like it would be insanely tough to anagram. It's not something Alex has seen here. The word ethercap, ETHERCAP. If you are familiar with those, if that's a type of spider where you are, let us know in the chat how absolutely terrifying they are. If you're following along on YouTube, no chat for our viewers on MeWatch OTT, but still think about how terrifying those spiders are. Peach is a really good consolation prize for Alex, and it's good news for us. It means we've got an interesting game. Madhav held EOS on the first turn, found 3 more vowels, AEFI, to round it out. This is a doozy of a turn. Every option looks sad and bad. I think trying to keep the S hook on Quag is probably the priority. But Robin, why don't you walk us through what you're thinking for Madhav here?
Well, I'm going to just step back one little bit because we were so enamored of this ether cap. The question that I think Alex needed to have asked is, why did Madhav play Quag where he did? He's going to have to expose a vowel. And yes, exposing a vowel to a double letter makes sense to expose the U. But why did he put it so that an S hook is so dangerous? So I might have, gone back. If I'm not finding ether cap, maybe try to find something that might have blocked that S hook. So I just wanted to add that before we go on to this. What would I have played in this situation? Foe to the right of Peach, again, to block that S hook that I think he was setting up. I think I would have done something to block that S hook because I think it's very suspicious that he put Quag where he did.
So Alex wanted to block the S hook, but Madhav, holding the S in tow, doesn't want to knock it out. So he's going to keep it in play. OAF down at the bottom. He's making a sacrifice on his leave. EEIS, worse than AEIS, but oh my God, he's found EIEIO. Yeah, Madhav, look how sad he is. And you ought to be, but maybe you shouldn't show your emotion quite that strong. In any case, Alex has found well after his ether cap miss on turn 1. He will not be missing this one. Here comes Terrine's, one of several playable 7-letter words out of this rack. Kind of pick your poison, do anything here. Terrine's and Quag's is 82, and now Madhav even sadder in this one.
Yeah, he saved that. You see, and so he didn't play the S on the opening rack. He gave up 20 points, and now look what kind of situation he's in. And this is the kind of thing that happens all the time. So, and it's very unfortunate. It didn't have to happen. It's just luck of the draw. It's very unfortunate. But to give up that many points in your opening, I think is a mistake. So, and it's playing out now. And now it looks like he's considering playing, which is very interesting.
Yeah, EUOI will play for 8. OI holding EEEIS. Normally, no sane Scrabble player would want to keep 3 E's on their rack at the same time, but we saw Nigel Richards make a sacrifice to do this in game 1, so maybe there is a method to this madness. Will Madhav actually play here? That'd be crazy.
Yeah, I think passing and saving ES is a good way to go. But you know what? You never know. Pick a blanket and R, you're in business.
I do not like this play.
Yeah,
I do not like this play, but he's opting not to exchange, keeping some scoring on the board. If he draws more vowels, I mean, he already looked so sad. How sad is he going to look after that? He needs some consonants here. Come on, Madhav. I don't want to see you be sad anymore. I want to see points. And sad.
So now comes a situation where you have 3 high-scoring tiles on your rack. Obviously, the thing you want to do is score the most and give back the least. That's always a priority. In terms of what I like the J the least, and probably the X and Z pretty even. X a little bit better than the Z because there's things that you could do. So it's just a matter of what you want to do and how volatile you want to be. We have the incidents where he can play Haji, H-A-J-I, to the right of Oaf. But he's going to create a very big S hook. And we know that Quag was placed in a funny place, and it's a good chance that Madhav has an S. You could just play Haj and save your 2 I's, but that's the problem. You're saving 2 I's. So I think one nice possibility, but it is equally volatile, or even more so, is to play Hafiz through the F. But you're putting the Z right above a double letter. And in this dictionary, you don't just have Za. You have multiple words that are 2 letters with the Z.
Yeah, you've got Za, Zay, Zo, all available. This is a weird turn. First off, it's weird because JXZ on the same rack. But second off, it's weird because every reasonable scoring option gives a lot back to Madhav. Haji, as Robin pointed out, gives back the S hook, but also easy overlaps alongside the J. Hafiz gives back massive stacks underneath the Z. If you look at other quadrants of the board instead, you can play ZITI through the T in Tureens, but that sets up a triple word and a massive back S hook. Every single play seems crazy aggressive and sets up tiles that Alex doesn't keep here. Sometimes you do just have to hold your nose and make a play and know that you might get walloped. And I think, unfortunately, that might be the case here for Alex. But Haji alongside Oaf is 43. Robin, would you consider moving Haji over to the left side of the board, playing Haji and OI for 32? It's an 11-point sacrifice, but much more defensive.
Yeah, it's much more defensive. And as I'm going to continue saying, the placement of Quag is very, very suspicious. And he knows he's playing a good player. So I'd rather save ZX than JX. I'd rather get rid of the J as quickly as possible. So he's just going to play Haji to the left there. He's going to sacrifice some points, but he's going to give a huge opening as well if the right tiles are there.
Yeah, this is interesting. So 11-point sacrifice to play some defense. And this is not an absurdly defensive play on its own merit. Like, it can still get stacked underneath. But this does set up the X. If he draws an A or an E, Zax or Zex would be huge. So I like this. And actually, despite the 11-point difference between the two placements of Haji on the scoreboard, these are pretty close to each other in a simulation that we're running. So interesting choice from Alex there. I don't think a lot of players would opt for the defense, but it makes a ton of sense, especially as Robin said, the suspicious placement of Quags. This might even be better if you're quite convinced your opponent has an S, as Madhav does. 140-59 now the score. Madhav with another sad rack. He has found a devastating underlap. Eidos, 35 points beneath the HAJI of Haji. Does blow up the rack, so he's going elsewhere. Would you play Eidos here, Robin, and take points, or do you like ID for 29?
Well, I like saving an S whenever possible, and OES is ironically is the rack he saved by not playing Queso, and so he's back 5 turns later with the same rack. But you might also say, what are the chances that he's setting himself up with the X? So should I be blocking that spot? So since I've had such bad luck with that S, it didn't turn out well. I want it off my rack, and I want a new S. So I would play Eidos.
I don't know. ID does take the back S, this sets it up. But, oh my goodness, what a turn for Alex. He has 175. He has an embarrassment of riches now as he's found the X. He has a 100-point bingo available, but he can also play ADZ and ZEX for 75, preserving and blank in tow. The bingo for 100, I'm going to spoil it now, is Zelatrix, Zelatrix, plays through the T in Tureens for 100, plays through the A in Haji for 96, or Zex for 75 on this turn, holding the blank. It's a hard decision and a great decision you get to make. This is insane. A Zelatrix, we had to look this one up, a nun tasked with monitoring and overseeing the behavior of younger or newly professed young. So, or newly professed
I was going
nuns.
in the total opposite direction with that tricks ending.
Yep, you and me both, but we're gonna keep it very Christian here. A senior nun, a Zelatrix. We're learning some new stuff. Does Alex know the word? Even if he does, I don't think it's right to play it, Robin. I like Zex. Oh,
you don't think it's right to play it?
No, ZEX is 75.
Oh, he's playing. Oh my God.
No. Okay.
He's making an eye hook for himself.
He is. And ZIR, if he plays the Z for 100 next turn, that'd be devastating. But Zex right now is 75. Yeah. He's just whiffed it.
You're right. Zelatrix is not the play. Zex is the play.
Oh, wow. Yeah. How crazy. You passed.
But just a second. Not where you think he should be playing it.
Yeah, 96.
He should be playing it to the right of AD and FE.
Right. 75 over there.
Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect.
But instead, Lex just 43 over here. And look at this. Syndeton coming down from the World Youth Champion. This is exactly what he needed to catch back up. Oh, my goodness. 82 points. What a find. What a play. And can Alex connect on his I setup? Yes, he can. He's drawn VIZIR. He would love to slot the Z on the triple letter score and make Ilex, but Vizier for 61, holding the blank back. That's not a bad consolation prize. Okay, wow. What an interesting game we've got so far.
The only bad thing that could happen to him is that if he picks the other blank, that's the only bad thing. But otherwise, getting 43 on that play, and what did you say Vizier is worth?
61.
I mean, come on, 100 points, and you save a blank, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, 75 and hold the blank last turn would have been really sick.
Much better.
But,
yes, that would have been much better. Yes.
If you do set up the Ilex, you've got to connect, you've got to draw the word, and he has drawn the word. Here comes Vizier. Madhav sad yet again. I just caught back up, and then I drew UW, and you crushed me really hard. Madhav would be even sadder if he knew this blank or play held a blank as well. Alex up 244 to Madhav's 170, but the Z right there has given Madhav an absolute mammoth of a play back.
Oh,
Goodness, this is a slugfest.
Oh
Robin.
my God, I'm loving this. This is one big left hook after another. Zowie, it's an amazing game. Okay, that was my biggest hint yet, guys.
Yeah, quite the hint there. A ZOWEE is 64 points. Madhav has spotted it instantly. He is going to look up at the top. The B on his rack sets up some BY plays. Buteo, BUTEO plays for 47 up there, but 64 down at the bottom. Zowie indeed, Robin.
I have a feeling we're going to have time to go out for some ice cream and a Coke. We're getting through this game so quickly, and they're playing so beautifully. I mean, two young guys. I was watching Madhav before. He was doing exactly what young people always do at the board. When the other person's taking too long for them, they start looking around, put his arms over his over his head as he was about to yawn. So it's very cute to see the young players kind of behave all the same way as they work their evolution through Scrabble. But I'm telling you, he's not playing like a child. He's playing like a man here.
He is indeed. Now, can Alex play like a man on this turn? He kept that blank for the last two turns. Can he do damage? There is one playable bingo here for Alex. Even if he spots it, and it's a tricky one to spot, it might not be the correct play. You do sometimes pass up on bingos if you've got a good backup option, especially if that backup option preserves a blank. Orlon, ORLON, plays at the top of this board, making OS and NY for 35. The leave of LS blank is awesome. He's found Loon, which would play in the same spot for 6 fewer points. But he does have a bingo available for 73 down at the bottom of this board. Even if he sees it, it's probably not the right play for him.
Yeah, because there's such high volatility above Synditon, and because the Y in this vocabulary, in this dictionary, takes so many more letters than it does in the North American one, there is something to be said for playing there, whether Orlon or Loon, as Matt pointed out. So the question then becomes, and it's one that we have at every tournament, is what is the value of that blank? Orlon will score 35. Luciner will score 73. That's a difference of 38 points. Usually we value the blank, I think, right? Between 30, 40 points. So he's right in that sweet spot.
Generally conventional wisdom, like 26, 27, usually that 25 to 30 point range. On this board, a little more value. So Alex is going to pounce on the spot. And sure enough, every one of Madhav's top 15 plays available to him this turn played in the top row. So Alex playing some great defense and perhaps some great offense if he's able to connect on this RS blank leave. A great choice, I think, from Alex. Even if you spot Luciner at the bottom, making OAFS, don't play it. Just play some defense, preserve the lead. I like the choice.
The only thing I'm going to say before we even see his rack, I'm trying not to look, is I think Orlon was a much superior play for two reasons. One, it's going to score more because you're going to hit the double letter to the triple word, and also because there are two more R's unseen. Yes. And a lot of confidence.
Yeah. Orlon definitely would have been better, maybe just not seeing the 5, not knowing the 5, or some tunnel vision there. But Loon still A-okay. And now Madhav's got a much tougher turn, AABORTU, and really just not any enticing play to make. So a couple hooks I want to call out. One was sort of taken out of play, but Synditon does have a front hook. Asyndeton. And then that word's plural is an 8-letter word that I bet both of these players have seen before, asyndeta. But does Synditon without the S or without the A in front take a back S? There's going to be a bit of a word knowledge check. The answer is yes, but do either of these players know it? If I've got any doubt, as Alex, I'm going to try to make that hook go away. If I'm Madhav, because I'm trailing, I'm willing to roll the dice on that hook whenever. He's going to play BAA down in the bottom. I think a lot of players would kind of instinctively play BAO or BOA to keep the A, but I like keeping OUT together for some synergy. What do you think about that, Robin?
Yeah, there's the advantage of keeping the out for a prefix of out something. And then there's also the situation where there were 4 A's unseen and there's simply one O.
Yes. Yes. So I think a couple reasons there, but Madhav wisely bypassing what so many players would instinctively immediately play Bao or Boa to play Ba. And it makes a lot of sense. And you see he's drawn another A, and that O is going to stabilize the rack a little bit better. Now, Alex, with the test, Vatters, as he set up, is valid. Is he confident enough to put it down? There was a brief hesitation, but yes, this is the only playable bingo for Alex, and it'll put him ahead by over 90 points. So finally, Alex able to convert on the blank.
Is he thinking about it?
Looks like there's a hold, and I've got to say, this feels close to game over if you're Madhav, especially the defense that this does. Go ahead and check it. Give him the 5 points.
No, I think he's just saying,
nope,
okay. It's
he's
okay.
accepted. All right. All right, so not going to sacrifice 5 points is Madhav. AORTTUY, now suddenly an 89-point deficit. If Madhav knows the back hook to Sindaton, this board is not quite as closed as it looks. If he doesn't, it is getting very dire very fast for him. Now, I think a lot of players would play YOU in the top right of this board above the ON and Sindaton.
No.
Robin, tell us
No.
why you wouldn't do that.
You can't do that because you need, let's see what's left. There is an S and a blank left. You need to keep that S hook, absolutely. You know, it's very interesting about Madhav's racks is that in the last round, last one where he played Ba, he needed M's to play Marabou and, there's an anagram, and Tambura. And now on this rack, he needs an M to play mutatory.
Oh.
So he's now had 2 racks in a row where he needed only an M to play the only bingo possible with those tiles.
Wow, that's crazy. Kind of unwieldy racks. An M would save me either time. Alas, an M not in the cards for Madhav. And this is a challenging turn. You have to be worried about keeping this board alive. You are going to need 1 and probably 2 bingos to get back into this game. Now, working to your advantage, there's an unseen blank, some good vowels, some decent consonants to work with, but you're working to your disadvantage as the board is running out of space fast. So Madhav needs to do 2 things here. He needs to keep a flexible leave, and he needs to open a new quadrant to the board. I don't see great plays to do that. Layout down from the L and Loon jumps out to me a little bit, but I feel like that play gets walloped by stacks a lot of the time. Robin, are you seeing any clever options here for Madhav?
Yeah, I'm seeing 2. I'm seeing 3 spots on the board where you can bingo. You can do under the OS in Loon and Sindaton. You can do an S off of Sindaton, and you can also bingo through the R in Tureens. So I'm staying away from all of those, and I'm going through that T in Vatters, and I'm playing something like Ruddy. There's still a bunch of R's unseen. I'm going to balance my rack. I'm going to get rid of 4 tiles. I'm going to go for that A. I'm going to go for that S, and I'm just going to leave the board open the way it is.
Hey, you're taking away a big scoring spot for Alex when you do that too. A play like KITE or WITE, A helps him get rid of some of those I's, and B would score a whole lot. So that makes some sense to you, or to me. He's going to play a phony here instead. And this, if you're even 20% sure this is a word, you should try this here.
Yeah.
I don't know that we've seen a hold yet either. Oh my goodness. Is he going to sneak a phony by to save his chances in this game? I see the nod from Madhav. Okay, he's acknowledging he's on hold right now. I'd be shocked if Alex doesn't throw the 5 extra points at this.
Good boy.
All right.
Way to do.
But I respect the effort from Madhav. In a situation where you look dead, try to invent something different. So Tortuary going to come off the board, but a clever decision. That works a little bit better at the Youth Championship. But this is the premier division of the Causeway Challenge. Everybody here is so freaking good. Not going to fly today.
You know, that sounds like it's almost like a passing comment, like everybody's so good. And this is something that just commentators say about this tournament. In this case, everybody is so good. I mean, the people who are in like 50th position coming into the tournament based on their rating are people who have been like Scrabble gods for decades. It's just unbelievable the level of play at this tournament. This is the place to be. There's no question about it.
8 of the world's top 10 players are in the room. I believe it's 17 of the world's top 20 are in the room. Austin Shin, who's one of the greatest Scrabble players I've ever seen, I believe his seed is like 36 or something.
Unbelievable.
I've never seen him be outside the top 4 seeds, and now he's 36th. Are you freaking kidding me? And speaking of are you freaking kidding me, what a draw after his first bingo for Alex, BDEEIS blank. This one's all but done. He's got an embarrassment of different bingos he can play here. He's probably thinking about Syndatons and if he has a bingo there or if he should try it, but he set up this could be Derbies or Debbies. This will play with OSE and NYS, 80 points and all but game over. We'll check blank cam just to see what that blank is. Could be an R, could be a D, but this is GG.
Oh, that's good. Did they show us the?
No.
Okay.
Blank cam.
Maybe he hasn't filled it in yet. There's a whole thing in Scrabble, guys, who don't know, but the proper etiquette of when to fill out the blank slip. And do you do it first or do you do it after, before you start the play? What are you, before or after, Matt?
Well, this is a huge dilemma in Scrabble. People almost argue it's a sportsmanship thing or a protocol thing. But yeah, if you're going to play a blank, do you grab the slip, designate the blank, and then put your tiles on the board? Or do you put your tiles on the board and then designate the blank? I'm in the controversial camp. I grab the blank slip immediately. I circle it. And then I put the bingo down.
I agree.
Everybody hates that. Everybody hates that. I don't know. I do it because people hate it. I'm just trying to make you mad. And it works. It works great. Why do you do it, Robin?
I was going to say, and how is that like your life? I've got stuff to do. I've got to put it down and make sure I put it in the right order. And I have other business to attend to. First, I'm going to put what the tile is, and then I'm going to put it down. I'm going to take care of that, and then I'm going to hit the clock. If I do it afterwards, I might circle the wrong letter. This gives me an opportunity to put it down before I put down the word, circle it first, put down the word, go check it again. It gives me 2 opportunities to make sure I circled the right one. And then, so for all you people out there who think this is like gamesmanship, like, come on. It's not the case.
Yeah.
It's old age. Okay. How about that?
Definitely, I think I'm less likely to make a mistake if I designate the blank first, but I would be lying if I said I do it only because I'm worried about making a mistake. Some people really don't like it, and if I can get under your skin in the game of Scrabble, I'm going to try to do that. Obviously, always within the rules and within the bounds of sportsmanship, but if I can rattle you by doing something stupid like circling the blank before I put my letters on the board, oh, you bet I'm going to do it.
And we're going to have the whole discussion about whether to start the game vertically or horizontally.
Oh, God, no, don't get us started on that one. People have fiery feelings on that. Now, of course, the Scrabble board's symmetrical, so it literally mathematically does not matter at all if you open horizontally versus vertically, but people have strong opinions about it. That's a can of worms for another day.
So what's interesting now in this situation is we are now looking at a board that no longer has an S or a blank in the bag. So suddenly you, on top of Syndaton, is probably a better play right now.
Yeah, but whatever. Just get this ruddy game over with and get out of here. Sorry. Not sorry. I won't apologize. I'm a teacher. I'm supposed to make dad jokes and make people roll their eyes.
Were you the one who got really upset with me at one of the tournaments where our game was way lost and my opponent and I were one tiling at a time to get out of to finish the game? We were just going slowly. We couldn't go out in 2, and we couldn't even go out in 4. And just like every turn was like torture. Like, let's get this game over with already. It's finished.
Yeah, I'll confess, as a commentator, I really don't like having to try to create drama out of 7 minutes of nothing burgers at the end of the game. Fortunately, we have a new audience at this tournament, Robin, and I can step on all the same old soapboxes and assume people haven't heard it before. And if you've heard me, you know I can get on a soapbox and wax philosophical about anything. If you've heard my spiels before, you're going to get them again. And if you're just now tuning into a Matt Canick broadcast, oh, get ready. Holy platitudes.
Oh my God, there's still 21 tiles left, so we're still 4/5 through the game. Look at he's picking. It's just and Lingier, or Lingier, how do you pronounce it? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
And also leering. And it's always the way when you don't need to have these beautiful balance racks, you pick them up. But
Yeah.
this is a perfect opportunity for you to pile on the points. Another thing I want to mention to people out there who aren't as familiar with the game is that you might see people who have, like, they're up by 250 points in the end game, it's taking 4 minutes to find their play. And you think, oh, that's such poor sportsmanship. You've already won the game. Just play anything. And the point is, this tournament is not just the number of wins, but it's also your spread points. And you'd be shocked how many times you've missed out on, let's say, second place, third place, whatever, by like 4 lousy spread points. So you know what? Even if you got the time, and you don't need it because you've won the game, take the time, find your best play, and don't worry about someone saying that you're being mean and you're sticking it to them. It's not true.
It is not mean. It is not poor sportsmanship. It is what you're supposed to do. I might get a little bit impatient because I just want to stretch my legs or punch a wall or something. But, yeah, take your time. You're entitled to it. It's fine. And another nice pull from Alex. He's got the 7-letter Fermion, Fermion, on his rack now.
Of course he does.
Of course, right. I mean, there's not really bingo lines left on the board, but man, he's been playing well and drawing well all game, has Alex.
Now, there's not much to do on this board anymore. It kind of, it's a different kind of game. And this is something that you actually should be practicing when you're at home or playing with friends, is when you have a situation like this, just like in any sport, you have to imagine different situations. You have a situation where your game is lost or your game is completely won. How do you play this end game in such a way, with there's still a lot of tiles left? Do you open the board? Do you close it? Do you just go for points? There's all sorts of different strategies that you have to consider. And you would do well to practice them so that you knew the best thing to do when you're actually playing in a tournament.
Yeah, I learned from one of the top North American players, Noah Walton, just make every single end game into a puzzle anyway and try to solve them out. Pretend the score is you're losing by 17. Can you win? Even if you're up by 150 or down by 150, just pretend. And the more of these puzzles you practice solving, the better you are at actually solving them. So EGAD coming down from Mata, but Robin spotted a really fun word.
Backgat, Bakgat. We're going to get our local dictionary looker-upper to look it up for us.
Backgat is a Collins-only adjective meaning fine, excellent, or marvelous. Don't try to stick an S on it, just a random 6, Bakgat. It's a pretty useless word to know until the one time you draw it, and then it's a magical lifesaver.
And you don't know. I mean, it's a word that your opponent probably doesn't know. Who studies the BGK words, and you are the only one who knows it doesn't take an S. I love it.
Yeah, stuff like that is so sick. If the more tools you can add to your tool belt in Scrabble, you never know when they're going to come up. But everybody watching today just learned backgat, except those who already knew it, in which case, sorry for wasting your time.
Now, one of his best plays right now is in the same place that Marav could have played. He could have played Look and Bio and Arc. And so instead, Alex has Loof and Bio and Arf as some of his that's the second highest points that he can actually make on this turn for 30 points.
Oh, wow. Yeah, 30. Yeah, just finding those little parallel plays is a big part of this game. Yeah, did I whiff? Where did he go?
He hasn't gone yet.
Oh, he hasn't gone
He's
yet.
holding
Okay.
the tiles.
Oh,
He's looking at Orf, which is the highest points that he scored, 32 points.
Yeah, 32 points. And at this stage in the game, ADO does take a back S, but you're not worried about it. A, you're winning by so much, and bingo wouldn't matter. And B, it's not possible because all the S's have been played. So yeah, just grab your points. Orf, 32 more. Back-to-back 500s, almost a certainty here for Alex Ghazali of
Wow.
Indonesia. Welcome to the stream, bud. I think we're going to see more of you.
I'm trying to figure out how old he is, too, but he looks pretty young. He doesn't look as young as Madav, but he's not much older.
Yeah, I learned the hard way during the lunch break. Don't even attempt to guess people's ages out here because you're going to be way, way wrong. I thought I was having a conversation with like a middle or high schooler for a long time, and I was off by a decade. So I'm not going to try to guess, but I will try to gather that info. And if anybody watching along knows how old Alex Ghazali is and is willing to share that information, Help us out.
Well, let me tell you something. I'm over on the Indonesian Scrabble top 10 players page, and guess who is number 1 on becoming Indonesia's top ranked Scrabble player? None other than Alexander Ghazali, if you can believe it. And that is the ratings as of 25th of January 2026. So it is no coincidence that, and he looks a lot older in this picture, actually. So he's probably older than I think he is, that he is not here by mistake, that he's playing as well as he is, not by luck, but he has earned his way as the top ranked player in Indonesia in January of 2026.
Yeah, wow. All right. Indonesia's Pearl, top player there. And he's going to be 4-0 early on at the Causeway Challenge. So well done to him. KAM comes down for Madhav, brings him up to 333. And this likely to be the turn where Alex breaks the 500-point barrier for the second consecutive game on stream. What will he choose to do? I guess we'll find out shortly. Does it really matter what he does? Not particularly. And I think at this point, Robin, we can talk just a little bit about what this tournament is. For those just jumping in after our lunch break or who missed some of the intros or, this is the Causeway Championship or the Causeway Challenge. This is an event that was resurrected. It ran semi-frequently in the late 2000s, early 2010s, but the last iteration of this was 2016 until last September. Michael Tang said, I'm bringing it back. I'm going to bring it back in May. I know that's only 9 months away, and I haven't even booked like the URL or a venue or anything, but Causeway needs to happen again. And also, while this used to be a huge tournament, 200 players or so, I'm going to make it twice as big as ever before. So Michael just decided with 9 months notice, I'm going to hold the biggest Scrabble tournament I've ever held. I'm going to try to get the Guinness Book of World Records out there. I'm going to try to get not 1, not 2, but 3 streams. And wow, what a tournament he has built, attracting 17 of the top 20 players, 3 streams running simultaneously, 23 players rated over 2,000. And tease this now, Michael has been saying the last 2 days nonstop, I'm doing this again in 2 years in 2028, and I'm dreaming of not 500, but twice that. 1,000 players is Michael's ambition for the 2028 version of the Causeway Challenge. So stay tuned for more info. I think he wants to shift that one over to Malaysia. My understanding is he's already even booked a hotel/casino as the venue, and he's raving about how nice it is. So plan accordingly. Maybe 2027, you make a trip out to the Westpac or World Championship, and then 2028, come on down to Malaysia and be one of the 1,000 players Michael Tang is conjuring up in Malaysia.
He said he thinks it's going to be 6 divisions this time. Michael always likes to make things different and a little bit bigger. So at least this time he's only going up by 1 from 5 divisions to 6. But man, is that going to be one amazing tournament, one amazing experience.
Yeah, so book it in your head, in your calendar. Start saving up right now. Start hitting the word list if you want to play Causeway 2028. Likely going to happen, likely going to be in Malaysia. Michael wants 900 or 1,000 players, 6 divisions. If it's anything remotely like this one, you must go. You must go. I don't say that often, but
yeah,
you must go.
And I think there's a lot of Bangkok envy that I've been seeing on, that sounded worse than it should have been, on Facebook. People have been seeing all of our pictures, all of our touring, and they've been saying, why aren't I here? So you don't want to have that situation. Now, unfortunately, Alex played the right tiles, and he just played them 1 lower than he should have. He had the best play of low main, making gum. Yeah, that's just very unfortunate to miss that, but totally understandable. It's not that easy to find.
Oh, yeah, that would have been absolutely sick. Just a LOMEIN down from the LO would have been just a killer play. But, he's played excellent this game, and he's got his last 5 tiles, CINRU. There is
runic.
1 out here for Alex. It is not runic, but from the B and Derbies, he does have Brucin if he wants to end the game right now and limit Madhav from playing anymore. You see, Madhav, I do want to give him one last shout out. He's played quite well this game, just hasn't drawn all that well, but KAM setting up his case O, and then smashing that triple word score for 40. So he's still doing his very best, despite being dealt a pretty tough hand in this one. And I'm trying to count it up right now, but it looks like the Q and the S that Madhav drew on the first turn are the only 2 power tiles he drew this game.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, Alex picked 3 of them on one rack, and that could really be a death knell for a lot of games. Another death knell is having 3 S's on your rack. You'll be so shocked at how difficult it is to get rid of them. But he was able to play all of them. The play of Haji was really, really lovely because he did set up his X. He decided not to play X. It's impossible that he didn't see it. He decided, I have an I. I'm going to set up a nice I hook for myself with the Z and the I on my rack with the blank. And he was able to cash in for another 60, 70 points. And then he was able to bingo, and then he was able to bingo again. So there you go. He's not seeing Brusin. Maybe he only knows Brusine. Maybe he only knows the E hook that it takes. But he's giving Madhav one more chance to score a few points.
Yeah, just a couple spread points here, but this will put Alex over 500. He's at 504 to Madhav's 373. And woof, as someone who was a youth Scrabble player myself once upon a time, the psychology is a little bit weird. When you play a 15-year-old, you're like, I really don't want to lose to a 15-year-old, but I also kind of feel weird if I beat a 15-year-old. But when the 15-year-old is the world youth champion, wow, you just add that to your belt. Wow, I beat literally the best kid on the planet. Got to feel good about that. LOTTA is Madhav's final play in this game. It is also a lot of points. Madhav at 396. That'll be his final, as Alex is going to take his eye, play out, and I think, Robin, we'll just cut straight to Mike right now to capture the end of this one.
I'm just going to say one thing. What I'm really impressed with Madhav there is the inclination when you have a P on your rack in the end game is to get rid of it because it's worth the most to give to your opponent. You're going to give them 6 points. But he recognized that Lotta is going to score more. And in fact, if he played the P, he would have scored less points. So I'm very impressed with that.
Yeah. Excellent stuff. All right, we'll cut to Mike.
All right, we seem to have an issue with the mic. Let's see if we. Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
This is
that's
working
why.
on
That's
it.
why I was
Very
like,
That is good.
it was like,
This
but
is
I
not-
know as in that one, but I was
Yeah.
like, but I'm pretty sure it's.
Yeah, this is good, but
I think
it's not. It doesn't pluralize like that.
It's like we have.
Yeah.
It looks like they're actually looking up some words, which we haven't really seen.
So 518 and
We need to
396.
fill it on the website, right?
Yeah, you clarify.
I'm just looking.
Oh.
It's showing this.
Oh, you just need to
Okay,
refresh.
yeah,
Yeah,
51839.
yeah, 518 okay. Hey, I can get it. Oh, okay.
Mine is done.
Okay, so 51839.
All right, well, not much being said in this post-mortem as this game felt over and done with about 20 minutes ago. But Alex Ghazali, top player from Indonesia, knocking off the World Youth Scrabble champion and the previous guy who was in first place in Madhav of India. Alex now 4-0 in this one, dropping back-to-back 500s on stream. It's been a fun start, and 6 more games of Scrabble yet to come from Bangkok. Next game coming in a few minutes. We'll let you all know the matchup in chat on YouTube as soon as we know it. For those watching along on MeWatch OTT, greetings to y'all as well. You'll just have to stay tuned to figure out what that matchup is going to be as well. Robin, how you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. They fed us really nicely. Some of the nicest catering we've ever had at a tournament, I have to tell you that.
So we went a little early because I think they're having a few issues with the QR codes in terms of getting people to get the scores in, which is why if you out there are having some difficulty finding the standings and all that, it's just a small little kink that's going to be figured out certainly by tomorrow. So I'm feeling really good. I'm ready to keep going, and I'm thrilled that we have 6 more games to go because the level of play has been so outstanding.
Yeah, we are thrilled here in the booth. We hope you watching along at home are thrilled. Just curious, it is almost 2 p.m. here in Bangkok, but where are you joining us from? What time is it there? What kind of crazy sacrifices are you making on a Friday night, Thursday night, wherever you are, to watch this insanely high-level Scrabble from Bangkok? We'd love to hear from our viewers in chat. We'd also love to get a little participation on the thumbs up button down on the bottom of the video. So please help us out if you could. Round 5 is coming your way in just a few short moments. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
We'll see you very soon.
Back, folks, to our coverage of the Causeway Challenge from Bangkok, Thailand. Matt Kanek and Robin Pollock Daniel bringing you all the action we've got coming your way as we get to see 2025 World Youth Scrabble Champion in Madhav against a Thai player who is both young and on an absolute tear. Napat is going to face off against Madhav. Napat won 23 straight tournament games coming into this event and is still running hot. He's made it 27 straight. Can he make it 28? We will see. Let's check out these standings. We see Indonesia's Alex Ghazali is in first place right now. We watched him score back-to-back 500-point the showcase. They've never met head-to-head before. We're going to fix that right now. Let's cut over to the board. We've got Napat. We've got Madhav. Let's play Scrabble. Napat seated on the left will be playing first. It's not a home field advantage, though he does.
Could you see that rating? Could you see that rating? 2101. How old is
obscene.
he? It's obscene.
Obscene. Oh, wow. 2101. And while he's relatively unknown to me for right now, when somebody gets a rating that high, they're not going to be unknown for very long. Napat, welcome to the stage. Let's see what you got.
Oh, this is so exciting.
And a blank on the very first draw for Napat, a C, an R, a U to go with it. This is looking promising. Yes, he's got bingos indeed.
Cursive.
Cursive. With a blank E, this is going to be a big, big score to start the game for him. Cursive does have an anagram, C-U-R-I-V-E-S. Either one of those will play, but Napat's wasted no time setting this up on his rack. And if you are brand new to competitive Scrabble, this is what you're looking to do. Play all 7 of your letters at once. You get 50 extra points on any move you're able to do so. Napat has found a 7-letter word early on in this one.
So here's an interesting situation. As you pointed out, he's got two words, cursive and he's got cruves. The thing with cursive, even though it sounds like an adjective, it actually takes an S. 1, you need to know it. 1, you need to hope your opponent doesn't know it. And number 3, you have to decide whether I've gone first. I've just played off 7 tiles. Don't I have a greater chance of picking the S next? When you play on these Scrabble computer games, those that think very well, they're often going to tell you play cursive because you are the one who's just gotten rid of 7 tiles and you have a greater chance of picking up an S. What are your thoughts on that?
I would play cursive, but not necessarily because of the S hook or the lack thereof. What I don't like about this option of cruves is the C and where it's placed. The most words in the English language start with the letter S. The second most words in the English language start with the letter C. And you can see now the way the C is strung there, it is just begging for an 8-letter word to come from it to hit that triple word square. You're inviting your opponent to score 100, whereas cursive, slotting the V on the double letter score, would put the C 1 space higher. And for that reason, I think I would have chosen cursive instead. But these are splitting hairs, tiny precision points, tiny nuance. What I think is most important is Napat did not get bogged down for several minutes thinking about that. You've only got 25 minutes to play the whole game. Just do something and move on to the next turn. Madhav now to respond, the 2025 World Youth Scrabble Champion. He is just 15 years old, and he's got a tough first turn. A-A-B-E-E-P-T, not really any options to score well. He's going to play B-A-P at the bottom of this board. He's keeping A-E-E-T together. That's a lot of vowels, but...
Why didn't he play Bay, B-A-E?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe he hates P's.
Maybe he's just trying to bingo right now, seeing where that C is. Because of where Napat played this word, played his opening move, there are no 2-letter words with the letter C except CH. And so it's going to be tough to reach up to the top of this board. Maybe Madhav feels like a defensive game is coming his way, and maybe he wants to bingo right now before a big wall is built. But look at this FOH from Napat very quickly. This is definitely his strongest play here. Wastes almost no time on it. Napat's up 115 to 18 early on, an uphill climb now for the kid.
And that's actually amazing because if he had kept the P, he would have had the very ugly combination of PFDD. So I don't know how he reached into the future and figured that one out, but that worked out very, very well for him. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't have any of the 3 bingos that are available with that rack. I see defatted, defeated, and deflated. So what you want to do, yes, you have doubles of 3 letters. You have doubles of the E and the D, and you have the unwieldy F. So the first thought that you would have is, how can I get rid of all 3 of them? And he's looking at fed, I believe, to the left of foe to make dobe and EF.
Yeah, that's maybe a little bit of blindness for that spot for some players, but not for someone as strong as Madav. He'll notice this. FED versus FADED, I think what he's deliberating here. I like this option
And
because
he's setting up his.
He's setting up not only his D for def, but the A for Adobe, the ED to play in front of EF.
Good.
It does all the right stuff. So I love this.
I love
Fabulous
it.
for Madav.
Love it. Somebody was asking what it meant to be 2021-01, and that is a rating. Oh, and somebody's answered them. Yeah, so we have ratings just like chess has it, just like other competitions like this have it.
Notpot wasting no time here. The play of FED does give him QIN. Now the leave makes me want to scream, AAIA is likely to go south, but 41 points is way, way too much. And the Q, the worst tile in the entire game of Scrabble, if you can play it for 41, you really ought to just do that. So Jin, another pretty straightforward play for Notbot. Each of his first 3 moves have been rather easy, but he is crushing them. Now he'll have a tough one with that draw into AAAI and OSY. We'll look at Madav, who's also got a tough turn, AADDEOT. He was hoping to bingo into that ADET combination, found instead another A, another E. This is a tough turn. I bet we see Madav buckle down for a few minutes and think. Robin, I'm putting you on the spot early, though. What's jumping out to you?
Absolutely nothing. This is one of those rats. You know what? It's early in the game. I see that the scores haven't been updated. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, we've got 115 to 43, Notbot's advantage. I've already put a note into our producer. We'll try to get that fixed, but
How do I have 156? I have a different score than you. That's interesting.
156 to 43.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought I heard 115. Very good. So there's absolutely really nothing here for him to do. You can choose to either balance your rack and play something like ORAD for 7 points and save ADET, or you could do exactly what I would do. It's early in the game. I'm behind by 100 points. I need to open up the board because Chin has now completely closed that left side of the board. And I need to pass as many tiles as possible to pick up the good stuff because there's still 3 S's and a blank left to go. So absolutely, I would play Iodate.
Maybe just Iodate and try to set up the D, but no, I think you do just want to grab the extra points here, get out into space as much as possible, and pray that you draw a little bit better than you've been drawing so far in this game. So what can Mada find now? Ooh, this looks good. This looks good. Yeah, okay, he's drawn pretty well.
Thank you.
He's in much better shape after rejecting that rack and trying again. Notpot now, AAAIOSY, up by 95. Defense has got to be what you're thinking about here. You've seen your opponent string out a bunch of floating tiles, inviting 8-letter words. You've also got that dangerous C sitting right in the center of this board. You'd love to block some of this. Robin, is there any defensive option jumping out to you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Definitely the first thing you see with that rack like that is AIA. Where can I put it? And he's given him some spots underneath Iodated. If you put it under the first D, you'll get 1 more point. But if you put it 1 over and make AATI and EA, you're actually making it a bit more difficult for Madav to bingo. He's going to have to bingo to that D.
All right, so AIA, block all the floaters, block the Ds is what Robin recommends, and right on cue, Notpot dropping it down. AELNORT, the rack for Madav. He had some threats, but nothing is actually going to work because of the defensive shape of the board. Madav cannot bingo using the C at the top, cannot bingo using the R adjacent to it, cannot bingo down into either of the Ds of Iodated. And Robin, when you've got racks that have all 1-pointers, no bingos.
So I'm really glad that this has happened. It'll be interesting to see how these young men deal with this kind of a situation. It's the kind of situation I love to see the top players have, because what do? Lower players are going to just play off one tile and save a stem rack like AELNRT, maybe get rid of the O. I find with the top players, they are breaking up the rack, scoring as much as possible, and lo and behold, they pick a bingo the next turn. So we'll see what he's going to do. Now, normally you would want to get rid of the O because AEL antler, AENTLER is what we call a stem rack, and it makes a lot of bingos with 7s and 8s. The only thing in this situation is that he's got a C, and CON go so beautifully together. Do you want to get rid of that O? Also, L is not always the nicest tile either. You might, in this case, start thinking, okay, I'm going to get rid of LO. But you also have to look on the board, like looking under AA takes the L, right? So can I go across maybe 5 tiles, maybe play 23, 24 points with 1-pointers and then start over again?
Yeah, the way to play longer out of this rack is likely to play the 5-letter OLENT, O-L-E-N-T. This will play beneath the AIA on the board, making AALTIE and EAN. That's 22. Doesn't give a lot back, but given how tough it looks to get to the top of the board, if I'm Madhav, I want to bingo from the C as soon as possible. I think this is a good way to kind of split the difference. You're still scoring pretty well, but you're keeping one more stable consonant, the T, to go with everything else. I like this from Madhav. I don't think you can afford to score 8 or 10 here. Good choice in my eyes.
Exactly. And this is a very big teaching lesson for everybody who wants to play Scrabble. Yes, you want to hold on to your stem racks, but you have to score, or else you're going to find yourself scoring 2, 4 for like 3 turns in a row, because all of a sudden now you're digging in. I didn't break up my stem rack and I'm still picking. I picked a W, I picked a J. You have to score. This is exactly what he did. He took a chance, and well, he picked a V and a G, but if he had an E, he'd have Virgates, but we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens indeed. Every tile you play off decreases the odds that you're going to bingo next turn, but drawing VG together, that's more the death knell. So we'll see. Looks like Napat is going to pick up one of his 2 S's and play Linos and SOY. Keep things good and closed. This play makes a lot of sense, although Madhav can probably gather some free information from this. Robin, if Napat's playing that S for 23 points this quickly?
That quickly, that's the problem. Yeah, because he could have just played Yo underneath it. Now, a bit very, very dangerous because OIE is good in this dictionary. But listen, when somebody plays that quickly and they play off an S, there's a lot of inferences you can make. And certainly the fact that he has 2 of them is one of them.
All right, so this is huge. This board really feels like a race to bingo from or through the C, and Napat has just won that race. This is a famous set of 8-letter words in Scrabble, the campiest campsite. Both of those play now for 95 points. We saw Sad Madhav last game as he got just 2 power tiles. We're about to see Sad Madhav again as he gets bingoed on for 95.
Well, I think he's looking at him impasted and not considering the fact that he has 8s he needs to look for. And in this case, there's not a lot to look for. The only really way to make an 8 is through the C, off the R, or to the D. So he really needs to take a second and consider, what do I have with that C? I mean, it's the first thing you do. You always look to see, how can I score the most points?
Well, the first thing you do is find the 7-letter word on your rack.
I guess.
Many of these top players, as you do, Robin, they study by alphagram. They're used to seeing the letters alphabetized AEI, MPST, and for many of these guys, there it is.
There we go.
As soon as you see those, you're going to think impaste and pastime. And
I agree with you.
Then okay, now I see. I got to start looking for the 8s. There's campiest. Between campiest and campsite, Robin, does it make a substantial difference which one you choose?
Let me see how both of them look on the board. Campiest and campsite. I think I'm gonna like. I think I'm going to like campsite a little bit better, because that S then will be 2 below that triple letter score. And you can come down and put a V there or a K there, and you're going to score a lot of points. You're going to get a double word score anyway, but I don't like that triple letter score where it is. So I would go with campsite.
I'd also go with campsite, in part because of the dangerous positioning of that S, but also in part because campsite is more inviting to a natural block. This board is ugly, 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 and about to get uglier after Campiest. Oh my goodness.
I told you. Oh, you know what? He just does. This is when you don't speak. How much English does he speak? Yeah. Because I've seen this before a lot with the Thai players, that they might have seen Campy and they don't know that it compares.
Yeah. Okay, that's tough. And once you see Campiest, Madhav is just cocking his head because Madhav knows his opponent just missed Campiest for 95, and that is rather tilt-inducing or triggering in Scrabble. Maybe that was a hold as well. I don't know, but it looks like they've been accepted.
I think it was more of a hold. I think his head was cocked backwards, as in, do I know this? Because why give him another chance to play Campiest?
Fair, yeah. Might as well just let the 71 pointer
Let
go
it go.
when 95 was there. And one other thing about Campiest Campsite, if you see Campiest, but get caught up on if it's a word, you don't remember the set Campiest Campsite. Maybe that's what it was there, a little word knowledge trepidation, and impasted instead. That's going to make this game a little bit more interesting to us. And Robin, you're seeing something that'll make this a lot more interesting as well.
I'm going to assume that this means somebody who plays the saxophone, but there is this lovely play through the S in impasted that he's got for 63 points.
Yes. Oh, instead he's going to play TIX. This is 47, but holds the S back. I wonder if saxist, SAXIST, which is indeed a saxophone player, was better just because it puts the S in position where you can do some damage. Madhav still feels rather walled in this game, and he's down 130 points. He needs a miracle to catch back up. Miracles can't happen on closed boards. Napat, post-bingo draws EJMNOOU. He's quickly spotted what looks like his top play, either Mojo or its anagram Jomo in the top right corner. Jomo, to me, makes more sense. It's unlikely that your opponent can bingo into an M, but it's impossible for your opponent to bingo into a J. He's going to play Mojo.
I know how I'm trying to think. Wait, well, Swaraj ends in a J, and there's, I don't think, yeah.
Nope. The longest word that ends in J is just 6 letters, either Swaraj or Svaraj. You might be thinking Tolaryev, but no. Mojo comes down, and look at this.
Oh my God.
Wow, Madhav immediately finding earworms, and all of a sudden, just like that, getting the spot where it plays for even more points. 90 points for Madhav on earworms. Okay, all of a sudden.
Did you see how fast he did that?
Is incredible.
That is unbelievable.
Incredible. All of a sudden, we've got a game.
Oh, I love it.
If Napa draws poorly here, we've really got a game.
So now we see how impasted wasn't the right play.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a small oversight, but will it continue to have this ripple effect all game? Is that the opening Madhav needed to catch back up? We'll see. The N is a great pull for Madhav. The L is going to help as well. Vowels could have led to trouble, but instead, AEELNTU, the rack for Napat. He looks like he might have bingos on this turn. No such thing is possible. And we'll get to see Napat now choose between defense, try to close this board down and just grab on for a victory, or sheer offense, score as much as I can. He can score 30 this turn if he wants to.
I don't think he should.
Say more.
Oh, I'm going to take that back because he's in the lead. Yeah, what you want to do is block. I mean, right now, because the board is so bad, because of Chin, everything's closed on the left side. Really, the only place to bingo now is through the earworms, the Mojos. It should have been Jomos. That was a mistake. That was youth playing too quickly. Don't play so quickly. And earworms and through to the C. So when you're ahead like this, you want to end the game as quickly as possible. So Latine does everything. It makes it not as easy to bingo. It's still easy enough to bingo, but it makes it a little bit harder. And it also plays off 6 tiles, so you're emptying the bag faster. So yes, I would be happy with Latine.
He's found a slightly weaker version of this in LEAN, but I do agree. You want to score more points here. You want to play a little bit longer. One of the worst things you can do in Scrabble is fish or score very little and groom your rack for a bingo while you're winning by a bingo. You don't need another one. Just keep scoring 30 and your opponent's not going to catch up. So
That's a really important point, right? Because that's what you want to. You think that, oh, I should balance my rack and this and that. But the point is, if you're ahead and you keep scoring like 35 points a turn, they're not catching up to you.
Right.
Very rarely.
Right.
So just keep scoring. Remember, 2 35-point plays is a bingo.
Yeah.
And it's hard for people to remember that, but that is absolutely the case.
Yeah, so I feel like a lot of players would maybe instinctively grab the UE and play something like URE through the R and earworm for 5. That's just not the way you need to play Scrabble, especially not with a lead like this. Just score, block. My opponent's probably not going to catch up. That's all you got to do.
Would it be ironic, though, if Nadav was able to bingo to the M for like 180 points or something, 140 points?
That's the way Scrabble is. You make a slight imprecise play, like you put the M there when you should have put the J there, and then, of course, my opponent draws the 95 or 98 pointer on the triple word that I guess I never should have made it possible, but you actually drew it, of course. That's a Scrabble.
That's such a killer. That's such a killer. But it's an important lesson that every single turn has to be done exquisitely correctly.
Indeed. You got to maximize. You've got to milk every single percentage point out of every single term. This is how Notbot feels to do that here. NEAL. I think had he seen Latine, LATEEN in the same spot, he would have chosen that. But I think maybe just not noticing it is Notbot. Neil's still a good idea. The key thing for him was to not get caught up trying to bingo, was just to put scoring pressure on, and he's done a wonderful job of that.
Absolutely.
Notpot's lead now 102. Madhav has found one of the strongest tiles in the game, that Z. Can he do some damage with it now, or will he opt to hold it back to do damage in the future? That's for him to decide, but there are ways for him to score with the Z. I think ZINCO into the O of Mojos is the play there that makes the most sense to do. It keeps the E and earworms available to play underneath for bingos and scores pretty well. But maybe he'll think about trying to set up the Z or hold back on the Z in hopes to do more damage in the near future. Robin, what's your thinking on this move?
Yeah, so the obvious thing if you're in the lead, the obvious thing to do is to play Zin to the E and earworms. It scores the most and it blocks the bingo lane. But he's behind, so he can't do that. So Zinco, to me, because you are so vowel deprived, you get rid, even though C and RY are quite synergistic, and ironically, those letters are in the word synergistic, it gets rid of the clunky C, it keeps the NRY, it keeps that E. See, why Latine was a mistake is that AE doesn't take anything below it. It doesn't take an S, it doesn't take anything. So it kept that lane very open. So Zinco's the way to go, and I'm glad to see that's what he's put down.
A beautiful Scrabble version of a turn that you have to play differently depending on the scoreboard. Zinco up top if you're trailing. Zin on the bottom feels a lot more natural if you're ahead. But Madhav doing it right there. AEIKLTU, the rack now for Thailand's top player on his home soil, and he can do some major damage. That K is going to allow him to score big on this board. And look at this. Notpot's found a great block that also scores LEK, plays beneath the EAR in earworms. 39 points, closes off the last bingo line on the board, save the C in Crooves. This feels like almost game over. This is a great play for Notbot.
Yeah, absolutely what you want to do is block off that bingo lane. If you play the K underneath the ER and go to the right, you're not going to be able to do that.
So the one wart on this play is the leave. It's not strong. AITU. Looking at the unseen pool, there are quite a few vowels to be drawn as well. So this could backfire in a small way, but blocking the bingo line is priority number 1. That is exactly what Notbot has done. Dodge the landmines in the bag. Try not to draw the last 2 I's, the last 3 U's, and you're doing okay.
All righty, what do we do now?
I think we see sad Madhav again here. What could you possibly do to catch back up? You're down by 109. If you're Madhav, the first thing I'm doing is checking the unseen pool. And I'm actually pretty optimistic by it. When I'm trailing, I want to see some good stuff in the bag and a lot of ugly stuff in the bag. And then I want to pray that my opponent's got the ugly stuff and I can get the good stuff. And that is exactly what we see here. 13 vowels versus 10 consonants in a game where the normal vowel to consonant ratio is 3 to 4. Okay, there's a good chance Napot's got a lot of those vowels. And there's a blank hanging out. Okay, I've got to assume Napot doesn't have it. If he does, this game is completely over. So I'm just going to play the rest of this game with the assumption that I'm going to draw the blank, either next turn or the turn after. So if you're Madhav, what is the only way I win? My opponent's got garbage. He could have a lot of vowels. And then I get really lucky. I could draw that blank. Maybe there's a chance that unseen pool gives Madhav just a little bit of reason to be optimistic.
Except for the 3 U's.
Well, hopefully they're all on Napot's rack.
Well, and this is a situation where Madhav should not be afraid to play off his eye because the bag is vowel heavy. If there is a play for him that utilizes the eye, don't feel the need to hold on to it.
Correct.
Now, to think what he needs to do, he needs to score, he needs to open the board, and he needs to play a lot of tiles. And he can't do any of this. So he is up a tree.
Yeah, that play just unfortunately does not exist out of these letters. What do
I think he
do?
needs to do something like lyric, just to start opening a part of the board. Something.
No, I strongly disagree with that. I think your best chance is to bingo into that C. So
Yeah.
create some weird diversion if you can and pray that the C stays unblocked. You can play lyric now, but if you bingo next turn, it's going to be a sad 70 pointer and then you draw the garbage.
I'm not a big fan of praying during Scrabble games for things to happen.
The tile gods are real. And you only need to play in a few tournaments before you realize the tile gods are real and they have the most sick and twisted sense of humor imaginable. Tell me I'm wrong, Robin.
I totally agree with you there, but I think the chances, I mean, the one bingo lane, yeah, I know, and lyric isn't the best either, but if there's, wow, what do you do? You know, just tear worms? Is there a front hook for earworms? No, there's like, that is completely closed off. This board is completely closed off.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Madhav's chances needed to come a few turns ago. He even got like insanely lucky that earworms was possible, but the board just got so closed. And I think that the TIX turn, he should have tried to open something up a little bit. But if you don't open the board, you're eventually just stuck in situations like this. I'd be looking to see if there's any really lucky draw into the C I could hit right now. Like if I fish my R, I play Rex and REAN, and then I draw the blank. Can I bingo to the C? Unfortunately, I can't. If I fish off the Y, OY and YO in the bottom right corner for 20,
No.
can I draw bingo? No. Okay. Well, then what is the ultimate miracle I can draw? What can I see from the C or to the C in grooves that I could draw? What are some like 2-tile combinations that'll help me work? If I draw one of those E's and one of those U's, can I make anything happen? If I draw an E and an I, can I make something happen? But his rack just is not a good fit for this board. I'd spend a ton of time here, but this is your last real chance if you're Madhav. And he's setting up lyric now. That's all he can think of. I don't know.
Oh, you know, Matt, maybe at the end of the day, lyric isn't so bad.
It's just a play.
It does a lot. It undoubles the Y. It starts to open because it forces, because there's absolutely nothing else to do. It forces Napot to counter to play something that he would consider to be blocky, and then you could play something else that now suddenly opens up a triple row. Like you have to, you know, it's a chess move. It's multi ahead. The lyric is not for the immediate future. It's for 2 or 3 plays from now.
I just don't see how you win after lyric, but I don't see how you win after anything. So maybe just make a move. He's
That's
going to
what I
fish the
think.
R. And yeah, this feels
Alrighty.
fine.
Okay, doke.
Get some points. Don't block the C.
Go for
Maybe
it.
my opponent has a stroke and doesn't block the C either. We'll see what happens. AC or AEGITUW, the rack now for Napot, and he can block the C. You see, that's priority number 1. He's setting up Cutie, CUTIE. It's a very weak score, just 8, but that is the only thing you need to think about. Now there is a cuter block. He can play Wifed, WIFED, into the FED on the board, but that does give the possibility of vertical bingos back. So just play cutie and you basically can't lose, right? Madhav has pulled a 7-letter bingo. He's drawn into byliner, B-Y-L-I-N-E-R. So if for whatever reason Napa inexplicably opens this board, there's a chance. But that's
That's
the
not
last
happening.
thing. If your Scrabble rating is over 1900 and you choose to open a board at this score in this game state, your Scrabble rating will not be over 1900 for very long. Napa, a 2100 player, he's not going to open the board here.
Yeah, if he wants to score some points, but then again, we had the philosophy of keep scoring, and the person can't catch you. One suggestion is wife, another one is wafed, but then that would stick up a W out there, and it's very easy to hook it on either side of it. There is also Qgin, if you Guqin, G-U-Q-I-N, but there you go. He's choosing to get rid of the UW combination and get rid of the absolute last bingo lane that's available right now.
Another real pro of this play is it holds 2 consonants back for Napat, who is drawing into a very vowel-heavy pool. What is the worst-case scenario for Napat? I draw all vowels and I can't block. Okay, I'm making sure that doesn't happen. So I love it. Nice cutie from Napat. And Madhav with the unplayable byliner, down by 103 on a board with literally 0 bingo lines. This one's done.
Yeah, so you see, if he had played lyric, though, it would have forced Napat to play something down to the L, the Y, whatever. And then we get a little bit of volatility. We get some scoring, something. Now we're going to just sit here and watch paint dry.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to watch paint dry no matter what. Like, if you play lyric, your opponent just plays EAU on top or plays Wagyu through the Y. Yeah, lyric would have ended up worse. This one's done. But I really do think, like, the only shot Madhav had is, A, draw a little better early on in this game, and B, maybe open the board a smidge sooner than you did. All right.
He wants to get rid of his clunkier tiles so that he could play the good tiles. I don't know where, the 1-point tiles, but that's okay.
At this point in the game, just kind of
Let's get it over with.
something. Yeah, your opponent's not going to open the board, so just kind of do a thing, and then I think the biggest thing is let's try to get away from this board. And I'm kind of hoping now Napat plays getaway into the Y at the bottom, because if you play off 6 tiles, then the game will end faster.
Yeah, let's just do it.
This one's done. Super, super, super done. What a showing from Napat, making Thailand proud on his home soil. He will be 5-0 at the Causeway Challenge.
Well, we can have a 10-minute discussion on whether he should play gateway or getaway.
Oh, absolutely. Let's do. Just completely doesn't matter at all. But I think this would be a really cool time to showcase some of the stuff that has been going on. Of the 440 some odd players in the room, over 100 of them are from Thailand. And I know at least at first glance, you wouldn't think that English language Scrabble has the presence it has in Thailand. But coming to Bangkok for the first time, I have seen how ubiquitous it is here, how popular it is here. The number of people I've talked to already at this tournament who were like, oh yeah, I got pulled into a board game club in middle school and everybody loved Scrabble and I started playing and I got hooked on it. Or I started playing as soon as I got to university with a couple of the guys in my program or in my dorm. Scrabble's huge here. There are 116 Thai players at this tournament. We have had world champions from Thailand, world runner-up from Thailand as well. Scrabble is a big, big deal. And what a privilege it is to get to see these players on their home turf playing some lights out Scrabble.
It's unbelievable, the enthusiasm. Thailand has been notorious for having these massive tournaments in shopping malls. And if you've been to Bangkok, you know how many huge shopping malls there are. And people actually play amid the hum and music and children crying and people eating and cling, clang, clang of the dishes in shopping malls. So we're actually kind of relieved when I found out that this was taking place in a convention center, which is nice and quiet. I believe we've kind of taken over the entire convention center, and there's a small hotel attached to the convention center where most of us are staying. So we have the place to ourselves. We have the catering to ourselves. There's a lot of staff here. and we are just being catered to and hand and foot by these people. So a huge Scrabble culture here in Thailand. Very happy. In fact, I don't know if some of you have seen the pictures that are in the lobby of this big, huge Scrabble board and Causeway, and it's all done not with plastic and with cardboard and whatever. It's done with like solid materials that are permanent. And I spoke to Michael Tang, who's organizing all this, and he says, I didn't ask them to do it, and I didn't do it. They did it for us. So that's the level of enthusiasm in Thailand for this tournament.
The hospitality has been second to none. The Miracle Grand Convention Center and Hotel has literally rolled out the red carpet for us, or the green carpet, I guess, is green is the color of the tournament. The staff has been all over it in terms of taking care of these players, and it's been so cool. I flew in on Monday. It's been so cool watching this place slowly transform from a boring-looking business convention to just more and more and more Scrabble. Last night in the lobby of the hotel, there were boards and tiles being slung all over the place. This morning at breakfast, it was just Scrabble folks all over, and Scrabble folks of all ages, senior citizens who've been playing for 40 years, all the way down to school children experiencing their first taste of major action. I even got to sign an autograph at the lunch break. That's how crazy this is.
Our little Matt has grown up.
My first big tournament, I had read the book Word Freak by Stefan Fatsis. That's the reason I got into competitive play. And I asked several players from the book to sign my copy of Word Freak. So now we've come full circle. I am the one signing autographs
that's
instead.
so sweet.
REIF was a nice little attempt by Madhav to catch up, but it does take a T front hook, the T on Napot's rack. He's going to not only block the bingo threat, but also shed his U's. U2 makes a bunch of sense here. And
Well, he had much more points. He could have played wet, for example, WHET, but he chose not to do that for 42 points or something close to that, so as not to give Madhav a bingo lane. And he would have had, he has an oilier on his rack, but wet would not have given that to him. So he sacrificed some points in order to not give anything back.
Yep, defense has been kind of the MO from Napot since the beginning of this term, or a game, and in Scrabble, defense wins championships. I'm a firm believer that you need to be able to play defense, especially in the games where you get an advantage early. You need to know how and when to block the board, and Napot has done a great job showing not just the word knowledge is important for this game, but also the knowledge of when to assess the threats, when to block the board, and how to control that lead once you get there.
But he still has not picked. There's still a blank left.
Oh my God,
He's
the blank
left it in the bag.
last tile in the
He
bag.
picked another E. He picked Eloiner, so he does have a bingo, but I don't know exactly what he was thinking. I understand that he wanted to save a stem rack and get rid of the I and all that, but where is he going to put anything? So I'm not exactly sure what he was thinking, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe there was something out. No, I don't know. Maybe he's just playing Scrabble to play Scrabble at this
That's
point.
it.
Do
That's
whatever on this board, you're dead.
Maybe just bore Napat to death that he'll just open the board by mistake. I don't know.
Right. Or maybe play one tile there so that you can miss the blank and be like, oh my God, I left the blank in the bag every single turn the entire game. That seems to be how it goes a lot of the time. When it rains, it pours in Scrabble because the tile gods are real.
Okay. So, championship player from our Scrabble program is suggesting Tied, T-I-E-D, just playing off the D. But every single suggestion it has is 100% win. So it really doesn't matter what he does.
Yeah, he's been locked into a win, I feel like, since about 4 turns ago, unless he made just catastrophic, mind-breaking blunders that we would never see a 2100 player make. We have talked quite a bit about the tournament, about who we've got here, but I did not get a chance to introduce the astounding co-anchor I've got in the booth with me. Robin, we've appreciated hearing your wisdom all tournament long, but I want to talk just a little bit about your laurels. You're not just hearing a nice voice on a headset. You are hearing what has been North America's top-rated woman for most of her competitive playing life in the booth with us. Robin has played many, many, many international tournaments and found so much success, so many accolades over the board. She's been a top expert for a very long time. a very, very, very long time, and we're lucky to have her. So, Robin, thank you for flying analyst with me. And sorry I didn't get to introduce you until right now.
Absolutely. I'm sitting here blushing from ear to ear. Thank you very much, Matt. I've been a tournament player for a long, long time. I came into it in my 20s, and I was very, very fortunate to grow up, so to speak, in the Montreal Scrabble Club, which has spawned world champions, national champions, the top woman. It's just been, and it was all under the tutelage of the very late and great Bernard Gottlieb, who unfortunately left us. I think it's been a year now. So nobody can understand why the Montreal Club has been as successful as it has been, but it has been, and I am very honored to be here. And thank you for such a lovely introduction.
Yeah, thanks for your service today, tomorrow, the next day, and Monday. We're so stoked to have you here in Bangkok on site. And I think there's a big lesson to be learned from what Robin just said. If you are a young person, if you are a teenager, if you are in your 20s, that is the time to get into this game. Not to say that if you're in your 50s, 60s, 70s, there's not a space for you in Scrabble. There's a space for everybody. But if you're young, the places this game could take you. Robin, if we could go back in time and tell the 20-year-old version of you that you're going to be flown, all expenses paid, to Bangkok to commentate a Scrabble tournament, what would you have said?
Well, I have said it because I was flown from Hasbro, Canada, back in the day to the London World Championships. And from that, I actually wrote an article for Elle magazine. I was asked to write an article on my experience. And I remember saying, I'm here at the Tower of London. I'm standing here, and I cannot believe that a board game that I used to play with my mother when I was in my youth, and then we would do crossword puzzles and whatever, one day I would be standing in London going to a world championship. And I had that exact same experience with this tournament. Like, look, where you never know where life is going to bring you. Even a board game is going to bring you joy. It's brought me family all over the world. It's brought me some amount of renown. Not that I need it. I don't need it. It's not my jam. But, it's nice to be recognized. It's nice people to come up to me and go, you're Robin Pollock Daniel. I've been following you. And, and when women come to me and say, thank you for inspiring us, you rock. That makes me the happiest, because that means I have inspired women, young girls, to come out and to put themselves against the boys, because there's a lot of men here, and say, you know what, we're just as good as anyone. We're even better than you sometimes.
Yes, often.
And I love to be that inspiration. So it's really been an absolute blessing, Scrabble, in my life. And don't think that something like a silly board game is a silly board game. It's not. It is so much more than that.
It is so much more than that. We've seen so many of the top players say things in the vein of, like, Scrabble's good for you. It teaches you life lessons. It teaches you patience. It teaches you how to do the best you can with whatever is given to you, whether it's a good hand or a bad hand, maximizing opportunity, sportsmanship, problem solving, interpersonal skills, being a gracious winner, a gracious loser. You learn so much. And hey, you might get flown to Thailand at some point too, if you try hard enough and stick with it long enough. So,
or it makes you such a successful person that you can afford to fly yourself here.
Yeah. I was literally told by my current boss that a big part of the reason I got my job is because they thought the Scrabble thing was really cool.
I totally got a job. I got a job in advertising. When I was a grad student in psychology and I was running out of money, I needed a job. I applied as a copywriter in medical advertising, and I got the job because on the first page of my resume, I wrote that I'm a Scrabble tournament Scrabble player and a successful one, and that got me in the door, and I got a job that I totally did not deserve.
The places you'll go. You may get jobs you never thought you were qualified for. You may get flown to London, to Thailand. You may meet some of the best friends you'll ever make in life. Most of my lifelong friends are just Scrabble players. Who knows? And perhaps a lifelong friendship blooming here between Madhav and Napat, whose futures look so bright in the game. You see, it's all smiles and sportsmanship, as Napat says. Wow, the blank was the last tile in the bag. And we're going to cut now to overhead mic as this one is done. We'll see if we catch some of that sportsmanship here.
Well, I don't know if you caught the look on his face when he picked the blank out of the bag as the last turn.
Of course. When it
I've done
rains, it
something like
pours.
tag here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even with the blank, you can play tag, I guess. But then you're also stuck with
Yeah.
the NW. So
So maybe just go this.
yeah, but you
okay.
can maybe play the N here.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So 329 plus 6.
So it's 3 I have 3 to 6 plus 4. So
No,
yeah,
no, no,
3
three-
to 9
yeah,
plus
yeah.
4. 3 3 3.
Oh, yeah, +4, not +6. Okay. 3, 3, 3.
And 450?
4, 5, 6?
421?
No.
389?
Nah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm seeing my mistake. 395, 407,
Yeah.
427,
Yeah.
435, 456.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is Campy as good?
I think it is.
Well, I'm not so sure, and I'm not so sure, so don't want to take a risk. And since you played this, I didn't expect you to have the X. Maybe
Yeah,
Campy
Campy and campsite both.
No, but we Campy as would give more soda, so I can have
Yeah.
the kills for.
Yeah, I played 2 tiles. I draw it. So I played VG. I draw XW.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I suspect you would have only
Yeah, I know.
only 1 point time. Yeah.
Such horrible opening that. Like, yeah.
Yeah, but after that, I mean, that it seems to come my way. So and even that
Yeah.
that desperate opening, I mean,
Yeah, I didn't even have the tea.
oh man.
I had nothing. And this was my only nice player.
Yeah. Okay. So can you like submit to the
Yeah.
QR?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so a nice little post-mortem there, realizing the campiest campsite, but Notbot saying, oh, even if I play those, I can't have the closed board that I wanted. So yeah, defense, the MO for Notbot. I suspect we will see plenty more of Notbot here at this tournament if he's going to play anything like that. What a game, what a start.
And what I want to say is, if you just witnessed that conversation, it totally goes to that beautiful soliloquy you gave us about the benefits of Scrabble, and especially school Scrabble. Look how these he just lost 2 games in a row, and he's talking like, oh, I could have done this. They're smiling, they're giggling, they're what could have been, what should have been. There's none of this moping and I'm down on myself and I made a mistake. This is what they learned by doing Scrabble in school, that they learned how to deal with winning and how to, more importantly, how to deal with losing. And they put things in perspective. And if you think that that doesn't go into life in general, you're wrong. They're going to take that same life lesson that they learned in Scrabble and use it in their interpersonal relationships. And these are going to be the more successful people in life because of the lessons that they've learned as tournament Scrabble players.
Indeed, it is. All right, so this is now the scene here. You can see their friends have started to trickle in. This is also common in Scrabble. First off, check out that playing room. Do you see how deep it goes? It just sprawls and sprawls and sprawls in all directions. That's all Scrabble. But this is the scene. Yeah, friends come over, check it out. Anything interesting happen this game? And this game, I got to say, on the interesting scale, probably a 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10. And yet, everybody wants to see what's going on anyway. This is what it's about. So many of my core fun memories are just finding my friends, gathering around the board, looking at words, discussing plays, growing, learning, bonding. It's beautiful. With that, we're going to wind down for just a couple minutes. We have so much more Scrabble yet to come today. I can't believe we're at the halfway point. It feels like we should be wrapping down, getting ready for dinner. And yet, no, 5 more games of Scrabble from Bangkok. 5 more games. I'm like, it's 3 p.m. I don't think I'm going downtown today, but my wallet will thank me as holy crap, I've spent a lot at all the malls here in Bangkok. 5 more games of Scrabble. Still several undefeated players, but I suspect by the end of the day, we're going to be down to 0, 1, maybe 2 undefeateds left. As soon as we know the next matchup.
Ooh, yeah. It'll be very interesting if someone's at 10-0. It'll be interesting.
Hey, weird things happen in Scrabble. People run hot. Notbot has now not lost a game in his last 28, if my intel is correct.
Don't tell him. Don't jinx it.
I will say absolutely nothing. I will not even make eye contact with them because when you're running hot, you don't interrupt the flow. So once we know the next matchup, we will drop it in the YouTube chat. If you're joining us over on mewatch.ott, well, just hang out. We will be back as soon as players are situated. So much more Scrabble to come. You are watching the Causeway Challenge.
We will see you soon. Don't go away.
right, folks, we are back. The second half of play from day one of the Causeway Challenge coming your way. We're going to have two fresh faces on stream. Our first Aussie representation, and it's not Dave Elgar, as some of us would have expected, but Cam Farlow, another Grandmaster coming from Australia, is going to be one of the players on stream. His matchup is Thompson. So, excuse me. No, his matchup is Alex Gonzalez. So we've seen him already twice on stream. We're seeing him a third time on stream as well. Alex, the first 2 times he was on stream, scored 500 and 500. He may make it 3 in a row. Maybe Cam Farlow will get in the way. Let's check out the standings, see where these folks are at. But Cam Farlow right now was in first. When I checked outside, it looks like a 5-0 or 4-0 up there. Like you said, Robin, the number of undefeateds really starting to whittle down. Just 6 left, and maybe a few more to fall beyond this as well. All right, so we've got Cam and we've got Alex. We've got a great game of Scrabble coming your way. It looks like they have played 0 times. All right, it looks like a little glitch with that. So we'll just skip over to the board.
Maybe this is when he's playing at home against himself. Those are the stats.
Yes. All right. So Cam Farlow of Australia. And I mentioned these before, but check out the swaggy tees we've got from Team Australia. The green, the white, the gradient green, the official color here of the Causeway Challenge. Looking quite snazzy is Cameron. So he's off to the races. Not so snazzy those first couple tiles. A, O, U, I, E. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. But 2.
Well, it's not so bad.
2 consonants, the last 2, open with the A-E-I-O-U. I was going to ask if this rack is bad enough to exchange, but definitely not. You're playing
audio.
through now.
You're playing audio saving ER.
Are you playing audio or are you playing shorter? Something like O-U, keeping A-D-E-I-R? What do you think, Robin?
I like audio saving ER. And I will die on my sword for it.
All right. Robin will die on her sword for audio. I'm not going to make her do that. I'll take her at her word. She is rated what she is for a reason. Cameron doing the same thing. Audio coming down 14 points. And Alex, on his quest to score 500 a third straight time, has been thwarted by not 1, not 2, but 3 eyes on his first draw. Woof. What do you see, Robin?
I see a lot of eyes.
Yes, indeed. He could get rid of 2 of them if he knows the word pineys, but I don't know that that's the right line forward. I don't know what the right line forward is, though. Goodness,
Just
this
PI.
is weird. PI?
Not terrible. I would definitely not do pineys underneath audio, especially because it takes a T-hook. You could, there's something to be said considering how poorly the first word scored to just get rid of 2 eyes.
Yeah, maybe you throw back just exchange 2. Alex, maybe looking at insipid, just play really long, play down into the D, but I think you're giving up a little bit too much, particularly giving up that S is not something you'd like to do here. So I don't know. I think exchanging II is not a weak option. Playing PI is not a weak option either, unless you draw a third eye, in which case you're big sad. It looks like he is thinking about exchanging down to pines, and I think that's reasonable here.
Or one of its anagrams.
Yes, spine.
Of course, or snipe.
Yeah.
I think we're at it. I think that's it. I think we're done. Oh, pains. P-E-I-N-S. I forgot the pains. Okay.
So we'll see exchanging down to the synergistic E-I-N-P-S combination could lead
That's
to...
absolutely fine, too.
But scoring points always does help you win. 17 of them available for PI. I'd be doing exactly what Alex is doing. Oh, God, I want to exchange II, but I want to score 17 instead of 0. But I don't really like this leave of E-I-I-N-S because I could see it making me sad. But what else do I do? I don't know. This literally, depending on my mood, I would exchange 2 or I'd play PI. I don't think I'd play any longer than that.
The only thing is that underneath the DI can go a lot of letters that could score a lot out of nowhere, right? There could be the V, there could be the F, the M, the B. Those are the worst ones of them. So we'll see what happens, but it could be dangerous as well.
Yeah, there's very seldom a situation in Scrabble where you're going to be able to make a play that has no danger to it. Yeah, just 17. I think a little bit too much to pass up on. I like it from Alex. BEEF-RTX now at the rack for Cameron. He'll do some damage. The question is whether or not he'll use the X tile to do it. He's not bereft of options. In fact, bereft and Dib plays for 37. Does open a triple word score, but with an X in tow, maybe you want to open a triple word score? Robin, you playing the X here or keeping it?
No, I'm playing Fixer.
Okay.
And that X, I mean, it's just too perfect. And I don't play Refix. Why don't I play Refix?
The prefix.
That's right, because it takes a P in front of it.
Indeed. So Refix, a little bit less defensive than Fixer. This is what he's opted for. It looks good to me. EGIINOS now, Alex's second draw, and that R is exactly what he was hoping for.
Yes, senor.
Si, senor, indeed. And here he is setting it up right away and spelling it correctly. That's half the challenge with these like 80 different acceptable spellings of senor. Wow, check out how quick he's putting this down. Excellent stuff from Alex.
And what interesting letter goes after senor? Senor?
Does this one take the I?
Nope.
The Y.
Yes.
That's one of the big things in Scrabble is what are the hooks when words have a bunch of spellings and they don't all take the same hooks. This one's going to take a Y. We'll see if that comes into play. Robin, this seems to be the theme of the day, though, taking these big words and extending them. And it looks like we've got a fun extension available here. Tell me what you see.
As soon as you put down Fixer, you have to start saying to yourself, what goes in front of it? Remember, I said don't play Refix because it takes the P in front. But Fixer does take something in front of it, and Cameron has it. Take a look at the AF, stick it on top of Fixer, and you will get a Fixer.
A Fixer would be really cool. There are other really high-scoring plays available to him. ENFANT. Through the N in Senor is 39 on the triple word at the bottom. That's also a great play. There are several strong options for Cameron here, so I know very little about his game, but I do think this is a turn where most players want to settle down. Robin, we've seen Alex on stream 3 times, but this is Cameron's first appearance. Tell me what you know about him.
Well, I think I'm reading here that he's been on now 3 times as well.
He's been on the other streams, on board
Right.
2, on board 3. And hey, when you're winning the tournament, you're going to be on the stream.
Yeah.
But we haven't yet seen Cameron. So what do you know about him?
I know a little bit about him. Let me pull up what I know about him. Let's see. I don't know a lot, but I do know that he won the 2019 Australian Scrabble Championship in Hobart, as they would pronounce it, and I pronounced it incorrectly, in Australia. And he also won the 2023 Queensland Championship. And I know both of these are going to be very hotly contested. There's lots of wonderful Australian Scrabble players. So to have won 2 of these very major championships lets you know that he's quite the more than up and comer at this point. He has arrived. He is ranked at least 20th, if not higher, here in this tournament. I think we have old rankings when I put together these bios, so he must be between 15 and 18 listed here at the tournament. So considering the depth of this field and the brilliance of this field, to be in the top 20 is quite an achievement.
Indeed, it is. And to be on top of the field early on is quite the achievement as well. Phoebe, the option we're going to see from Cameron. This scores just enough to give us a tie game, 85 apiece, and holy draw. Cameron just found 4 A's in the bag. I don't want to look at that anymore, so I'm going to look over at Alex's rack. ELNORTW. It looks like he set up Enol, ENOL, on his rack. I'm not seeing a spot to play that, so maybe he's just thinking through options.
No, I'm sure he's going to want to get rid of the W.
Yeah.
Something as simple as want, W-O-N-T, to E-S will take care of that. You'd rather keep E-R-T than E-R-L, but you can't have everything in life, and that's another thing that Scrabble teaches you. You can't always get what you want, but if you try, you get what you need.
Indeed. You don't always get what you want, but you do sometimes get what you need. Now, what does Alex want to do here? He can play W-O-N-T, feels rather standard, but it exposes a triple word score on a board that's otherwise kind of closed. If he wants to play some more defense, T-W-O, making est, eu, and bio, is another option that doesn't give quite as much back. The L-E-N-R leave can go south or north, depending. I feel like it's rather volatile. It's a bingo or die. But I like this. It seems like Alex likes it as well. Just don't give your opponent the free triple word, and that could make Cameron's next turn quite difficult if he doesn't have a good play. I think 2 is a good choice here from Alex. We'll see if he agrees.
I just got complimented on my pronunciation of Hobart, and I hope I got that from an Australian. Thank you so much for saying that. Squadzo, I appreciate it. Which I'm quite sure I didn't pronounce that correctly, but 1 out of 2. We'll get it. I love 2. Speaking of 2, 1 out of 2. I love that. I'm glad you called it. Perfect.
Yeah, there it is. All right, TWO has come down indeed. Cam now on turn, and I tried to forestall this as long as I can, but I can't anymore. A, L, and T, the rack for Cameron. I would have already played Natal, Natal, down from the N in Senor, mostly so I don't have to look at this rack anymore. Cameron's going to do it right now. Come on. It feels like a very strong play on a rack where, unless A were valid, and unfortunately it's not, yeah, you got to do this. I love it from Cam. Love the precision and love the confidence to do it quickly as well. And what have we found for Alex? EGILNRU.
Reguline. Let's see if we can figure it out with looking it up. Ha 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 ha.
Nope. There are no playable bingos out of this rack with any of the floaters on the board. Reguline's not going to be there. Nothing available to Alex. And Robin, we love watching these. The racks where you're close to a bingo, you don't quite have one.
You gotta just dump the U. I mean, the Conlinger rack. I mean, it's just. It's painful to do it. And honestly, to dump the U, if you're going to play it on this board, you're going to screw up the T in Natal. I don't know that there's any other place to dump a U. So it's just so tempting. It's just so hard to know what to do when you've got such a beautiful rack. You don't have the bingo, but you're so close to it, and you just don't want to bust it up.
These are some of the most pivotal turns in Scrabble.
Yeah.
And some of it comes down to the outcome. If I bingo next turn, great. Whatever I chose feels good. And if I don't, oh God, it's recursive. It stays painful for the future because you get stuck in the sticks. You get stuck with all these 1 or 2 point tiles indefinitely. I think there is one play for Alex that is head and shoulders above every other option. It is not fishing just the U off, but it is FLU from the F and flip fixer. It sets up the E for a back hook. It holds EGINR together. Robin, I'm a huge fan.
I'm a huge fan. I mean, it is volatile because the other player can go there, but then you're opening up a trickle lane. So that's why I love plays like this. That the other person gets paranoid, they want to block it, but then they open up a better lane for you.
Yeah. Sometimes you do just have to embrace the volatility and hope that the tiles do what they're supposed to do more often than not. What you have to ask yourself in situations like this, if you're Alex, is, okay, FLU is the, I'm going to shell out for a bingo option. What is the non-bingo option? What is just the, I'm going to pound out points here? And generally, Robin and I are fans of trying to just score the points here, but it looks like the best he can do, if he even spots this, is GUILE above the FEE and Phoebe. That would string a G out in space. But you have to notice the front hook, EEW extending to EEEW, scores just 24, gives a lot back to my opponent on a board that's dying otherwise. I don't think I like it. FLU seems like a calculated offensive play if Alex can spot it. But there's a lot to think about here.
Did you actually mention that FLU takes an E?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Just so people will understand why it is that we think it's such a good play.
Yep.
But because there are so many E's in Scrabble, of course, it can be easily taken by your opponent. So it is a bit of a risk. But as Stefan Fatsas always talks about Scrabble, there is risk and there is reward in this game. And it is another life lesson as well. If you wanted to just get rid of the U, another thing that I like about Matt, that I like about Flu, is that it gets rid of the LU because there's already an L on the board to play through in Natal. And it's not always that easy to play with 2 L's. I mean, there's a lot worse letters to have 2 of, and L's do go well together. But when you have an ING rack, and I don't know about you, but I just get bitten. If I hold on to an ING, it's just not coming down the next turn. I don't know. Yeah.
It never seems to fit on a board, but that's some of the beauty of FLU. Oh, it's going to fit on this board because FLUE is there. And maybe my opponent blocks, or plays FLUE, but that's a hard spot to block because then you're opening the triple word spot. Nice stuff from Alex.
Really
this is really
nice.
good. This is really good.
Very high level play.
It's a turn that's easy to mess up, but no, this simulation has this way above anything else.
Is that right?
Yes.
And another good lesson for people who are learning how to play Scrabble is that some of the best plays are worth 4 points. It doesn't have, or 8 points. It doesn't have to be a 90-point play to be a really, really good play. This is a play that is thoughtful, that opens the board, that sets yourself up for your next turn. And oh my God, look what he picked up like. So,
Oh, wow.
so he's in pretty good shape.
The tile bag giveth and the tile bag taketh away, but rewarding a good play from Alex. And here's a good play from Cameron, noticing the spot to slot this V in. He's going to play VEAL, perhaps sensing some danger. He's going to block the spot up a little bit.
But Venal would not have set up a Y hook.
Indeed. But after your opponent plays FLU for 9, they're never keeping a Y. So maybe.
Yeah, but it's also, you're saving 3 consonants, B, A, and H, and instead you could just say, it's just a little clunky. That's all I'm saying. It's also getting rid of another consonant.
Well, if you're Cameron, you just galaxy brained and decided you're going to draw that Y that you just set up, and now you're going to crush it. So look at that. It worked out for him.
Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Alex now on a turn that looks to be a time trap to this commentator. Oh boy, yeah, there are a lot of available bingos, but how much time do I want to spend trying to optimize this? Alex has found lingerie. This plays from the L at the bottom for 77. Can I do a little bit better? Should I do a little bit better? VEAL takes a back E, but he's going to play lingerie. Not going to waste a lot of time on this. He could play VEI or REIVING and veal for 1 extra point, or any other bingo in that spot. But 77 versus 78, you do, I think, what makes you feel the most confident long term, and lingerie feels like that to me. Do you like this, Robin?
The other bingo he had, I think I prefer is livering. And the reason I prefer it is that it doesn't put an E along the triple row to come down to. It's a little bit easier to bingo into an E than to a G, which will usually require an IN to go with it. It also does not slot a vowel next to the double word, which is what lingerie does with the I. But the X is gone, so that's not as dangerous, and you can't play QI there. So just for the purpose of not having the E in that last column going down, I would play livering. But it's absolutely fine. Lingerie is absolutely fine.
All right, check out this fun play from Cameron. He's going to backhook flu. He's going to backhook veal at the same time. BLAY is a mammoth 45 points. And all of a sudden, this game feels like a race to the S. Whoever draws flubs is in big shape. But look at this post-bingo draw from Alex. He hasn't drawn the S, but he's drawn something else good. He'll be bingoing again on this turn.
Rounded, redound.
Underdo.
Underdo. That's it.
So, a bango coming from Alex. Boy, he might just do it, Robin. He might just score 500 a third straight game. If he draws the second blank after bingoing here, or if he draws that S, oh my goodness. I did get a chance to speak with Alex out in the hallway. He has been playing Scrabble since he started university in 2012. So 14 years of experience, though he said he took multiple hiatuses in there, life, pandemic, getting in the way. He was new to his job and had to step away from the game. But that is, knock on wood, what I think the beautiful thing about Scrabble is. Even if you step away, most of the goods stay in your brain. You can refresh and restudy. If they don't stay in your brain, and the tournament scene is still going to be going on. So when life allows, get back in there. Look at Alex. He's found underdo 71. Robin, do you think there's any reason he's playing 71 instead of rounded in this spot for 74?
Well, another thing that's worrisome, aside from the fact that he's sacrificing 3 points, is that he's sticking that triple letter above the E. If he played rounded in the same spot, N would be there, but it would be more volatile along the triple row, that middle triple row that you see the red square on the left. Then you would have an R and an O. So then you could hook underneath the O a high point tile like the K, and that could be very worrisome. So I think the other bingo he could have had in that spot is redound, and then he would have put a U in that spot. I think I might like redound the best. It scores 73. Rounded scores the most, 74. Redound scores 73. But I think redound might be the least volatile of all of them.
Yeah, but he's leaving a couple points on the table to build the board the way he wants to. Whoever draws the Z now in good shape as well, that big ZE spot available. So this is a race to one of those 3 S's, one of those Z's. And instead of drawing any of that, Cameron has drawn the Q. He's got options to get rid of it. He set up QIN, which plays to the left side of the board, making UN 38 points. QAT in the same spot, or HAIQUE through the U in underdo. Robin, do you like one of the shorter Q plays, or are you going to play long with hike for 36?
Well, yeah, I mean, so this is another issue with underdo. I mean, you don't know what your opponent's going to have, but if he played redound or rounded, he wouldn't have been able to hit the triple with the Q right now. So there's that. But I like Chin a lot. I like the AEHT save. I like that H is still available to go on top of underdo and hit the triple letter in both directions. So I'm absolutely fine with this play.
Okay, so Alex setting up the Z, perhaps prophetically drawing the Z immediately. The only problem is he failed to draw literally any vowel, which is what he needed to complete Operation Bomb the Z. Now I think I don't know, he could play through CHEZ through the E and underdo, score some points. But Robin, I'm looking to exchange, keep that Z and do serious damage. I think this is a change 6 for Alex. Dig in the bag, 3 S's and a blank to draw, get any vowel, bomb the Z, try to play flub soon and win the game.
Yeah, and I think you're quicker to pass than I am, Matt. He has an opportunity for 33 points just to play Z. Yes, he's going to save 5 consonants. But what if you pick up 2 vowels and all of a sudden you can play the J for 30 points? And you've just given everything away. He could also play Chez in the same spot, CHEZ for 26 points, saving 4 consonants instead of 5. Personally, I would go with Z and just pray for a couple of vowels and just chip away at this rack and keep scoring.
And I would exchange 6 to try to draw an S or a blank as soon as possible. I'd play the Z for 65 next turn, and then I would try to bingo. Alex says, nope, you guys are all wrong. I'm going to keep the Z. I'm going to play Chad at the bottom of this board.
Oof.
I'm going to draw a vowel next turn. Gotta say, not a fan, but that's a reason I'm not in the Premier Division as well.
Well, right now it's that through that A is one of the premier spots to bingo. Really, really hard. Otherwise, you have to bingo to the D as your 6th letter or the E as your 6th letter, or you have to bingo to the right of flub. So I think part of his thinking is that I'm going to just take care of this lane right now while I can, and then let's see what I pick up. And I'm paying 3 tiles instead of 2 if I played Z. But unfortunately, he picked up 2 consonants.
But fortunately, he picked up the A that he needs. His next turn now seems very straightforward. Yeah. Cameron's going to close that deficit quite a bit. He's found the high-scoring AYAH. Looks pretty straightforward, the correct play for him to make there. All of a sudden, we've got just a 33-point game. AJMPNVZ, the rack for oh geez.
I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to surprise you there.
No, yeah, I thought this was ZA, but after Aya, what do you see, Robin?
I'm seeing Vamp on top of Aya and holding on to the Z. It is 11 points less, but it's getting rid of so much more and preserving the Z for the next turn if it's still there.
Goodness, yeah, VAMP. I mean, one of the weaknesses of Aya is it looks really, really easy to get stacked on top, but you're not expecting the 53-point Vamp. Boy, it feels like it should be illegal to play VMP for 53. And
but it feels so good.
It feels so good when you get it. Yeah, it feels so bad when it happens to you. We've heard world champion David Eldar say before, yeah, you know what, the bingos, they happen, but you really have to defend against this kind of stuff right here, these 50, 55-point stacking plays. And, oh, look at this. It's going to be Jam instead of Vamp. Yeah, this feels fine as well, but maybe Vamp a better option there.
He saw it. He put it on his rack. So he decided that he did not want to keep the J and the Z together and the V. I can totally understand why you would want to do that.
Yeah, that makes some sense. The V is a great blocker tile for later on, but I would be looking to play one more tile here. These S's still feel huge. The blank still feels huge, and I want to try to turn over tiles to draw one. I think Vamp was better for him there, but Jam makes sense. I get it.
No, but look at the tile distribution: 9 vowels and 18 consonants. You have to be aware of that.
Yeah, so you want to play more consonants. You want to
Absolutely,
play Vamp.
Vamp is much better. Yeah.
So anyway, Jam, what we see from Alex, I'm not a fan, but he's 4-1 and the top player in Indonesia for a reason. So I will stop questioning him so publicly.
He picked 2 vowels. No. I think it's absolutely fine. We're simply questioning what would be the best play. We don't know what would be the best play. We'll see how it plays out. I can totally understand why he would want to get rid of the J. He had an opportunity to do it. And frankly, there aren't other good J spots on this board. Remember, so I wanted to share this with you. So everybody, yes. I had a chance to talk with Nigel Richards in between games, and I asked him why he held on to those 3 E's when he played fini, and why didn't he play fine or fee or whatever. And he looked at me, and very nicely, I'm very lucky that he actually talks to me and he gives me answers. And he said, because I looked at the board and I really couldn't see places on the board where an I would play nicely. So in this case, we have a similar situation. There's really nowhere on this board that the J will play nicely. And if you can play 50 points, and yes, you don't play as many tiles off and me consonants when you have very heavy consonants on your rack, but you get an opportunity to play your J for 50 points where there is nowhere else on the board to play it for that kind of score. You take it. So I'm, every time I talk to Nigel, I learn a little something, and it kind of shifts my way of thinking a little bit.
And huge credit to Michael Tang for flying us out here to Bangkok. When we are on site, we're able to do things like grab Nigel Richards in the hallway and ask why he made the play he made. Now, I was not bold enough to do it, but I appreciate having Robin in the booth. She's got a long friendship with Nigel, and she had the confidence to do it. So thank you, Robin, for grabbing us that intel and sharing us back. And if you missed the position, you're tuning in late, go back to game 1. It was a very, very curious decision from Nigel. He played off FII, holding E blank midway through game 1. It was definitely weird, but all right. Chat pointing out something that we noticed, so I appreciate the call out here. If Alex had played Vamp last turn, he would have drawn into JEEZ on top of the UNDE of underdo for almost 90.
And that's why Vamp was better.
Woof. Woof. Oh, but it would have been blocked. Oh, how tilt-inducing. Oh, no, it wouldn't have. Jeez.
Oh, my God. And he could have saved an E.
Oh, geez, would have played there vertically now for holy crap. Okay. Yeah. A's at the clock. He's committed. All right. Really tough rack there for Cameron. We didn't do a lot of analysis because every option just felt very, very terrible. But he's got to try to open the board up. Eked is what he's going to do here. This does take 2 front hooks for those of you watching at home. A D and an R. D unlikely to come up as all the D's are played, but 3 R's out there in the bag. We'll see. And look at that. Cameron has found not just an R, but a bingo to go with it. Stowry. Or 2 R's on cue. So Cam locked bingo this turn, and all of the sudden, this game got way, way more interesting.
Yeah, he's got knees. So you see, it still worked out. And he got rid of the J for 50, so this was actually better.
Okay. I don't know, yeah.
Although he's setting up an S hook, but I think you should still do it.
Yeah. I mean, that's just, to Alex's credit, you want to hold on to the Z there. You want to try to hit the big punish. All right, Cameron actually has like a ridiculous embarrassment of riches. He has 2 R's for 84. He's actually got 104 available. It's set up on his rack right now. Quoiters from the queue.
God.
My goodness.
Oh my God. And of course he's going to know that. Here it comes in 3 seconds.
All right, so this could yet be a game. Alex is up huge, but a bad draw after this bingo. Let's see. The T is not going to help. The E is something, a G and an S. Okay, this one's not done.
Not good.
Cam's probably going to go in and draw that blank. He's 50-50 to do so right now. Oh boy, we got a spicy ending coming.
To have endgame with VGPTT on your rack. Oh my God, but he does have the S.
At least he didn't get stuck with the J, I guess.
Yeah. but now he has created this big opening for himself. I think we're definitely going to see some blocking going on right now. But the S is in the bag, the blank is in the bag. Why do I get I think he has not.
Oh, there it is, the last tile, and 2 R's as
Carews.
well.
He's got
wow,
Carews.
wow.
At least Carews, if not more place.
There's a lot. He has 6 7-letter bingos in that rack. They're going to play over on the right side of this board or on top of EKED. Is this advantage Cameron? After brutal draw after brutal draw, is he just incredible?
Unbelievable. And Reeked is good.
Yes.
So he's able to play to the unreeked, or he can go to flubs.
Yes.
So he's won this game.
I wouldn't quite say won yet. If Alex is able to score well now, score well next turn, there could be an end game situation yet. I'm trying to look at what's in the bag as well.
Yeah.
There's an I and an O coming for Alex, and that is it. So only 2 vowels to give him any respite from the consonant jail he's in right now. And he's got to assess different threats. Does he block the E and eeked and that R front hook? Does he try to knock out flubs right now? A play like VETS and flubs makes quite a bit of sense. If Cameron did draw that blank and get lucky, he can bingo on top and it'll be cheap. Maybe you're most worried about the 90-point bingo on the right side of this board. Maybe you're most worried about the E and eeked. I don't know. This is very, very hard for Alex. And I don't know that I'm qualified to tell you what's right. But maybe, Robin, you are. What do you think?
I think he's not in a good place.
Yeah.
He's looking to play vet. Obviously, you want to get rid of the V and you want to undouble your T. How many tiles are left in the bag? There's 7 tiles left in the bag. You would love to get rid of VTG if you could. You can pass. As long as there are 7 tiles in the bag, you can pass. If there's less than 7 tiles, you cannot pass. If you attempt to pass with less than 7 tiles in the bag, you actually lose your turn. So you have to be very careful that I haven't seen a lot of people putting their hands in the bag and checking, but maybe I haven't been looking because I'm busy with other tasks. If you just play off the V and T, if you save that PG, unless you pick a blank and an R, you're going to have a lot of trouble bingoing. But I don't know that you can do. I think vet is probably the safest to block that easy. There you go, easy hook to at least scoring on a double word. You can't now get a double word score because you can't go over the V.
I would play veg over vet. I'd actually rather keep the double T. It feels more flexible. But I think this might be wild, and I might just be like on a complete bender here. I wonder if exchanging was actually best there.
Yeah.
If Cameron did get lucky, draw the blank, draw the bingo, you are putting VGPT into the bag. He's going to draw all 4 of those. Even if he bingos, he's in so much trouble after the fact. So maybe that was the right line for Alex. It's always hard to see clearly when you know the opponent's rack, but I think we saw Nigel do that at the Word Cup a few months back. 7 tiles in the bag. His opponent could have some danger. Nigel exchanged, put some weird junk back in the bag, and made his opponent draw it. And it worked great for him. So maybe exchange was the right line for Alex there. Blocking makes a lot of intuitive sense as well, though.
It does. But with the R's still available, if Cameron was going to score on the triple row, at least that would have kept it open for Alex to play there. And now he's picked up a W. At least he did pick up a vowel. But he's in a lot of trouble. Now the question becomes, what is the best play for Cameron? Now, what Cameron really needs to do, and he does have the time to do this, he's got 12 minutes, is go through the entire bag and see, can Alex actually score, make a bingo to, let's say, one of my R's, which is usually one of the nicest tiles to bingo to. If I play a play like Carews, it'll be very hard for him to bingo to the K, although they might have something work, as a suffix. But if he has to bingo to an R and I play orators, that forces him to use the R one away from the triple row, and then that opens the triple row for you. I hope I'm making that clear. Does that make a lot? It's very hard without a teleprompter to kind of explain what I'm saying. But what you're doing is you're trying to create as much volatility so that your opponent is forced to play, if they're going to have a bingo anyway, forced to play in such a way that you can benefit from their placement of that word.
I think at this deficit, if you get bingo back on, you're just dead. Even if that bingo back allows you to hit a triple word, you're probably just dead. So you want to minimize the opportunity for the opponent to triple or to bingo back. But I guess give him a K. Carouse, that makes the most sense.
There's also Cororas.
Oh, yeah. There's Cororas or Carouse. There's actually 3 7-letter words with a K there. Cororas, and Carouse. But yeah, I think give him the K. Orators is the worst option, A, because the T is throwing out there, and B, because it scores 3 less than anything else. But
there's no more work bingos. All the R's are taken.
Oh,
yes. I mean, you could get slapped with 110-point blank, work bingo that would just ruin your game. So you have to be very aware of that.
Okay, so Cam, looking at orators, this would empty the bag and put him up, but not up by a huge amount.
Actually, we could suss out what's in the bag based on the fact that there's only 7.
CIMNT.
And Alex, did you see this? Alex took a big breath as he put down the rack. He knew that it was coming down. Now, orators puts the T on the double letter, so I think that's a big mistake because you might need those points.
It looks like, despite Cam getting this bingo down, Cam going up 33 and emptying the bag, Alex has sequences to win this game because Cam's drawing such clunky tiles, CIMNT. So this is the first good end game puzzle we've seen in a tight game so far. And we'll see. Engine suggesting that maybe it was actually wrong for Cameron to bingo there. Pacing-wise, he's just going to get outrun in the end game a bit too often. Now, Engine's not great at solving these positions either, but wow, what an interesting sequence in a game that looked like it was going to be ugly for a while. Question now for Alex. Can you win this game? He's looking at GOWPS right now. This is not a word. If he plays GAUPS and GER, he'll lose because it's not good. It looks like, he would lose anyway. Even if it stays on, this is not a winning sequence. So don't play this, Alex. Give us a good game. He does have several different winning lines here. Looks like about 7 different plays that will win, plus another play that will tie. But Gaups and Sneeze is what he's looking at.
Yes, he's looking to hook the sneeze.
Okay, that would win if it were a word. The problem is it's not a word.
Oh my goodness. And just to continue from our last with the orators and perhaps playing or is what the engine is suggesting to the right of Coiters. If you could believe it, that or play for 9 points has an 81.5% chance of winning, whereas orators is 70.76. So you actually lose 11% possibility of winning by playing the bingo.
Now, I'm very, very skeptical of those numbers, Robin, because if you play OOR for 9, most humans are going to assess and block the right threat, and the engine that we have is just not refined enough to solve this all the way through. Yeah. So take all of those numbers with a small grain of salt, everybody at home. But yeah, fascinating. Maybe it was right for Cameron to pass on a bingo there. This one looked like about 70% to win for Cam. And I think if he draws 2 vowels, he wins the game pretty much all the time. But he's just found 1. Can Alex solve this end game?
I think he's mixing it up maybe with Gauds, G-O-W-D-S, or else he's just playing with us and just...
Now, G-O-W-D, G-A-W-P, both valid, and like the crap like that, it's just so hard to keep straight in Scrabble. The short game, so important.
Yeah, GOPS is good, G-A-W-P-S, absolutely.
But, oh, God. So, I mean, Alex has seen the sneeze spot, and now he's got to look at, well, I'm not sure about Gaups, but is there any other play that wins there? And the answer is no. Any 5-letter word making sneeze will lose. Like T-O-G-E-S in that spot will lose. There are some 4-letter words in that spot that would actually win for him. If he plays pegs and sneeze, he's going to hold the flexible T-O-W combination. That's going to go out in a ton of spots. What? Our tower
that will
and
win.
veto.
Will that win for
you?
you?
Pegs and sneeze.
Wow. And he plays poets, probably not, right?
Poets does not win.
Okay.
because the GW it keeps is just terrible and doesn't actually do anything. So
Okay.
Alex is, oh God, he's committed Gaups. He has not hit his clock, and there it goes. Cam,
Hopefully
did we
Cam's-
see him say hold?
Yes, he must have. because
Yeah,
he's
oh
not
God,
moving.
you see it on Alex's face. He probably wasn't 100% sure when he put this on. And Cam has to challenge this.
And this is the thing. He didn't even have to hit the double word in order to win. All he had to do was play pegs. Interesting. He thought he needed to hit the double word.
Oh God, just absolutely gut wrenching. You see it on Alex's face now. You see the tension. Oh my God, this is peak Scrabble.
Somebody in the chat saying that Cameron has great word knowledge. And the other issue for Alex is that Cameron has a ton of time to think about this. And he can sit and think about it for the next 9 minutes. He doesn't have to remember, if he had like 20 seconds left, he'd have to make a snap decision. And if the word was good, he might panic and hit the button and say challenge because he's just doesn't have enough time to think about it. But he's got a lot of time. So now what we're going to be doing is we're going to see Cameron going through the board and doing the math and saying, can I win without challenging?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he is going to challenge. Cameron's going to win this game. Wow. This is drama from Bangkok. And we're going to cut over to challenge Cam. Oh God, watch. I hate to see it, but we love to see it too. You're going to see Alex just suffering an absolutely gut-wrenching blow when this comes up red.
Was Alex up a lot? Alex? No. Cameron was always in the lead in this game.
No, Alex is winning for most of it.
Then I've got the names backwards.
Cameron played Coiters for 104 and then drew Orators back to back, and then Alex choked the end game. Oh my God, this is killer. Poor guy.
Yeah, he mixed it. And this happens in Scrabble all the time, and especially as the day's going on, we're getting tired. GAWPS, as Matt mentioned, is good. Gouds is good. And sometimes you just make a mistake.
I made a mistake like this that made me quit playing the big tournaments. I had it in a situation just like this where a lot of valid plays would win me the game. I played a phony 4 on accident instead. Lost, choked, couldn't get out of my own head over it. That was in 2019, and I have not played a major since.
Stuff
like I had H-blank-L-A, and I played H-O-L-A.
Hola.
Against Cesar del Solar. And I've never gotten over it. It is absolutely killer. You spend so much time prepping only to choke. I feel so bad for Alex right now. This it just sucks. It feels so bad. You do so much time, so much prep. You study so many bingos, and then you slip up on a 4 at the worst possible time. I feel for the guy, but he's played so good on stream up until this point, and we know he's a great player.
So we got to see, it's not when you make the mistake that's the issue. You make a mistake, it happens. It's what you do next.
Yes.
So we'll see how he does in the coming games. Is he going to let this bother him? The great news is it's happening really, really early in the tournament.
We're going to have to be ready to get on overhead mic at the end of this one. You hate to capture players when they're down, but this is some of the raw emotion in the game, and we'll see. If I'm Alex, I'm probably just signing the slip and walking straight away from this one, but I'm not as great a sport as some of the players in this room. We'll see. What a swing. Cameron still has to figure this one out, but he can do a lot of things and win this game now.
Well, he knows that Alex has that S hook that he can't really block. Like, he cannot block it. It's not blockable. I don't think so.
Right, but the biggest Alex has found his winning play now of WAP holding tags and sneeze.
Yeah.
Or tags and sneeze holding WAP.
Where does WAP go?
Alongside Orators.
Perfect.
Along the ORA.
Oh, yeah, he had all sorts of ways to win.
Yeah.
And he has some time. He still has 2 minutes left. That's very unfortunate.
He's probably literally sitting there right now thinking, oh my God, if I had done this, would I have won? Oh my God, I didn't even need to play Gaups. Oh God. And Cameron actually only has a few plays that win. There's a risk that he gets C stuck or plays this too slowly. So he needs to shed the C, I think, or have a good plan to get rid of it.
Just play Micah. That's
yeah,
pretty
Micah
solid,
into the A's, exactly what he needs.
And it blocks WAP as well.
Wow.
He's looking at Tinkt. Is there a T open? No, I don't see one.
round one with Nigel was pretty darn sick. The way he made a crazy setup late and then smashed his setup for 123 points. But I think this has been the best game we've seen on stream so far, just in terms of drama, the emotional roller coaster. What a comeback from Cam! He's going to play Tinked into this T.
Oh, that's fine.
This is going to do it. That's 469 for Cameron to 424 for Alex. He can score as much as 35 on this turn with something like Poets and Sneeze, but
or Powder. He can play Powder.
Powder into the R is 34.
Yeah.
But this is Cam's game now.
Unbelievable.
But that's why you play the game,
never
baby.
know. You just never know. It doesn't matter. Your team scores 3 goals in the first period. Never know.
How would you feel right now if you're Cameron? You start 5-0, and then a game looks completely dead. You play out the desperation EKED. You get Z-bombed for 70 immediately, but you draw the Miracle Coiters. You draw the second blank. You're gifted a turn. Oh my God, how am I 6-0 right now?
Oh, I'm feeling I'm winning this tournament.
What an omen. Yeah. All right. Perhaps Robin manifesting. I know we're going to see more of Cameron Farlow. This is his 3rd game on stream, but his first on table 1. Won't be his last.
I'm trying to remember where he's from. Did I read a little bit about him already? I know I have some information on him. Yeah, I told you about his Australian Champion of the Year and the Queensland Championship. He is Aussie. Oi. And that's all I know about him. But I did some research on him. The fact that his championships are being mentioned 2019-23, I'm not sure how long he's been around on the scene. He looks fairly young, but he looks like he is a very respected player and a very capable player. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of it in this tournament.
Yeah, indeed. If you're 6-0 in this field, you've got to be very good.
Depends who you've been playing, but we'll see as it gets better, as it goes on. Now who's going to play there? Well, just play POWs then. Oh, no, it doesn't matter. The triple's on the S, not the W. It doesn't matter. This is what happens. He's getting okay, second-guessing himself. Just play anything. You've got 30 seconds left. It doesn't matter.
Just a brutal blow to your psychology, to play Gaups in that situation. And now all of a sudden your entire world starts to spin. You second-guess and question every single decision you make.
Well, he was probably wondering whether the word that he played originally with WOPS was actually taken away, because in some dictionaries it's expurgated. So just go with Pews. It's safe. It's done. Just do it.
Indeed. So Pews is what he's going to do. Cam's going to play this M. We are going to cut to overhead mic and capture the end of this one.
For A6, 452.
Yeah, you can.
I think I do. I don't know. Can I win?
I think it's, I'm not sure. Yeah, I was very lucky to get that. So.
Yeah, I cannot do this because I don't have the hole. This is good.
Yeah.
This is good. This is good.
It's a ton. Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Can I? I'll probably win.
Possibly. So what will we?
I should just play this. I think this win.
Yeah, probably actually. Yeah.
Because I have this.
And
I don't think you have anything good.
No.
With the C and iron.
Does that take an M in front? Mate? I don't think it. No, that doesn't seem right.
Oh, MIC?
Yeah, no, that doesn't. I don't know.
I have this. I guess. Is guess good GST?
Excuse me, those of you finish your game.
I should win
There's
this.
coffee break, there's some snacks. So I give you 10 minutes.
I'll take a photo first.
Oh, okay.
So we will start at 4:10 p.m. So slightly about 15 minutes. 4:10 p.m. you come back to the room. 4:10 p.m.
I cannot block here. Because I have the S, but I don't have the A, or I don't have the, I can play something like here, but then if you play here, it's gonna be close anyway, because I'm not scoring. I'm thinking maybe I just keep my S for this. I was too tunnel vision by this. Yeah, I should not just I'll probably would win.
All right. Well, you see Alex pointing out WOP, asking, is this good? Does it win? And he realizes, yes, it does. That's so killer to realize the winning sequence right after you've made another play. A heartbreaking loss there for Alex of Indonesia. I suspect we'll see more of him on stream, but you've got to figure out how to shake that off in a tournament as long as this one. And what a comeback for Cameron Farlow of Australia, off to a 6-0 start in this one. If you did not hear organizer Michael Tang on the overhead mic, he announced that there is a tea and coffee break for the players for the next 10 minutes. There's a delicious cappuccino machine outside with my name on it. So we are going to step away and grab some caffeine. You at home have about 12 minutes to touch some grass, to pet your dog or cat, to grab a snack, but not to turn off your TV, because still plenty more Scrabble, 4 more games to come from Bangkok. Robin, I'm going to grab some coffee. What are you going to do with this time?
I'm going to inject some coffee.
Inject coffee straight in the veins. All right, well, you are watching Let's Play Scrabble. We're going to cut to a little break, and we'll see you in 12 minutes. Yeah, Robin?
12 minutes. Be there, be square. See you then.
All right, peace. 7 games is a normal day of Scrabble, but this is not a normal day. This is not a normal tournament. This is the Causeway Challenge, baby, and we have round 7 coming your way, and then rounds 8, 9, and 10 all to come. Your commentators are nice and caffeinated, as are your players. A lovely cappuccino break with some pastries provided by the Miracle Grand Hotel. And now we are back. 4 more games, no more breaks, all action coming your way. And what a sick matchup. We've got 2 players we've already seen on board 1 so far. We've got Cameron Farlow sitting at 6-0 against Napat, also sitting at 6-0. Napat now has won 29 straight tournament games. Can we get number 30 here on the stream? Only time will tell. Cameron and Napat coming your way right now. They're at the board. Let's do it, Robin.
Let's do it.
Let's play Scrabble. All right, the pride of Thailand, Napat, 6-0, but only plus 416. We've seen some close games, and you all just saw Cameron Farlow hang on by a hair, grabbing a victory from a game that looked like an almost certain loss to stay undefeated here. Looks like just 3 undefeated players left in the field, and there will be 2 or perhaps 1 after this round. So let's get it. Cameron Farlow of Australia, Napat on the home field advantage from Thailand. We're underway. We saw Napat. I don't know too much about his playing style, but we saw Napat commit to defense early and often against Akshay. We'll see if that's a calling card for him or if it was just something he opted to do because of an early lead. AADJOSP, the 7-letter opening rec for Napat. And we get another one of these questions, JAAP or JAAPS, the play, 26 versus 44. Robin, are you tacking that S on for 18 extra
points? Are we going to have this conversation every single time? Yes, yes, yes. Stick on the S. Do it, do it. Score the points.
All right, Napat scoring the points after we saw what happens when you don't score the points. 44, keeping DO is how Napat's going to start this game. And Cam, oh boy, Cam's a stream nightmare. He's one of those players who puts the arm right there. Oh, Gizmo plus TY, the opening rack for Cameron Farlow. You love to see that Z in CSW play. You're going to do some damage. 42 is the highest possible score here for Cameron. A bit of a word knowledge check. It won't be a word knowledge check for Cameron. He's a beast. But some of you at home about to learn a new word here.
And you can stick an S on it, but you can also stick a TA on it to pluralize it.
We love those medical sciencey words that pluralize with the TA at the end of the word. We'll go ahead and spoil it for you. Zygoma, Z-Y-G-O-M-A. Gyoza is a good play here, playing into the A for 36. But Zygoma, what you want to do here. Zygomatic, you think that's good if we draw a T?
I know 100% it's a good word. It's a zygomatic process.
Yeah. All right. So, and look, he holds T, but he's missed it.
He's played gyoza. Yeah, we saw him doing that. Yeah.
Sad day. I was already trying to manifest zygoma to zygomatic, and well, you got to execute part 1 of the plan to hit part 2.
Well, he saved a very erudite university in order to play it. He saved MIT.
Nah, I don't know. Second best university in Boston, if you ask me, but I'm biased in the matter. All right, so this definitely a blunder from Cameron. Zygoma just a better play, but I think he just didn't find it. And here comes Napat, the punish OX. Yeah. What do you think about that, Robin?
I think he should have found zygoma, and I think he's going to think that as well. It's not an easy find. It's not a word maybe necessarily that he knows. You know, to know a 6-letter word with a Z-Y-G-M in it is not the same thing as knowing a 7-lettered word with a 7 Z-Y-G-M in it. You just don't study the 6s the way that you study the 7s. So I'm not going to hold him to it, but this is the nature of Scrabble at this level, that if you make even the smallest of mistakes, this is what's going to happen. But Nope.
The M is going to be what he needs. He's doing some serious damage with this EIORSTU. Cameron played Quoiters for 104 last game, now playing Moisture. He knows all of his Stowry bingos, I guess, and he's going to play them all. 61 available, or the highest score for Cameron. And we've got a 2-point game, 99 for Napot, 97 for Cameron. Napot, DHINNT, and an F to round it out. Ooh, fun turn here for Napot. The highest score, Robin, is 37 through the G and Gyoza for fight and HOX, but it does keep 2 N's back. Are you looking to play knight in that spot instead?
No, I'm looking to play. You could play knight if you want to, but don't worry too much about the 2 N's. Get your points. The only thing is puts the F next to the double letter, so it becomes a bit more volatile as well.
Okay, so fight. Napot is going to grab the points. I think this is probably correct, and definitely correct for Cameron is reaching into the bag after bingoing and drawing this game's first blank. EEILNW blank for him means he's going to be bingoing. Now the question is, can he find the highest score? Wasting no time, setting up Juuling from the J. All right, 84 points. This is the best play for Cameron by a landslide.
There is, and he's got a more difficult word to find, weed line off the double letter in the row up through moisture, but that scores 78. If he's worried about putting the blank G out there, I don't think he should worry too much about that into the triple row. Regardless, he will be opening up a triple if he wants to score anything over 70 points. Weed line will score 78. Juuling will score 74.
All right, so here comes Juuling.
84.
Cameron holding back just to make sure he doesn't have a double through the R. She's not there, so Juuling coming down. And Napot, ADIINNS, the rack for him. A G is actually a tile that allows him to bingo, but the G is not in the right spot for him to play staining. And instead, no bingos available to Napot. He's got now a tough decision to make. Does he opt to open this board up a little bit more? Does he try to knock out the newly exposed triple word scores through the G and Juuling? Does he just kind of do whatever feels right in terms of board plus leave? Robin, with a deficit of about 45 points, are you already worried about the shape of the board, or are you going to let the tiles play themselves?
No, the board is in fantastic shape. I mean, you can bingo underneath moisture. You can bingo through the R, the U, the E. The G is open from Juuling, the N. No. This board is nice and open. It's just a matter of how am I going to balance my rack. Obviously, you want to get rid of the I's, one of the I's, one of the D's, one of the N's. A cute way to do that, which I think is insane, is infight.
Oh, sick.
But it is kind of cool, isn't it?
It's a sick play, but it's also a sick play.
Yeah.
All right, fine. There's a G and a triple. Here's an I and a triple. We're playing offense. I'd be shocked if we see that from Napot. A, it's hard to even think about that, but B, it's kind of hard to stomach, and it's quite aggressive. So I think we're going to see, NID. NID makes a lot of sense here alongside fight. AINS, still good and synergistic, but not nearly as aggro as infight would have been. I like it from Napot. 157 to 181 now the score. Cameron has not found a third consecutive bingo. Instead, he's found 5 vowels, ABEEORU. And he's spotted, this looks very, very straightforward. BEAU, going to play on top of the ELIN in Juuling. 24 points, muck up the board, defend your leave, get rid of the vowels. Robin, do you like it or do you love it? Wow, we
seems like I only have 2 choices.
Right.
Another possibility, just to throw this out there, is the lovely BOUGE, bouge. Not sure if it has anything to do with bougie or not, but it actually saves a slightly better rack, AER instead of OER, but is also worth 6 less points.
Bouge would be a verb, meaning to move, but bow.
Oh, that's French then. Bouger.
Bouger. Takes a bunch of fun hooks too, but alas, BEAU, I think just a little bit stronger here. Take the 4 extra points.
Totally.
The 6
right
extra points. Keep the O instead of the A. Yeah, bow looks very good for Cameron, who is playing rather precise. AILNSUU, the rack for Napot. Boy, you don't often find yourself wishing for a third U, but that would give him unusual. Instead, he's got no bingos available, and he's going to be looking to dump both of those U's. A lot of ways to do so. Ulu, now, luau. Which of those looks right to you here, Robin?
Well, I like luau. I don't have a problem with it. I like luau better than unau, for example. I'd rather save ins than ils. We can hook them underneath moisture. I don't know if there's anything much. I mean, ulu can also play in the same spot, and you do have an S to hook onto. So I might consider ulu over luau.
I like playing ulu and mu here.
Yeah.
It scores 8 where Napot's played it, or with mu, but I do like trying to set up Sulu as a front hook a little bit. Napot, though, going to play the defense that we've seen him play consistently. Ulu for 8, holding AINS a second time. We'll see if he's able to draw a little bit better into it this time. AEFORTW now on Cameron's rack. He does have one standout option down from that blank G in Juling, the rather obscure gopher, GOWFER. Blank blindness is a term we throw out in Scrabble frequently, where words you might normally see kind of disappear from your vision if they come from or utilize a blank in some way. But gopher looks to be a great play for Cameron, should he spot it.
That's an interesting word, gopher.
Please tell me it means golfer.
No,
Gauf is a verb meaning to strike. So a golfer is one who strikes. Oh, those are so maddening. Like, which of those 4-letter verbs take the ER at the end?
Right.
But you play enough Collins, golfer is bound to come up. The GFW, such a useful word.
And there's really nothing better than golfer. You want to get rid of the W. The F, I think the F is a little bit better than the W. So you can play something like WAF off of IF to make if and WAF. But that's only 18 points. Golfer is far and away by 15 points the highest scoring turn on this rack. And he can save an AT. If he wants to just get rid of the OW, he could play owl and open up another lane.
Yeah, so Cameron did set up golfer on his rack and then shuffled away from it. But as you spend more time on this turn, every option looks pretty terrible. WOF and IFF is probably your backup play. You score 18. You expose a triple word kind of for no reason. You don't actually score all that well.
Mm-hmm.
Cameron's found some good points in EFT. This is going to play beneath the ELI in Juling for 31, but the leave of AORW, golfer would have been a better play. It seems like Cameron's just not quite confident enough on it to pull the trigger here. This looks like a slight misplay.
Well, he's still getting 31 points. He still has a very, very nice leave. I mean, we did talk about the fact that sometimes you don't have to worry so much about balancing your rack when you're way in the lead. If you can just keep scoring 35, 40 points a turn. So this is another approach to doing it. And it scored very nicely. And he'll probably pick a blank T and an E or whatever and bingo on the next turn.
All right, well, he needs a good draw here because look what's coming down from Napot. He's found the only available bingo on this turn, unsaying for 66. He's dropped it down quickly, and AEOORTW now the rack for Cameron.
I'm surprised he didn't give him an L for Waterloo.
Yeah, or an F for footwear. It just kind of seems like it would have been prophetic, but alas, no, Cameron does not have a bingo through any of the 6 floaters he's just been given from Napot. And Napot's going to be gifted 5 extra points on the challenge here. So unsaying not 66, but 71 as we head over to Challenge Cam. 71 points makes this a tie game. Oh boy.
I'm seeing a nice play though to the right of unsaying. I would start. I have to look through it more, but I'm liking Woo. Anytime you can save AERT, it's a good day.
Anytime you can score 29 and hold AERT, like you probably just do that pretty quickly. And WOO is going to play alongside the right of the AYI of unsaying. The one knock against Woo is it doesn't block the G, and some stuff could happen in that bottom line. But Woo just feels so good here. 29 keep rate. All right, that's fine.
That would be our second triple with a G in it.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Cameron's going to look to play a little bit longer. You'd like a 6-letter word from the G or some kind of play through the G, but it looks like probably all you can do there is towage, Towage, and that holds OR for 30 points. When you can hold AERT for 29 points, you got to play Woo.
You got to play Woo. You could also play OO in the same spot.
Oh, yeah, OW.
This way you're blocking the S. So there's something to be said for that.
But if you're keeping AERT,
I want that S.
Yeah.
No, it's not usable now anyway. It doesn't matter. You're still blocking the S.
Yeah.
You can only do a 6.
Usable.
Yeah. And actually, you're making it easier to play off the YO, which is now open to a double letter going down to a double word going down to a double letter. So Woo is the play to me. But let's see. What else can we do? Now that G is open, he could play towage, which is what I think he's looking at, which is probably the safer play in terms of, obviously blocking a triple.
But look at him pull back on this. It just feels crazy. Like, what do you mean? I'm going to score 1 extra point, but hold OR over AERT?
Yeah.
But Woo just feels like what I'm supposed to do, but what I don't want to do. So Cameron's going to play some defense here.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't think a lot of players in the room would play towage. I think Woo would be the choice of most premier player divisions, but we'll see if this works out for Cameron.
But sims, I mean, without doing any plies or anything like that, it really sims like 11 points lower just on initial simming. But there's a lot to be said for not giving up a triple, especially when it happens after you don't block it.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't block the triple and then you get tripled on, like, you never forgive yourself for the rest of the tournament. So maybe you just take the threat away.
Why didn't I do it?
Indeed. And but this is why you don't play towage, because into AERT, those eyes would have been nice. Now, that rack has gone so south so fast. So, perhaps a backfire for Cameron. Napot would have an 8 with a U, but he just bingoed from that U instead. Prunell. Prunelle, not available. No bingos for Napot.
All those U's.
Yeah, right.
It's like water everywhere and not a drop to drink.
He got rid of him playing Ulu, and now he's wishing he would have had him. All 4 U's out on the board for him. What do you do here, Robin?
Well, there's a lot of R's left, so I think it's time to start playing some R's. So I like Plier through the Y, saving ELN, although I don't love LN together. That's by far scores the most. I wouldn't do something like Yelper. I wouldn't get rid of the 2 E's and open up a triple. I think that's kind of silly. You could just play Yelp, saving ELNR, but by far Plier scores the most. I like it.
Yeah, PLYER looks very, very good here. ELN is not a terrible leave. Like, LN doesn't synergize together quite as well as some of the other two consonant combinations, but it's one of the better leaves you can keep. And 26 points out of a rack that otherwise really doesn't do anything for you. Plier's quite good here for Napot.
Yeah, I'm a big R hog. I love to hold on to it, not just because my name starts with an R, but it just goes with so many things. But I'm looking at the board and I'm seeing that there's a lot of R's still left. So I think it's okay to play it because 1 R is good, but 2 R's is already just like, yeah.
I'm looking at this unseen pool, and I kind of want to go digging into that bag. Yeah, the good mix of vowels to consonants. There's a blank unseen, but the vowels that are left are the great ones. 4 A's, 4 E's, 4 I's, 4 O's. Okay, and look at the consonants to go with it. C's, D's, R's, M, N, S, S, T, T, blank. I want to go digging in this bag. So I think some players may try to play a little bit shorter here. No, go ahead and play 4. You're fine. You're going to get some good stuff. Don't draw the Q. Don't draw the V's, and otherwise you're great.
See, another advantage of Plier is that it blocks the double.
Yes, the double through the A could be absolutely devastating for you.
When in a tight game, a double against you is devastating.
Yes.
There's no question about it.
Yeah. So Plier looks very good. I wonder if Napot is looking at Plier through the Y or perhaps Piler through the I.
Yeah.
Plier would be just better. Same tiles, but more
Well,
points.
6 more points, and it blocks the double. So it's not even a conversation worth having. Anything off the G? No, nothing really good. No, absolutely nothing. You definitely want to get rid of one of those L's. It's okay to get rid of one of the E's if you want to. Plier does everything you want it to do and more. It's 2 ply.
Very good.
Of an answer.
Very good.
You also want to hold on to that N. There only one more N's left, and you want to have something to play off the U in Ulu if you want to come down.
It looks like he's looking at Pell, P-E-L-L. This would play from the U in Ulu. 16 holds E-R-N. Maybe this gets Robin's approval because it keeps the R that you love, but Plier is just a better play here, hands down.
Yeah, although this does block the double-double as well, but now it's created a much easier bingo hook off the UP. But he's behind, so that's his job. He needs to open the board in that way.
It does, yeah. It does open up the left side of this board a little bit better for bingos. And Cameron is not going to pounce on that spot, not even close. C-E-I-I-I-O-R. So what I said for Notbot still applies for Cameron. I think I just want to get rid of as much of this Drek as I can, play long, see if I can find a 4 or 5 tile play and go digging into the bag. Some players would look at a rack like this and be like, ooh, if I could just play off II or OI, then I'm in good shape. But I think longer here, probably the MO for Cameron, because digging into that bag feels great, as Napan has just shown us. He drew 4 fresh tiles and has an insanely good rack.
Really, really a bad rack. It really is bad. I mean, you might be tempted to do something psychotic like Oilier and open up to the triple. But with all those R's to come, I think you'd be absolutely insane. And Noilier actually is good in this dictionary, in our dictionary that I tend to play with. Only Noily is good, but not comparative, unless that has changed in the time since I last looked. If we look at Nutbot, he's picked up Insnare and all the bingos associated with that rack. Insaner is the other one. So we can't, I mean, oh my goodness, what is he going to do here?
Yeah, Cameron's got a tough turn. Oilier feels good because it goes digging, but as Robin said, the front hook's just devastating. C-E-I-L-I, an option through the L in Pell as well. Scores 14, holds IOR, but again, opens up a bunch back. One option that seems okay to me is Noice, N-O-I-C-E, from the N in unsaying, that second N. Noice has no back hooks. So it's actually a lot more defensive than it looks. It does hold 2 eyes, but with 1 eye left, not the worst. The problem, though, 4 R's yet to come. I-I-R-R feels
it just feels so bad.
But everything here feels really bad. So, yeah, maybe just something like Lerai. You got to get rid of some of these eyes. I don't hate this play.
Also, I might have liked OI to the right of unsaying, the AY and unsaying, the SO. Anyway. Icier's on a terrible lead.
All right, so Napot has drawn well. Insaner or Ensnare play underneath Pell to make Pells. He's also got bingos down from the blank G in Juuling. Granny's available. Granny's is 71. Insaner is 73.
He's not taking Granny's.
No. This actually scores better, and it blocks out the UP hook. So I think this is actually a stronger option for Napot.
You're absolutely right.
He agrees, playing some defense. Wow, Napot, are you going to win your 30th straight game? If
Hopefully
Napot
he
draws,
wasn't aware of the streak. That could really pull you up.
Oh, you never tell somebody about the streak when
Right.
they're in the middle of it. You just don't even mention it out loud in their presence. If Napot draws the blank, this one feels very GG. But there's a lot of landmines in there. QVV unseen as well, and that Q with no unseen U's left could be some trouble.
This is not the biggest lead. This is just a 51-point lead. This is
no eyes either. No U's, no eyes. The Q is going to be big trouble for whoever draws it. So Napot sees a blank. He feels great. Sees a Q. He feels awful. Big draw here for Napot.
Well, there's QI in 2 places. There's QAT through the A in Insane with 2 T's unseen. There comes that Q, just as you predicted. We're with bated breath.
Oh, but the AD is going to help a lot. He's got D now to the I in Insaner. Oh, okay. And the T for QAT threats. All right, if you're going to draw the Q, you need all of that stuff to go with it, and he's got it. So not trouble. But the blank unseen means we've still got a good game on our hands. And here comes a big score for Cameron. Bikey, B-I-K-I-E. This feels great.
Yeah, it's his highest. Yeah, it's his highest scoring turn. Absolutely. But with a bunch of A's unseen, it could be a little bit worrisome, but we'll see what happens with that. Cuddy is now no longer on the table. And I think we have a hand in front of the, we have some very hairy arms today. in front.
We don't even have David Eldar yet. David Eldar's signature move is put his hairy arm right in front of the rack for the entire turn.
And he does that on purpose, I'm quite sure.
We'll get that intel from everybody. But alas, I digress. Notpot, ADEHQRT. We've been talking about our hatred for the Q. So how about hatred Q as a rack? If I'm Notpot, I'm trying to block Bikey here. I do have a rather narrow lead, but still a lead. I see an unseen blank. I see some good stuff. QAT for 18, making AB and TI. Is that crazy, Robin, or is that exactly what you need to do?
Well, how about just Kadi off the DI in NID?
Oh, nice.
Because then you don't get a 7 down. You can't get a 7 down. You can't get a bingo down.
Notpot's looking at something crazy here. Thread making A, B, and DI. It looks good, but as he goes through his paperwork, he's going to realize, oh God, this Q is really bad news for me. Otherwise, what do I do with it? There's one T to hit caught through the A and unsaying. If you draw that, maybe you're okay. And otherwise, I don't know. Thread feels very bad to me.
Oh, I think it's crazy.
Like it looks good when you first look at it, and the longer you think, the worse and worse and worse you start to feel about it. Now, I think QADI, like you said, Robin, is way stronger for Notpot. It still addresses the bingo threat alongside Bikey, but you've got to get rid of the Q. She's so bad on this board.
No, you have an opportunity to get rid of it on this board. There's no point. You're blocking one of your eyes. There's only one other eye to play at that point. I'm trying to see if there's, and you're playing your T off, so you can't play caught next turn. You're blocking the eye in Bikey, so you can't do QI there. The only other place is Lear, and you could get caught real quickly by your opponent who notices this and blocks it for you.
Thank you to Stuart Holden in our YouTube chat for doing some research for us. What is the longest consecutive win streak? Stuart's done the homework. Nigel Richards, who else, holds that record. It is 32 consecutive wins, at least in ABSP play. So that is the level of like historically unprecedented we're approaching here for Notpot. But we'll see if he's able to make it 30. This play has major backfire potential. Though scoring 37, maybe you can weather almost any storm here. And Notpot going digging for that blank as well. We see it's not on Cameron's rack, CDDEOTV. Notpot's going to feel way better if he draws a blank or if he draws a T here. If he draws neither, I think this game is a lot spicier than it may look on the scoreboard.
Well, he's not going to get a T.
Yeah, it's on Cam's rack. Oh, God.
But what is Cam supposed to do? Block Lear? You know, like what's he supposed to do?
Yeah, Notpot can still eject it for 11, and maybe he can hang on and win after that. But yeah, oh God, ROOSE.
Oh, this suddenly became far more interesting.
Mm-hmm. We thought this might happen after Thread, and Notpot leaving the blank in the bag. I mean, that was a bold choice from him as well. But all right, Cameron, you've got a chance. That blank is still lurking for you. What do you do now? CDDEOTV, a lot of different lines that make sense, but I think the first priority for Cameron is think through pacing a little bit. How many tiles are left in that bag? There are 8 more tiles to be drawn, 15 unseen to him. Robin?
Yes.
What do you think?
Dear. What am I thinking? I am thinking, let's see, there are 6 vowels and 8 consonants. I do not have the Q and I have not seen it. My opponent's playing off 6 tiles with a blank in the bag. He probably has it. This is what I'm going through. I don't know that he has it, but there's a good chance of that. What am I thinking? I could play something like what would be the point of me playing something like Devoted? I could get 24 points. I'm saving a C, which is hard to get rid of. That's not going to cut it for me. I could do something really sneaky like Dove. It's so pretty that slots in between Insaner and Towage, making Add, Not, Evo, and Row. That's so pretty. But I'm using up all of my vowels. Now, there's still a lot of vowels left. Then there's doing something more volatile, which I would be all there for, which is something like Advect off the A in unsaying. It opens up a triple, which it opens up lines for me to bingo through, and it saves a vowel. I'm kind of partial to that right now. I'm kind of partial to being a little nutsy. Like I always say to my opponents that if you're behind in the end game, you're at the advantage because you can start doing crazy things to the board. And it's my job to kind of like close the gaps in the dam, right? And if you put enough holes in the dam, I can only close up one at a time. So I'm all for opening up this board in a really volatile way right now because we're at that point.
Yeah, advect just creates one obvious spot that you need to block, but if you've got the Q, maybe you can't afford to do anything about it. The one thing I don't like about advect is if my opponent has the Q, a lot of the time it's just going to be QAT into the T, or if they've got the Q and a blank, like quota happens a whole lot, and it's just an immediate game over. But yeah, to your point, Robin, if you're down, you get to do kind of whatever you want. You can be as crazy as you feel like because, hey, it's the only way I win. You also have to be the eternal optimist. If the blank's on my opponent's rack, I'm dead. I'm just going to assume it's in the bag. And if it's not, I lose. I don't care. I was going to lose anyway. So you got to be the optimist. I'm going to draw the blank. And if I make that assumption, how do I connect the dots otherwise? Maybe advect works, but I don't know. The more I look at this board, the more I'm like, maybe just COD in the top left corner, making on and diff, hold DETV together. See what I draw, see what happens, score some points.
If only we can get rid of that V.
All right, we're going to see if it works.
Nope, he's playing something. Oh, he is playing. Is he? Is he not? Come on. Very, very nice thinking. I mean, I did do a sim. COD has come out first in a very limited sim. And the fact that he's even considering that is actually quite lovely.
I didn't even sim it. COD just felt
right to you.
Weirdly cosmically right to me. It does the right mix of scoring, but I see bingos that might be able to happen. All right, COD winning a sim, winning Cameron Farlow's brain sim.
Oh, I just did an Ask Championship player one, so I don't know really how deep that is. I don't think it's going to be that deep. Yeah. We need a Macondo to really.
All right, goodness, what do you do? I mean, you do need to score a good amount on this play, or else you're just dead no matter what. You need to hope your opponent gets slowed down with the Q.
Look, I'm doing another sim, and look what's coming to the top.
Advect is winning on the 2-ply sim, but in a 2-ply sim, they don't play defense.
How many sims plies do you want?
Quackle's just not going to solve these pre-end game situations.
Yeah.
Like our engines are just not smart enough to figure them out right now. This is kind of a go with your gut. Now he's looking at devoted.
Holding on to a C, that's really, really a recipe for, and it's playing off too many tiles.
Yeah,
you're behind.
I think you want to play fewer tiles here and just create some more fog of war, some more intrigue. If Nopot doesn't have the Q, you need to make him very worried about drawing the Q. If you play devoted, it's on your rack most of the time. So I like this. COD. Let's see what happens next. Ball is back in Nopot's court. Nopot up by 21, but this Q so dangerous. And the E and Moisture could give some big plays back. Look, Cameron has now drawn Advect and a blank.
Vacated. What can he do? What can he do? What can he do?
Evocated doesn't quite fit. Does he have any bingos at all?
This is that darn V. If he could have gotten rid of it, but he picked another C. Can you imagine if he had 2 C's? What could he have done? Oh, wow. Coactive. Nothing off the G. Nothing off the E.
Oh boy. I don't know who's going to win this game. Nopot's got a tough turn to solve now. Nopot counting the tiles in the bag. He's going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 unseen to him. He's going to look at the unseen pool as well. Oh boy, this is a very fascinating turn. You want to make it 30 in a row, Nopot. You got to figure this puzzle out.
He's got some time. He's got lots of time.
In terms of what do you do? Well, there's kind of two lines of thinking. One, go maximum defense. You can play ROOS and Towages. And then it's very, very hard for anything bad to happen to you. But then your opponent can Q stick you.
How many tiles are left? There's 12 unseen. 5 unseen. This now might be the time to stick QI on there and just get it out of the way.
And if Cameron got crazy lucky and bingo's on me right now, well, I guess I'll just lose. But I need to get rid of this Q. And after I get rid of the Q, I'm basically untouchable unless I get bingoed on immediately. So QI is one line, or block now and deal with the Q later is the other one. I think you have to play QI. the Q's so bad. But you have 11 minutes. You got to think through.
Which means we have 11 minutes of talking to do.
I get 11 minutes of thinking to do. The smoke's going to start coming out of my ears. This one's really, really hard.
This is a difficult one.
You need to look at the unseen pool if you're not bot and assess exactly what threats could be had. Because that unseen pool, there's some good stuff in there. ACDENOT blank, but there's also a lot of bad stuff in there. VVGM. How likely is it in Notpot's brain that Cameron's got a bingo? And if he does have a bingo, where does it go? Looking at the E and moisture, to me, that feels like the most likely place. I'd love to make that go away. And sure enough, there are a lot of different possible options. Medivacs through the E, evocates down from the E and moistures, megavolt, decagram, vectored, ecotages, medicate, democrat, all kinds of possible unseen bingos through that E.
And then did you talk about bingos off moisture? There's 2 of them.
There's Scavage and Savaged as well.
Yeah.
If Cameron's got, so like that spot through that E
Yeah.
or backhooking moisture looks like what I want to block, and ROOS and towages will block it. But then I'm probably going to end up eating the Q. ROOS will put me up by 50, but
it
eating
should
the
be
Q's,
enough. It's better than being bingoed against.
eating the Q is an automatic -20, and if my opponent's smart and can kind of dink and dunk on the way out or set themselves up, eating the Q can be as bad as -50, -60, -70 even. So I'm going up 50, but
You got to block the moisture hook. You got to block the whole area.
so
you have
you
to.
block first and then hope that you don't
Hope.
eat the Q.
I don't think it'll be enough. I think if you can't bingo, it's not going to be enough. Well, we'll see. We'll see. There's 5. If there was 1 left in the bag, Cameron would be in a much worse position, but he still has a little time.
Oh boy.
But how do you get rid of this V? That is the other question. You can play VAC, I guess.
I don't
Although
know.
it would be kind of stupid.
I think Cameron's going to have to open the top of this board next turn, expecting a block to come. He
I
might have
totally
to play
agree with
something
you.
like TUN down into the UN or something like that. But
But he doesn't have an S.
yeah,
I wouldn't do that with an S unseen this late in the game.
yeah. God.
You have to get rid of the V. I mean, it's just unless there's a bingos on this board available to play.
God, this turn is hard for Notpot. He grabbed the Q. He was thinking strong about playing it, but now he's backing into ROOS again. Do I block the E and eat the Q? Do I play the Q and pray I don't get bingoed on? It's tough for us to analyze this correctly because we see Cameron's rack, but I think he's going to play ROOS. I think
that should, well, here, let me just wait. So he plays Roos or whatever. Cameron, I was going to say Cameron could play Vice there.
Yes. Oh God. Yeah. Play off the V, play off the C, and block the Q at the same time. Oh God. Yeah. So Notpot has dodged that sequence. He plays the Q now. He's going to hold his breath. Oh God. If I get bingoed on, I think I lose. But
it's not going to.
If I was going to get bingoed on, I think Cameron will do it as soon as he puts the tile back down. Notpot putting his head in his hands. Cameron, you just counted the tiles.
Oh, he's got groovers.
Oh my God. God. Disgusting. Disgusting.
And it's gonna play. He's gonna get it.
Disgusting.
He's gonna get it. He's gonna win.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna fish the Q. I'm gonna draw a V and bingo. We missed that in our analysis bit. No. Okay.
And there were a lot of O's to come. So yeah. Oh, there was one more O to come.
So 30 in a row is what it's looking like
It's
for
looking
Notpot.
like
Oh
that.
my God. I think we call that home field advantage in Scrabble.
You know what? Why not? He didn't have to cross time zones like we did and falling asleep at 8 in the morning or in the evening and waking up at 2 and then staying up until 6. He didn't have to do what we're doing here, but that's fine.
Holy crap. Play the Q, draw the V, bingo.
So what are we down to in the bag? 11. So it's 4 piles in the bag. Oh my God. Oh my God. So he has to see that possibility that Groovers is out there. He's got to, and he's got to block it.
No, you can't play defense in this situation if you're Cameron. If he's got groovers, he's got groovers, and I lose.
No, but block it in a way that he can only he can take it. So something like Dev. I'm just thinking. No, but it takes an S, so that's not good. But like he has the case A. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to do like a 3-letter word off moisture that will, or maybe you play the Dev underneath it, underneath the E in moisture.
He's going to play cave into the E in jeweling, I think. He's going to open as much space on this board as possible.
And what's he going to pick up? Let's see what's left.
Oh, boy, yeah.
So there's a G, an M, and an O. I think that's it. And there's one more, right? And an A. He's Moga.
Yeah, okay. If he plays cave, yeah, no, this makes a ton of sense. He can't draw a triple with what is in the bag. There might be some possibilities, but yeah, no, cave feels very good. Make as many bingo lines as you can. Hope Nopot's not able to block the right one, or hope you draw bingo in both spots. This is a really nice play from Cameron, but he's going to get the mammoth punish of groovers. You can't have expected it, but
Ooh, he got the best.
He drew
three.
Democrat's 89 at the top. If Nopot doesn't play groovers, if he's not confident enough, Cam wins this game.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Let's see. Is grooves enough for Nopot? No, grooves would only put Nopot up by 56. Nopot has to play groovers here or he's dead.
He sees it. There's no question about it. And now he has to go through the machinations of, is it good?
Yeah. I mean, he does have Crooves, Crooves for 39 up at the top.
That's the winning play.
Crooves is going to lose to like any bingo through the E and moisture, any moistures bingo, any bingo down from the G. Yeah, Nematode, for instance, will lose. So Nopot has a lot to think about. If you're even 90% on groovers, you need to slow down and spend the entirety of your time on this turn, doing some math, doing some cost benefit analysis, some risk reward.
And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. When you're behind like this, you can afford to be volatile and make the person who's in the lead in the end game go nuts. And he did exactly what he had to do. He had to open up a part of the board that you can't block both lanes simultaneously. He did exactly what he needed to do. And then he picked the 3 best tiles probably out of the bag to help him do that. So it has to be a bit of a luck, and it also has to be a bit of brilliance for you to open the board exactly the way you're supposed to.
Mm-hmm. Man, cave was a very good play from Cameron. It is not going to work here because groovers happens, but Nopot.
He can't wait. So the math is, it's not enough because he's down by almost 30 points.
Yeah, he's only going to catch Nopot with 1 tile, and that's not going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough. A very exciting ending, though. Very, very nice thinking. So there are some very nice Scrabble theory and philosophy that you're seeing here today for players out there who want to learn how to play. You see how he made the board more volatile. He made Nopot get very nervous because now there's 2 parts of the board that he can't block simultaneously. And the question also becomes, yeah, he can't block everything. You just cannot block everything. So you just got to take your bingo.
Well, Nopot has a play that looks like it wins a lot in rovers and towages, Rovers. It blocks almost every possibility. The one thing it does not block is Democrat through the C at the top, which is exactly what Cameron has. So if you assume Cameron's rack is random after cave, which it's not, then playing Rovers is going to win 7 out of 8 times. The only time it loses is if the G is in the bag. But the G is in the bag. So Rovers is a 7 out of 8. And if Nopot plays groovers and it comes back off, Nopot loses the game on the spot probably. Cam just bingos and he's done. So this is a question of how sure are you on groovers. If you're 90% or higher, groovers is the move. If you're 60%, Rovers looks like the right play. And it's going to lose. This is incredible.
It's unbelievable.
This is incredible. He's picking up his tiles.
Here comes
groovers. Here comes groovers. Okay. Wow. The confidence it takes to make this play.
And at some point, it's also, I don't have a choice.
Right. Well, no, he does. Rovers wins 7 out of 8 times.
Even with Democrat?
No, it only loses to Democrat. That happens to be exactly Cameron's rack.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
okay.
fantastic.
Wow. Nopot. You have to be very confident on this.
Let's see if he's on hold. Let's see if
I'm sure he is.
He's got 3.5 minutes to do the math.
So Cameron has already set up nematode, and he sees that through the E. Whether or not he's
so Democrat is worth so he's going to lose by more this way with nematode versus Democrat.
Right. Democrat will lose by 16. Nematode will lose by 20 some odd instead.
All right.
30.
Yeah, he's over 100 points ahead.
So Cameron's going to do the math. He's going to look at all the threats. And Notpot's going to be able to courtesy draw and see it's the G and be like, oh my God, Democrat was there. Wow.
So just to explain what courtesy draw means. So you saw that Notpot put his hands up to show that his hands were empty, which of course they're empty because he's got no more tiles on his rack. So it's not like he's palming anything. And he's put his hands in the bag to take out the last tile. After, what is the rule now? Is it 10 seconds? 15 seconds. After you're put on hold, you are entitled to take what's called courtesy tiles. So you put them to the side in a case where you have 7 on your rack normally. And you just, you get to see the tile, because you should not be penalized for the other person holding you. You should be able to see the tile and to incorporate it into your thinking for your next move. It's a little hard to explain it now because he only has 1 tile, but if he had actually had, say, 4 tiles, let's say, it would make more sense.
All right, so here comes the challenge. Cameron has to challenge this. He's 100% to lose if the word is valid. So he's going to do his best. We're getting reports from chat that he's very solid on the words, and he probably knows this will come up green. But
it's a desperation check.
You have to try.
Yeah.
And Groovers is going to stay on the board. Oh, what a swing! Notpot's got to feel great after that. And Overhead Mike is going to be so excellent at the end of this one. We've now 2 consecutive really excellent games on stream, both featuring Cameron Farlow. One improbable come from behind victory, and one that came all the way down.
Come from behind loss.
Last move. Wow, this has been so fun to watch. And we still get 3 more games to go today. Oh my God. All right. So
as tired as we are, we love what we're doing.
Yeah. I mean, when the games are this interesting, Doug, I'll do this all day. It's
all day.
You get the drubbings in round 9 of a day. That's what it's like. Oh God, somebody please help carry me through. But no, these games speak for themselves. This is wonderful. So Cameron does see at least the out bingo of nematode.
Come on, take Democrat. Come on, find it. Yeah, it's not hard. It's not that easy to find Democrat. I saw combated right away. Democrat is a little bit more difficult to find. It's so easy to put that C at the beginning. If you have to put it in the middle, it's a lot harder. So I think we're going to probably see Edamata or nematode. He saw nematode, so I think he's going to just slap that down.
But it will be just a little too late for Cameron. All right, you are potentially witnessing history here as Notpot has won, if my intel is correct, his 30th consecutive tournament game of Scrabble. To win the first 23 is already incredible, but to win the last 7 here at the Causeway Challenge, literally the most stacked field I have ever seen, maybe the best field we've ever had in competitive Scrabble play. Well done, Notpot, for 30 straight. 32, from what we've heard, may be the all-time record. Here comes Democrat. Cameron doing one more.
He found it. How nice is that?
And we're going to be quiet. We're going to cut to Overhead Mike, see what these guys have to say after a banger of a game.
So around 89 and there. Okay, well done. Yeah. So it's
437.
Yeah.
458.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
ใช่ไม่ลงแพ้ไม่เพราะพี่คืออันซีนมันเป็นอย่างนี้พี่อันซีนเป็นอย่างนี้ผมถือแรงนี้อันซีนเป็นอย่างนี้มันมีแบบไม่เลยแบบคือก็ต้องเสี่ยงอ่ะก็ต้องลงแหละ yeah because you guarantee the bingo so I never go for that Yeah, okay, because when I drop this, I have this, yeah, and I see 2V and 1M. Yeah, groomer is good too, right? Groomer is good too, right? Yeah, so 2Vs and 1M. So yeah, maybe get good chance.
Good.
Okay, so we are submitting in here.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So Nopot revealing the methods to his madness, fishing the queue. I saw 2Vs and M, a blank unseen. I think a bingo from the G actually quite likely. So wow, some really high level Scrabble from Nopot, some high level thinking. And I mean, that's what you got to do to win 30 consecutive tournament games. That was sick.
30.
3-0 competitive wins in a row for Nopot, stretching across several tournaments. He is now 7-0. He is undefeated, and perhaps Dave Wiegand of the United States could be undefeated. Dave was 6-0 coming into this match. For our savvy viewers, you were also watching the Board 2 stream at the same time and seeing if Dave Wiegand won, so you might already know. I don't, because I had to commentate that banger of a game. But Nopot 7-0, maybe Dave Wiegand 7-0, and that is it
It's not
for
in
the
yet.
undefeateds. No result yet, so that means you at home should open up the Board 2 stream here at Let's Play Scrabble and check out the end of the game between Dave Wiegand and Akshay. And we'll see. We have 3 more games to go here in Bangkok, and that'll wrap up day 1 of the Causeway Challenge. If you're just tuning in or don't really know what's going on, this is a 36-game tournament that encompasses the full weekend and most of Monday. 10 games today, 10 games tomorrow, 10 games Sunday, 6 more games on Monday. The first prize, $10,000, and this is the biggest and best Scrabble tournament literally ever. 17 of the world's top 20 players are here in the room. Absolutely sick. So much to play for. And it's all going to be here on either Me Watch OTT or Let's Play Scrabble. We appreciate all of you for tuning in and joining us. We appreciate those especially who have clicked the like button down under the video on YouTube. Sorry, there's no way to do that on MeWatch, but thanks for tuning in on MeWatch. We're also being broadcast on national Thai TV right now. So wherever you're watching, welcome to the world of competitive Scrabble. We love having you here, and we will bring you game 8 in, looks like just a couple minutes as soon as we get players situated. Matt Canick and Robin Pollock Daniel bringing you the action. We're going to go hydrate just a little bit. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
See you soon.
are so excited in the booth because we get to see once again Napot. Can Napot make it 31 consecutive tournament wins? Well, oh my goodness, does he have a tough opponent to try to make that the
only
case.
Dave Wiegand. What are you talking about?
No,
It's
only
Kripa.
the great Dave Wiegand, probably North America's best player. And check this out. Dave, coming off a lost last round, Napot is the only undefeated player left, but holy crap, is Dave good at Scrabble. First place versus second place coming your way. That's what Table 1 is all about, baby. Let's cut to the board. Napot going for his 31st consecutive win. Gotta beat only Dave Wiegand.
Well, you got to know that Dave's nickname on Aerolith is Dr. Bing, and that Bing stands for bingo.
Yep, indeed. And tournament organizer Michael Tang was hoping we'd get a Chlorodyne moment, somebody to drop just some crazy, ridiculous 10-letter word. And Robin, you and I had the same instinct as soon as he said it. It's like, it's Dave Wiegand's turn. Not Nigel. Nigel's done it, and of course he can do it. But Dave knows so freaking many words as well. Just an absolute beast over the board.
Oh, Con Lang. Here we go.
Yep, and bingo immediately. All right, Napot, you want to make it 31 straight? Here's Dave Wiegand and a 72-point lead, or 76-point lead, excuse me, that you're going to spot him. Con Lang spotted by Dave in under 30 seconds. Napot didn't even have a tile out of the bag, and he's already down 76. Incredible.
I was
Welcome,
going to
Dave.
predict before Dave said that. I was going to say, as much as I would love Napot's streak to continue, I just have the feeling Dave just came off a loss. Dave wants to be up there. He wants to be on Table 1.
And there's a Z. All right, you're going to bingo and then draw one of the best tiles in the game. Dave gonna Dave. Anytime I commentate a Dave Wiegand tournament, I end up saying Dave gonna Dave like 1,000 times.
Oh my God. Roadies.
Oh, all right. Well,
we
Dave,
got us the game.
Dave gonna Dave, but Napot gonna Napot. Yeah, roadies or radios out of the bag. A radios from the A, the top option, and here it comes from Napot. So Dave 76, Napot laughs and says, "Nah, I'm gonna score 83 instead." Yeah. Dave EIORRRZ, the post bingo draw, looks to have a pretty straightforward play. No bingos out of a rack this Zori. But Crozier, Crozier, comes down from the C. Looks really good to me, Robin. You think the same?
Well, the question becomes Crozier or Crozier, Crozer. If he plays IER, Crozier, he's setting up a very, very big S hook, but he's also blocking the S bingo lane on the bottom row. So this is actually, he also has the possibility of something like Zooier through the O and air radios, but that saves 2 Rs. Orzo in the same spot. I think that's too volatile. So I think the question becomes, do you do Crozier and risk the S hook with 1 S down, or do you do Crozier saving IR and make it less volatile?
I'm running this through a computer simulation, and it says not Crozier, not Crozer, not Zooier, but Orzo.
Yeah.
ORZO. EIRR doesn't feel that great, but with the D, with the S on the board, I don't know. Crozier feels good. While you are giving the S hook back behind, you're also setting up the Z for parallel plays. So if you're going to make 1 spot, might as well make 2 spots. And Crozier actually simming neck and neck with Orzo on an engine. So good play from Dave. I would put the I down. It's 2 extra points. And I'm less worried about the S hook than I am worried about the S in space for Napot to do some damage. And oh boy, is Napot going to do some damage, finding not 1, but both blanks at the same time. The question for Napot is, do you bingo now, or do you play YET alongside the Z for 41 and hold both blanks to bingo for sure next turn? So to assess that, Napot's got to figure out what the highest scoring bingo is, and sky est
most sky
most
like a sky
SKIEYEST plays from the S at the bottom of the board for 89, yet 41. That's a 48
and look what Dave picked.
Delta. Dave.
Oh, this is a huge turnaround.
Wow, yeah, Con Lang to nothing.
I think if you don't see skyist, and this is one of those situations where you go, excuse me a minute, I'm going to go check the dictionary, do you mind? I think yet might be very intriguing for 41 points. I kind of like it.
Yeah, yet for 41.
I like it.
And you take the Z spot away from Dave as well.
Yeah.
I think I'd actually, even if I see Skyest, and what on earth is that? I don't think I'd ever see it in a million years. Yet feels good. And if you don't see the 189 point bingo, the best Not Pot can do on this turn is just 80. Okay, 41 holding 2 blanks is better than 80. So I think Yet's
so,
probably going to be the play we see. But Not Pot has been very impressive. Skyest would be pretty impressive to see. But I think Yet's probably good here.
It's just, well, if they say if 1 blank is worth, 35, 40 points, how much are 2 blanks worth? Is it actually more or less?
Yeah, 40, 45, somewhere in that range, probably, if I had to guess. And that's right around the delta between the plays. Oh, God. But I think taking away the Z overlaps is huge.
I think so, too.
And that tilts the advantage towards Yet. I think we're going to see Not Pot forego the bingos here. Yes, this seems wise to me.
Have we decided how old this man is? This little...
Not Pot, I have not, but if any Thai players are in chat and they know Not Pot, or really any Southeast Asian players who know Not Pot, if you want to give us some intel on who this, how old this kid, this man is, we'd love to hear it. Yet holding EI blank blank, Not Pot all but a luck to bingo next turn. Dave all but a lock to never bingo in a million years with this rack. Robin, is this rack so bad that Dave needs to exchange?
I think he needs to exchange. But before he could play through the eyes, something like crimp or something, and that's a possibility as well. But just to let you know a little bit about Not Pot that I do know about him is that he finished 5th place at the highly competitive 2025 Astar Scrabble Challenge International Open, and he finished just behind Nigel Richards. So very, very impressive young man. 5th place at Astar, and he has a peak rating over 2100, I believe. So really, really impressive young guy.
Thanks, Mozart Slozart, in our YouTube chat for the intel.
22.
Not Pot is 22 and just graduated from undergrad. Are you freaking kidding me? This is the future of Scrabble right here.
Yeah, you have to excuse me, us not being able to see what they look like in terms of their age on our little screen. They actually look a lot younger than they do in person when we go out into the playing area. Oh, he's playing gym. That's also good as well. Why not?
But look what Not Pot has. Websites into the S, backhooking Crozier for 101 points. Or if that's not good enough, Website also plays as a double-double with Conlang for 100.
Oh,
so 101 on the bottom, 100 on the side, an embarrassment of riches. Goodness, Dave. Welcome to board 1. You're going to get friggin' obliterated by Not Pot.
That's incredible. 104. Both of them are 104 points, the double-double and along the triple.
No, they're both 100 with 2 blanks in.
Oh, I put in extra.
This is 101 right here.
Thanks very much. Yeah,
absolutely. So Dave now trailing huge despite opening the game with Bingo ZJ. Now Dave sitting on CFLOPRV. Usually when you open a game with a bingo and then a Z play and then a J play, you feel great. But Dave is facing an uphill climb, an 87-point deficit. This rack is bad, but I think you're forced to play through probably something like Favor or Vapor through the A&A radio, Robin.
Yeah, I think, let's see, the Favor saves CLP, the Vapor saves CFL, which is Canadian Football League as far as I'm concerned. I believe CLP is actually a bit more synergistic than Vapor. Let's see what else he could do. There's really not much. You could just play Fav through the same one and save CLOPR, but I think that's kind of crazy. But, well, it's not so crazy because
I think I'd play Parvo through that A, actually. You see the way Vapor or Favor sets up that O. It's just asking to get stacked and shut down. Parvo is much tougher to block afterwards.
The CLF is not as good as CLP, I think.
No, but I feel like Favor is just asking to get punched.
I know what you mean, but the J is gone at least.
That's true. And the Z is gone.
So those are really the two that you worry about the most. The other one, look, a 30-point play is a 30-point play. I mean, you can get 30-point plays anywhere. So I would be as concerned. But let's see. Dave is pretty creative. Let's see what's going through his head. You know, he's not happy right now. He's leaning on his hand. He's taking it away now. And yeah, he's going to play favor. I think he likes the CLP better, which I would agree with.
Yeah, try to get into bingo range as fast as possible. Favors the way to maximize that. If your opponent does play something like you see HUM on top, well, whatever, that happens. So favor coming down from Dave. He loved to see an S come out of the bag for Conlang's threats. The ED is a good start. A G. The G is going to be pretty unwieldy for him.
Oh, my goodness.
And we'll look at Napot now, who's drawn the Y. The Jimpy spot available was huge for him, but Dave has partially obstructed that with his play. Now, Napot still has plays like Hurry in that spot, Hurry, but he's also got this X.
I've got an L, not 2 R's.
Oh, yeah, but he can play through
Oh,
the R
and
in
Hurry
favor.
and Jimpy. Oh, yeah,
Hurry and
okay.
Jimpy, yes.
Well, but he might as well go across on favor.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Hurley or Muley, Muhly, above favor look like good blocks here. He's picking up LYX. He's going to play Lynx, I think, through the N and Conlang. I don't know that that's right. And now, right on cue, Napot's pulling back.
Like if he picks an I, he can play Minx on the next turn. And there's a lot of I's left. He's going to save MX.
Yeah, that X is pretty strong for him here. So
Yeah.
maybe hold back.
Yeah, I like playing Hurley and saving the MX together and hoping to get Minx the next turn.
Simulation likes Lynx.
Right away? Okay.
But this is a tricky turn. Yeah, each of these plays, Hurley and Lynx, have their merits. Napot is really good. To find the two top options, to deliberate between them, to do it all this fast. I'm just playing on another planet right now. So Lynx coming down. The computer does think this is his strongest play. Computers are not always right for what it's worth, but Napot certainly seems to be right an awful lot of the time. Dave Wiegand trails by 108 ACDEGLP on his rack. Needs to start thinking about opening this board, but doesn't seem to have any plays that effectively do that. So we'll see. Robin, I'm seeing a bunch of ways for Dave to score, but they all close the board down. So what do you like for Dave here?
I think he doesn't have to worry too much about vowels. There's still a lot going. So there's a very, very pretty little play, Parge, over websites, making PARGE, PEABGIET. And that scores 38 points, saving a quite synergistic CLD. I'm kind of liking that. He could be looking at something like Pledge to the E in websites, saving AC, making the board a little bit more volatile, maybe to something to play to the left of the P in Pledge. Because he doesn't have an S, I think he needs to make the board volatile for himself and another part of the board. So Parge, if he wants to stay in, so score 38 and not open up anything, and Pledge perhaps if he wants to be a bit more volatile and not too worrisome having that P to the right of the triple row. It's not as worrisome as other letters because it only takes an O and a U in front of it.
Both Parge through the R in Crozier and Pledge down to the E in websites really shut down the left side of the board.
Yeah.
Yes, Pledge does a little bit less so. You can still make OP or UP and get out to the left side if you need to. So
there you go.
Between those options, yeah, Dave is picking this one and it makes sense.
I would have chosen it as well.
But Dave needs an S and a pretty favorable draw. Oh, wow. All right. Dave's just going to go draw an S as soon as I say that, but not the favorable draw outside from that. Another S, but the QV. It's pretty killer for Dave. EEHMRTU on Napot's rack. Napot looking to play some defense. He's got the H and the U to play on top of the OR in favor. I think we're just going to see a short little play here from Napot. HUE, HUM in that spot both make a whole lot of sense to me. I don't think we're going to see Napot open the board. So just hum here, Robin.
And he just played off the P for hump. So it's a little safer now to play hum.
He's looking at HEM, which takes a back E hook, HEME. Napot would hold the E, but 4 more unseen E's. Now, 4 unseen E's with 48 unseen tiles. It's actually pretty unlikely for Dave to have one. Is Napot going to play some calculated offense here with the lead?
That would be very interesting. There aren't that many E's left is true. And the Q is not seen yet, so you might want to hold on to the U, but there's 4 U's unseen. So he's got one of them, so 3 unseen. So I wouldn't worry too much about playing off a U right now. I like the fact that Dave just played the P so that the P hook is no longer there. He's now giving him this. Very, very interesting. You know, I mean, this is somebody who played yet instead of playing the bingo. So he knows what he's doing.
I feel like a lot of people would have played hum there instead of him, but Noppat, I think, feeling the odds are in his favor. Just the 4 unseen E's. I'm going to play here next. And the 2 different vowels holding UE instead of EE gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of what you can do next turn. So that's a cool decision. I think there are not too many players in the room who would play that.
I don't know. I think if somebody knows that he's playing Dave Weekend, and I think he doesn't know that he's playing Dave Weekend and what that signifies. I don't think he knows, because you don't open boards for people like Dave Weekend. You just don't. And he just opened the board.
Yeah, but Dave completely unable to punish with that QV combination. Dave has found Kavas, a C-A-V-A-S. This word does take a sneaky back S hook, C-A-V-A-S-S, also valid. But unfortunately for Dave, he's got the 3 best blockers in Scrabble on his rack, the C, the V, and the Q. And he needs to play these tiles off, but anywhere he plays them is going to shut this board way, way down. You can see Dave big sad, kind of pursing his lips there.
Doesn't have a choice. He's got to do it.
Yeah, at least get the C out in space and see if you can do something dangerous with it soon.
Or maybe pick the H up. Maybe, is QOPH available? No, it is not. Oh, wouldn't that have been pretty, eh? To play CH and QOPH. That would have been gorgeous.
It would have, but alas, not there. All right, so Noppat choosing to keep a U last turn, playing hem over hum, and there's your punishment. Another one. So now a tough turn for Noppat.
Utu. Get it over with. Just do
Robert, what did you say about opening the board for Dave Wiegand?
I think he's just trying to invite him into the game. I think that's very hospitable. I don't know if it's the right thing to do. But I can understand why he would do that, and how annoying for Dave, who has the Q on his rack and really nowhere great. Let's see what he can do.
You can play Chin, QIN down to the N in conlangs. Just feels pretty forced here. AAGSS is like not the coolest leave by any means, but I think you just
you got to just take the point. And he picked another S up, as it turns out. And Noppat picked up Lintier, and he's got a place to play it, and he's probably going to get to play it.
Well, we saw Noppat play such good defense a few rounds ago in his stream or board 1 debut. Noppat completely changing the MO, now playing offense. I'm going to set up hem to heme. I'm going to set up a bingo line over on the left side of this board.
And he can use both of them. He's got Lintier on the left.
And Nitrile on the right. Yep.
And Lintier. Yeah. So.
Yep.
Wow. A masterclass on what to do or what not to do. I'm still on the fence about that, because I know what it's like to open the board for a player like Dave Wiegand, and they usually just pounce.
But instead, Noppat will be the one pouncing here.
Absolutely.
There is something to be said. Some Scrabble players come in with the style, like the late great Dave Gibson. His style was defense. You knew he was going to play defense. You knew he was going to build an iron wall, and he was just going to beat you on it. But I think the very, very best Scrabble players need to be chameleons. You need to be able to play defense. You need to be able to play offense. And Noppat is showing he can do both. I can outgun Dave Wiegand. I can wall in the World Youth Champion. I can do whatever I need to do or whatever feels right. Boy, it is going to be fun to watch this guy play.
It's amazing. I think what Dave's doing on his rack is he's wishing that Q was another A so he could play Asagai. But
yeah,
it's not going to work. Do you have a little bit of whiteout? You can maybe change the letter a little bit.
Maybe play QI and then draw Asagai back. Possible.
I'm sure he doesn't want to play Chin, but I think is there a place for him to play? He could play. I think he's looking to play QIS to the right of Utu, I think that's fine.
It'd be so strange though. Like I'm Dave. I'm trailing big, and I'm gonna block the best bingo line on the board. But then why would you play Utu in like 8 seconds unless your leave was insane? Looking at the unseen pool for Dave, like, he didn't keep an S. There are no S's left. You can basically tell after Utu the leave had to be EINT, EIRT, AERT. There's no other leave where Utu makes sense. So I don't know. You've got to know you're in dire straits here if you're Dave, and he's actually going to block. Wild.
Yeah. 601. And here comes a very quick bingo, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, it's going to be Lintier or Night Trial on Heem. Both of them play for 68 points. So just kind of choose the best defensive option. Night Trial goes a little bit higher, obstruct the sea a bit more. Now he's going to play Lintier down instead.
Yeah, he's going to switch. The right play is Night Trial, and he's going to switch it. Although it does leave a possibility now for Dave to open a triple by playing through the C in the N.
Yeah, I don't like how you can play a 4 or a 5 between that C in after Night Trial. I actually maybe Lintier, but alas, he's picked Night Trial. And nobody's home for Dave anyway. AAEGHSW.
He's got the washage.
Washage, yeah, but alas, not happening. Dave can score well. Wah, WAAH plays with Can and Ahi, 36 points, but I don't know. At some point, pretty soon, Dave needs to consider throwing in the towel. This might actually be the turn.
What can you do? Well, he's got wow on his rack, which is probably how he's feeling. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's also the right play. In addition to being rather expressive of the way this game has gone.
And he would have gotten, so if he had played Lintier, he would have played Wa, one move up, hitting the double on the double CH. It would have been worth so much more. So ended up being the right play.
These little decisions, I've commentated enough tournaments, and you just kind of get a feel for people just go with their gut on these little decisions, these Lintier versus Night Trial. And when things just seem to work out every time they trust their gut, they seem to just kind of win the tournament. A lot of early prophetic omens for Napot here as he looks to secure what could be victory number 31 in a row. Is Napot going to be our Causeway champion?
Well, I'm going to predict no, but on zero basis. Why not? We'll see how. Listen, this is a long slog. It's not just the normal. Okay, it's a long tournament, but this is 10 games a day. Now he's got youth on his side. There's no question about it, and he's clearly a very brilliant young player. So anything could happen. And just from the few games we've watched him play, who could say he doesn't deserve it? Just beautiful play.
You have to think, what's different about this tournament? Well, one, the sheer number of games, 10 games a day, that tends to favor youth and stamina. Two, the location. A lot of top players from North America and Europe are quite jet lagged, quite far from home, sweating harder than they've maybe ever sweated in their life with this hot, late May Bangkok weather. Advantage to the local. So a lot of off the field variables working in Napot's favor as well. And momentum clearly working in his favor as well. Napot now just going to start scoring, turn on the Jets, try to outrun Dave Wiegand. Afreet is 32. This looks awesome for him once again. He is drawing into a lot of vowels. He's got to try to dodge a nightmare draw as Dave has found a bingo. He's got bingos on his rack, and he does have just one bingo available down to the O in conlinks.
No way.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's got to be a crazy word.
Bisogno.
Oh,
Bisogno. 72 points down to the O. The only bingo here for Dave. And hang on. This could be interesting if Napot draws vowels.
He's going to pick vowels. There's no question.
There's two U's. There's one. Does he draw the second U? Oh, my. Oh. He's left a bunch of consonants in the bag. A bingo bango could happen for Dave.
And look what's on Dave's rack. Look what he's doing.
Bisogno. He's found it. He's going to pull a B up in space. Okay. This one's not over.
So Napot had played very, very quickly. He had oaf making hoop era for a lot of points. This is why Dave is Dave. He not only did he find the word, he know the word, but he found it very, very, very quickly.
Okay, so Dave is going to reach into the bag, and this is going to be a huge, huge draw for him. There are 2 D's, a K, 2 T's, and a U, but if he's able to find like EIN in this bag, this one's very interesting. Look at this, DEEOT.
You notice that Napat didn't even hold. He didn't even hold him.
No, yeah. Napat seems to have just incredible command of the word. Dave has drawn dittoed, DITTOED.
No, he's got 2 D's.
Oh, excuse me. He does not have 2 T's. He's got 2 E's. Okay. Dittoed wouldn't fit on the board. Anyway, Napat now reaching into the bag. Oh, God. Is this one interesting all of a sudden? He's going to count. There are 4 tiles in there unseen to him. Napat's got a lot to think about. He's got a lot of really cool overlapping plays in all sorts of different quadrants of the board. He's got plays where he can pick up just 4 vowels and score 23. He's got plays where he can pick up 4 consonants and score 32. He's got the very straightforward BEAU from the B in Bisogno. He's got all kinds of different things to do. But I think question number 1 for Napat is, can Dave bingo? Do I need to block anything? And I will try to figure out the answer to that right now.
I think it would be very, very difficult through that B.
Oh, no, there's indebted, debunked, obtunded, obtended,
I'm completely wrong.
Obedient, unbidded. So there are lots of threats through that B.
Then you got to block the B. Even though a play like Duna, in the same place where he could have played Oaf, he could play Duna, making Vom, Hoop, Earn for 32 points, saving EAU. That would... we'd have to do the math. I would put him up to 445. So Dave would be 80 points behind. And a bingo like Obedient is 86. So it would be a very, very, very tight. I mean, I think Dave might be up by like 1 point if that were the case.
Well, indebted, INDEBTED, which Dave is 1 tile off of,
that would be
is a triple for 167.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be slam dunk, game over. Napat, I think, needs to block the B, and he's found a really good way to do that. A boon. It feels very hard to lose this game after a boon. There is also a threat for Dave through the W in WA. Knotweed, KNOTWEED, is a possibility. A boon also addresses that threat.
It's unbelievable that with so few tiles left, including a K, that there are so many bingos through that B. It is unbelievable.
Wild. Yeah. And you can't bingo from the B, which is what you would think. You have to bingo through the B, and still so much is there.
Unbelievable. But there's no question you have to block it.
And here he comes. He is going to block it, not with a boon, because a boon, I think, would empty the bag, but oh no, going to come down. And yeah, this feels good. This feels good.
Is there anything starting with a B? Yes. He could have bounty. No, he won't fit. He needed to start it earlier. Very, very nice. Okay.
All right. So Dave sees possibilities he didn't even have now blocked through the B. Dave sees that there is
true. He never had it.
one tile left in the bag. He trails by 70, would need a bingo to win this game. And with the absence of bingo lines, somehow Napat played offense all game and now has a defensive board.
So there's an N left in the bag. Let's play. We have some time. There's an N in the bag. What could Dave do if he picked the N? What bingo could he have? And then what would he have to get rid of and open the board?
So like dentoid, if Dave guesses correctly that he's going to draw the N and he fishes off an E, he could draw dentoid.
Right.
But you also have to set up dentoid in a way that Napat doesn't block it, because no bingos play on the board in its current configuration.
What about, there's an open L as well. We have to remember that. But there is no bingo available to that L or to make LD, nothing like that. So the only place, so you'd have to like stick an E, like TE or RE, but there's nothing that he can play that Napat can't block. Just a second. Wait, he can play Cane and set up the D hook. What do you think of that?
CANE, set up the back D. How does that work? All right.
There is nothing that,
I mean,
I kind of like that. I like that a lot. And he would have dentoid.
How
That's
how does Notpot block after Kane? I mean, you're gonna have to do something like
You can't.
ETA alongside the
Well,
RIL.
yeah, you're going to have to do something to the lower. Yeah, you can block it. It's not a problem. But holy cow! If only there were two in the bag, and it could be the N, it could not be the N. Then that would be interesting. But I think you got to give yourself a chance by playing Kane.
Oh! You know what? It's actually easier to block than you think. Just play Ulu or something through the L.
But
Okay,
just
okay,
give
yeah,
him
yeah.
a heart attack. Like he's a little whippersnapper. You know? He's less than half of Dave's age. You know,
Yeah.
give him a little. This is how it's done, Sonny.
Yeah, no, Dave showing a sign of respect. I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to
All
save
right.
the spread, throw in the towel. Holy crap, Notpot. 31 consecutive wins. You had to beat Dave Wiegand. You had to go second. Oh, and also Dave got to bingo on the first turn. Notpot says, I don't care. Will we see historic win number 32? Notpot's going to be back on board 1. All of you at home, if you're even thinking about going to bed, wrong.
I'm just waking up now.
Exactly,
I feel
right?
it's right.
Oh my God, this is history right now as far as Scrabble is concerned. Notpot would join just Nigel Richards as the only people to win 32 consecutive tournament games if he wins in the next game. It is going to be here on Let's Play Scrabble on MeWatch OTT. And it's going to come very shortly after this one. Though you can see both Dave and Notpot have a ton of time on their clock. Might be a little delay. We're going to hit overhead mic as this one's already done.
468.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, well, yeah. Actually, I have 2 banks in this turn, so yeah. I mean, immediately after that, so.
Yeah, my racks were just super awkward. All
Yeah,
consonants.
I can see, you know.
Had a third R with this rack.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and then all consonants after that for a couple turns.
Yeah, so yes, it's super easy to play on my rack, so there's nothing much to say. I think, you know. Are you submitting the result through the link or through the?
Last time it was down and we had to do manual and check it again.
Okay. Because I think my QR link is gone, so. But let me try again.
All right, well, Notpot showing some unexpected humility from a 22-year-old. Wow, that game was kind of easy. A lot of my racks played themselves. You love to see that kind of stuff. Some great sportsmanship on top of that from somebody who really has no business being humble. When you win 31 games in a row, I'd be anything but humble. I'd be on cloud 9, not Notpot. Can he make it 32? That's the question I'm sure everybody at home is watching. Again, if the intel we received in chat was correct, only one player has won 32 consecutive Scrabble tournament games, and that player is Nigel Richards. Could Notpot be number 2? He's got just 1 game to go.
And what's
Holy
really
crap.
interesting is we thought we'd be pretty much parked with Nigel all morning and all afternoon, but he is not in the top. I think he finally made it back to the top layer of the active board of and I think he was at 5 and 2 going to this game. So we're going to see lots of Nigel Richards during this tournament, but this is a very exciting thing to have on the very first day of the tournament. Some very interesting intrigue regarding a record. So we're going to try to I think we'll do a little. We finished so early. We're going to do a little research and make sure that what we're telling you is accurate, and if he in fact is going for tying Nigel for the longest consecutive streak of wins.
Yeah, those of you following along at home, if you can do some extra research as well. My understanding is the 32 wins in a row is an ABSP record. I don't know to what extent that encompasses like all tournaments, North America versus Britain versus worldwide Scrabble. We're going to try to do some homework out there, but it seems like we might potentially be on the brink of history if Notpot can win 1 more. Looking at probably a lengthier break, 10 to 15 minutes, given how fast that game was played. But
go over to the other boards, right?
Yes, yeah. We've got 2 other streams here. Pop over to Let's Play Scrabble board 2 or board 3. Or check out the website, check out some of the annotated games. We have 7 additional games being annotated every single round here at the Causeway Challenge. So go check some of that stuff out.
This is mind-blowing.
Yeah. And then come back and see if Napot can make Scrabble history. 2 more games to come. The next one's going to be absolutely historic one way or the other. Robin and I have some homework to do, so let's go do it, Robin, shall we?
We'll be with you every step of the way.
All right.
And we'll see you after the break.
Don't go anywhere. is going to be a great game. Round 9 coming from the Causeway
I just
Challenge
said
in
that.
Bangkok, Thailand. I was trying to figure out what to say as an intro.
It's
and I
a great
often
game.
often just copy your words, Robin. This is going to be a great game. We've got, once again, number 1 versus number 2 coming your way on board 1. And number 1, who else but Napat on his home turf, 8-0, the only undefeated player left, and only one player even within a game of him. That is Andrew Fisher. So Napat and Andrew coming your way. Players are seated. Tiles are in the bag. We are ready. Check out Nigel stalking at 8th. We'll definitely get to see some of him pretty soon. But I don't want to see Nigel. I want to see Napat, or I might call him new Nigel, 22 years old, literally has not finished university yet, and might be one of the best Scrabble players I've ever seen. So without further ado, Robin, Napat, Andrew, let's play Scrabble.
So I had an opportunity to talk to Napat between games, and he said, "You will not believe this. I think I'm overrated."
Win 31 straight games. I think I'm overrated. So that humility was not just on stream.
It was not just on stream. And I did try to ask him about the streak, but I didn't want to get it into his head in case he wasn't aware of it. So I just said, "I hear there's something about you not having lost for a while." And he says he hasn't played for a long time. He doesn't play in a lot of tournaments. And he goes, yeah, there is that. And I just said very diplomatically, "Are you aware how far you are in the streak?" He goes, no, I don't want to think about it. So I didn't tell him that we believe he's about to tie Nigel's record if he wins this game. Is that correct? Did I get that right? Is he at 30 or 31?
He's at 31. This would be 32.
This would be...
And check it out. Overdraw.
No way.
E-A-I. I guess the E goes back in the bag. All right. For those who have never seen an overdraw, who are just tuning, oh my God, he got Uraris. Are you freaking kidding me? The E is what he needed to go back in the. Okay.
I want to watch Andrew's face when he plays.
Wait, is Uraris good with the U?
Yeah, it's all fine. It's all good.
Okay.
Oh my God. So if he had saved, if he'd thrown the I, he would have had a rouser.
Correct. But the E goes back, and Andrew's going to get bingoed on. Watch his face here. Huh.
Yeah,
all right.
You saw it.
Yep.
Did you see the?
You saw it.
The eyebrow went up.
Oh. All right. That happens. Uraris, 66 for Napat. This would be Napat's 32nd consecutive tournament win. We think that ties Nigel Richards for the international record most consecutive tournament wins spanned across different tournaments. This is the start you're looking for if you're going to do it. I think we've seen a turn 1 bingo in like 5 out of 9 games, which is absolutely absurd. It's about a 1 in 7 chance.
I think we're about to see Vox too, so we're going to see a triple opened.
Oh my God, yeah, VOX and OX has got to be the play for Andrew, but could an OER combination for Napat would be just sick over anything you want.
You know what's amazing is how quickly Napat put Uraris down. Like, wouldn't you? I know I would have like put it on the board and then moved it up or down a little bit. One tile up, one down.
Nah. There's only one placement that puts all the consonants next to the things.
Well, but you still put the O next to the triple. But then anyway, double. But it forces a triple. So there you go.
All right, big V spot available. JIIP, the rec. Oh my goodness.
We are not going to see a triple.
A fourth I. No, that's a Y. Okay.
Oh, so much better when you have 3 I's on your rack to have a Y.
Oh, you got Jivey for 54. So we're going to see Jivey for either 51, hold the E, or 54.
No, you don't hold the E with 3 I's on your rack.
I agree. Yeah, JIVEY, what I think we're going to see here from Napat. But no, he's going to keep it.
He might not know it. Because there's not. Why would you say that?
He's probably got a reason for doing it. But I would have definitely put the E down.
Because he's going to pick 3 tiles that'll give him a bingo right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like a Carrick is going to come down or something like that.
Maybe because he lost the E once, he wants to hang on to it now after the overdraw on turn 1.
In the meantime, Andrew has picked up a blank.
ABORTT blank looks excellent. He'll definitely bingo, but how much can he score? There's actually 79 available to Andrew. It's a weird, kind of sneaky, tough to spot. No double doubles through the R, which is where his brain is going to go first. But can he find 79 on this turn? If he doesn't, the next best just 72.
Let's see. Yes, he's got a bingo ending in an O. That would open another triple.
And Napot kept that E and drew a bingo, because of course he did. He's got Ploides to the S and Uraris. All right, well done from Andrew. He has found the 79-point bingo Battero, Battero. So good job for him, Deillop. Friggin' prophetic, Robin. He keeps the E when you're like, why on earth would you do that? He's probably going to draw a bingo and then absolutely just draws the bingo. So we got a tie game, 117 a pop, but Napot's going to play Ploides probably in the next 20 seconds.
So we're going to start the official Andrew Fisher brow watch.
Yes, yeah, I'm locked in on that brow right now. Well, Andrew doesn't know that, Napot kept a weird leave.
Let's see if he sees it. Let's see.
Are you picking against Napot right now? Do you know how many games in a row he's won, Robin?
I'm not being, I'm throwing it out there.
All right, there it is.
No, it's not out there. Baited. It's not there yet. It's not there. There we go. Now it's there.
All right, there it is.
All right.
There it is.
I love his process.
And
okay, here we go. We're watching Andrew.
I also had the chance to talk to Napot. Let's see. Nothing.
No.
Nothing at all from Andrew. Okay.
I think he deserved it the first time because, man, I gave you back. I gave you the U, man, and you bingo on me.
Yeah. I threw away the E, and you didn't need it. You, in fact, didn't even want it, so that's crazy. But all right, 180, 117. Andrew ACEEETW. Probably going to be Weep into the P of Ploides. 27 ACET looks really strong, especially with an R and a double line. So without too much to analyze here for Andrew, I'll tell my Napot story. He was lingering outside of our commentary studio, made eye contact with me, and almost deferential to me, like, well, how am I doing? You were doing the commentary on board one, and I'm like, are you kidding? You're the celebrity to me, dog. Like, you're the one who's crushing it over here. I'm humbled to be in your presence. What are you talking about? Did he just draw karates too? Yeah, he did. Okay.
Nowhere to put it.
But chatted with him a little bit. He literally has not graduated from university yet. He is just on the cusp of finishing a degree in English, which is crazy because usually it's like math and music people who are the top Scrabble folks, but Napot English major. Love to see where that's going to take him because clearly he is a master of this language, or at least the game that revolves around it. He was a little bit nervous, like, am I playing well? And I'm like, yeah, you're playing awesome. Just keep doing that. And then he said, I'm just trying to pretend like I'm not on the stream. I'm just at a regular board.
Yes.
Napot said he came to Baltimore and played a tournament in the US. And it really got in his head playing on stream. He noticed he was scared and worried about what other people think.
Yes.
So it is hard to be on a stream the first time,
Yes.
but Napot's got a great, healthy approach to, I don't care. I'm not on stream. I'm just playing Scrabble at my house, at my club, whatever. It's just another game. I don't care what people think. And he did add, and if people want to say mean things, they can. I don't care. So chat, if you want to say mean things about Napot's play, you've been invited to. Though I don't think he's going to give you any reason.
Possible.
I don't think he's going to give you any reason to say mean things. But there are always the haters, the chat, the trolls, the neckbeards out there. Open invite.
Well, I did tell him because I don't know that he recognized me, but he recognized you. And I said that we've been very impressed with this play, and you'll see when you watch it later. You'll see that the comments that we made about you're going to be pleased with them.
Yeah, I mean, I just told him he's been playing great.
And I told him we were very impressed with Yet and giving up the bingo with the double blanks to play Yet.
Yeah, he said he didn't even take the time to look. He did know the word Sky East. He didn't see it, but even if he had, he wouldn't have played it. So getting the intel. Thanks again to Michael Tang for flying us out here so we can interview these players. Napot looking at Aka, AKA. He can't bingo with the rack of karates, but AKA above BAT and Battero 41. He could tack the S on 9 extra points, making Aka's an ST. Would you do that, Robin?
Hell no. Next.
Yep. All right. Yeah. ERST, literally the best 4-tile leave in Scrabble that does not include a blank. So yeah, hell no, indeed. I'm not breaking that up even for 9 points. Aka looks great.
Except Andrew now.
Zincate.
Has
Good.
anticize.
Oh, anticize. My goodness. Okay. Anticize for 94.
This is crazy.
Anticize through the first I employees is 94, but ends 1 short of the double word. So he's going to slide it over. Anticize through the second I employees is 3 fewer points, but a lot less crazy.
You know, I always wonder, I see these top players and I just see them picking bingo after bingo after bingo. And I mean, obviously we didn't see that all the time. Dave Wiegand used to be one of these people who always used to do that every time I watched him play. But it's just amazing how well they pick. And I think it's because they create good karma because of how well they play.
And how humble they are over the board.
Well, he could do something really crazy and play anticize and double the C, 1 away from the double word score, but I don't think he's going to do that.
Yeah, that is the highest scoring option, but I don't suspect we're going to see it from him. After AKA, Napat was about 78% to bingo on his next play, but check out that draw into ERSTEEU. So right as Robin says, oh yeah, I can't believe how well they pick Nightmare pick for Napat and Anticize coming down for Andrew. He's going to slot it down, score 90 here. This makes a lot of sense as well. The only letter that would allow Napat to bingo out of this rack is a Q.
Queerest.
Yep. But that's not coming.
Well, there's something to be said for getting rid of none of the E's because Nigel kept 3 E's on his rack. So,
Indeed. If Napat also keeps all 3 E's behind and like plays off a U and an R, I'm going to eat my hat. Luckily for me, I don't have a hat on. I have said I'll eat my hat once before if a player does a thing and then they did the thing. I still owe the world a hat eat like 2 years later.
Listen, he can make 17 points just by playing EE under Ka and at.
Oh, yeah, just KAEATEEE 17. It feels great. Maybe TEE alongside the IZE of Anticize. A little bit more defensive, but ERSTU to me feels much stronger than just ERSU. EE looks quite good here for Napat.
Yeah.
We'll see if he agrees.
On the other hand, you want to just do something and block off the 3Ds that are still available and 1S for Anticize and just take it for yourself. I don't think now's the time to do that, but it is a thought. It's not very little that you can do and score a lot of points and not open it for your opponent. Like something silly like reset or something. I think that's a little bit too volatile.
Yeah, EE is so good. You got to do that. And look at Andrew. After Anticize, he's pulled the second blank. So Napat's going to get double blanked by a Grandmaster if he wants to win game number 32 in a row. Because of the GUV combination, Andrew cannot bingo on this turn. But this is going to be tough for Napat. Can he do it? That T's going to help. That I's going to help. Okay, perhaps so. Andrew trails by 4, but has some good stuff. Has the D he needs for Anticized as well.
He's got Trustier on the very next turn in 2 places.
Oh, yeah, through either of the R's and Urari. Okay, so Napat likely to bingo. I mean, when you keep ERST 2 turns in a row, you really ought to get that bingo down. Andrew's gonna decide what to do at the bottom of the board. You can't get rid of the V and the G and the U altogether while scoring points. And I think you're almost forced to play the D here. Anticized is just so the only place where you could score on the board. But is he going to play Vid and keep the GU? Is he going to play Div and keep the GU? Is he going to play Doug?
I would do Doug. I would go. You're not getting so many points in the double that you have to actually go to the left. And Vid has the danger of sticking an A in front of it. So that's probably not your best idea. If you're going to take that spot, I'm kind of cool on Doug saving RIV blank. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Doug is definitely the offense play. It's a little bit less now, but IRV blank feels much stronger than GRU blank. Div, though, feels very good. It's 36 over the 30 for Doug. Just GU can make you big sad sometimes, but when GU makes you big sad, it's often because it comes with more I's or more U's. And only 3 I's, but 2 U's to come. I don't know. I think I'd play div, but it's very close here.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and it prevents any play along the triple row below it. Absolutely, that's correct. But GRU versus IRV, and you know how much I hate the V's. I'm liking RIV better than RUG. Doug, for some people who don't know out there, actually takes an S. And if that had been one away from the triple coming down the middle row, that might have been another reason not to play it. But I think almost certainly that Napot's going to be able to bingo on the next turn. I can't imagine it being blocked, both R's. There's actually a bingo in that rack that's Tertius, which Tertius, but it is not playable. Unless
he's got a bingo through the E in antisize as well. Sweatier, Suettier.
Oh, Sweatier,
So
okay.
he's got a bingo no matter what, either the R's or the this at the bottom. I like this from Andrew.
Yeah.
Grab a little bit
Absolutely.
more now.
Yeah.
Div or Doug, either play seems pretty strong, but you know your opponent's not going to be able to underlap this one and hit the triple. So
That's it.
I think slight edge to this one. Pick your poison, pick your style. Andrew's picking extra points right now. EIRSTTU means Napot's going to beat Andrew to the bingo. Highest scoring bingo is 72 here for Napot. It's one we haven't called out yet. Plays through the L in Ploides. I'll let Napot spell it for you.
I think that these are both specific to Collins, or is
No.
both are ours? Okay. What do I know?
You know this word, Robin.
Okay.
What? This one right here?
I do know that word.
Yep. All right.
Didn't see that one coming up.
I missed that.
I know
spot through
Sir
the L.
title. I know there's an anagram to Sir title.
I did not think to play through the L, but of course Napot's not going to miss stuff like this. Sluttier comes down. Napot's up 40, and Andrew into his RGU blank does
nice rack.
not draw a bingo.
Are you serious?
Yeah, nothing plays. It's a great rack, a lot of possibilities, but on this board, especially given the V out in space, no playable bingos for Andrew. I wonder how much time he's going to need before he reaches that conclusion. He doesn't look happy sitting in that chair,
take a while.
arm cocked back. Surely I've got something, right?
Don't call me Shirley.
And then these turns are really time sinks. What do you mean I have nothing? And then once you actually realize you have nothing, okay, well, then I got to find the best non-bingo play.
I think he's going to figure it out pretty quickly. He's a pretty experienced player. Then
What
the question
is the best non-bingo play? Is it fishing the G, jog, and Gox for 26? I don't think so.
I know it's worth a lot of points though. How do you? I mean, obviously, what you want to do is get rid of the U, or do you?
Well, if you fish the G, you keep HIOR or HOURI blank. You're gonna draw bingos most of the time. An A hits, a B hits, a C misses, but a D hits, an E hits, F misses, I misses, Q misses, UWY, they all miss at the end, I think, but you're going to hit a lot more often than you don't. The problem is the same problem we've got now. Even if you do draw a 7-letter word, it's unlikely to fit on the board. And if you fish one, Napot's not going to open the board too often. In this situation, Napot probably is going to open the board. As you can see, he has found another
oh my God,
bingo.
Refallen. And he's in 2 places.
Either one of the R's, yep. But this could actually be a real spicy moment.
Yes.
If Andrew fishes the G here,
No,
can Napot...
if he doesn't fish the G and he plays Refallen, putting the N one away from the triple and saves the ING, a triple is almost really likely.
Yeah, he'll play from the upper R instead.
I'm just
but
saying,
still,
if he played from
yeah.
the wrong one.
Oh, yeah.
It's very exciting.
So,
well, maybe Andrew plays something there and he has to play off that R.
oh, this is going to be a big gut check. If Andrew fishes one and then Napot has to open the triple to get his bingo down, oh, this could be real fun to watch.
I like what he's got on his rack to end fella, to make somebody into a fella.
Unfella. Oh,
Infella.
infella. It's
In-
kind of like benighting somebody. Instead,
Yeah,
you're
you infella.
infellaing them.
That's it.
The far more casual version.
So just for fun, what I did is I took away the IV and I put UG as if he had played Doug. And if he had kept the IV, could he have bingoed? But it turns out, alas, he only would have had vigorish and there was nowhere to put that.
So better to have the extra 6 points now and the more defensive
That's
board
it.
state. I guess so. All right, works out for Andrew.
Worked out. It was fun to play with it.
Man, yeah, big time sink turn for Andrew. He's now finally shifted back forwards in his chair. I think that indicates I'm done looking for bingos. I guess I got to find other plays.
So
now.
annoying because it's a really nice rack, actually.
It is.
And just nothing there. I mean, you look at it and you go, oh, I'm going to get a double-double. I'm going to have my pick. Is there anything through the 2 A's? I mean, we have to widen our, no, only happens in Nigel's racks. So he's going to play Ho. Okay. That's
All right.
one of the top picks.
Yeah, HO makes a lot of sense down in the bottom corner. But this is really tough now for Napat. My opponent spins a long time and then makes a small 2-tile play in the corner. Oh, God.
Come on, play it quickly.
I still have to play
Again.
Refallen. Yeah. Yeah. All right. 72 for this
I
bingo.
don't mean to say that.
And yeah, here it comes. Refallen and hold your breath. That ING, but oh, what a terrible draw for Andrew.
Oh my God, QW.
QW.
Oh my God. I feel for you, Andrew. I feel for you.
If that's not QW, if that's Q something else, that could be huge.
It could have been unbelievably huge.
Um,
Very bad luck, Andrew. Really, that's a tough one.
I mean, this is Scrabble. Again, when you see people have these insane tournaments, these tournaments where they win, like the stars just align for them. I do have to open the triple, but oh, thank goodness my opponent drew QW. Andrew does have a really nice play. This game's by no means over. Guchin comes down 48 points and retains the blank. So Andrew will probably bingo next turn for real this time.
Oh, I don't know. We'll see.
You're right.
The W is not the best, as we all know. But we certainly, from our side, to make this game exciting, we would love to see him. We'd love to see him bingo or to get a lot of points and make the end game really, really exciting. But look at these scores. I mean, these are final scores, and there's like 28 tiles unseen. Is that correct? And these are, you could easily see a game ending at 382 to 344. So this is unbelievable.
Robin, would you believe me if I said Napat just drew another bingo?
I would completely disbelieve you if you said he hadn't.
He's actually drawn 2, 67 through the R, 62 through the A in Refallen.
Oh my gosh.
And would you believe me if I said I think Andrew just missed? Yeah, Warfared through the R and Uraris, but this is going to get blocked by Napat's own bingo. I still want a good term for this. When you have one bingo and your opponent bingos in the spot that you were going to bingo,
Yes.
and leaves you with nothing. Like,
Yes, I'm
there's
very
gotta
familiar with. It's bad enough when your opponent blocks your bingo spot, but when they block it with their own bingo, it's like a double whammy.
Double whammy is what we could call it, but like there's got to be some delicious golden term that comes up at some point. I've been trying to get one for years.
I have one, but I can't say it on the broadcast.
I can't wait to get offline and hear what it is because I'm sure this is going to be incredible. All right, so Gourmands, Gormands, or Goadsman, Goadsman. Either one of those would take away Warfared from Andrew. And it'll be a big sad. We'll see if we add to the Andrew eyebrow cock index.
Well, he's been doing really well. I think the first one was totally deserved because, geez, you do the right thing. It's just so annoying. You do the right thing. You give back the good tile. You put the good tile back in the bag, and it's the one thing that gave him the bingo. Like, oh my God, that's another one.
The weird thing about this game, at least thus far, is every play's been like right. And there's not really even much to think about. Maybe HO is a turn that some people play a little bit differently. Maybe DIV, a turn some people play differently. But like this has been an insanely straightforward game for both players, degree of difficulty pretty low, but also an insanely well-played game for both players. Just, I don't think there's any mistake we could possibly point at so far. Incredible the level of play we got from both of these guys.
Now I'm starting to feel a little guilty that if Napat loses, it's because I brought. Oh, okay. I feel a little better now.
This is just worse than Gourmand's. I don't know if you didn't see it.
It keeps the board a bit more open than Gourmand's would have. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
But it scored how much less is the question. 5 points.
5 points less. I think this is the first, this is just a mistake, but maybe Napat actually did have a reason for this. In any case, the punish not going to come from Andrew. Andrew now trails by exactly 100, had his bingo blocked. I didn't watch to see if the eyebrow was cocked, but maybe someone on chat.
I think he's done the eyebrow. I think it's done. So he definitely wants to get rid of a W and an A, and possibly the F as well.
I don't know. I think we might actually see this just CAF, C-A-F from the C and anticized. Yeah, you'd like to play the W off if you can, but that's a lot of points, 32. So it could just be that.
Yeah, and saving W-E-R-D, which is a fantastic suffix. If you want to get rid of both W and F, a very tricky little wifed over who, and through the IE of sluttier and anticized is very kind of cute, but it saves AAR. But it scores 36 points. It's his most points.
Keeping AAR into this pool is actually not the craziest thing. No A's left to come, only one possible R. This is going to be FA for 31 instead of CAF for 32.
That's fine. He has his reasons, I'm sure. He wants to keep that open, maybe to bingo through the I. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, okay, sure. Makes sense. BCEEMRY, the post bingo draw for Napat. And really, as long as you can avoid nightmares and keep pounding out points.
Sure, Be Mercy isn't good.
Yeah, Be Mercy, right? Yeah. Why would we not see like an 8th consecutive bingo or something from Napat in this game? Do you play Mercy from that M, Robin? Do you string the RCY out of space?
No.
39.
Mind you, it's probably, it blocks the L bingo and it makes it obviously, so I'm looking to see that you bingo along either side of Goadsman. So if you play Mercy, you can still bingo to the left of Goadsman. Yeah. What else can you do? What else could you do that would be really annoying?
Oh, Emery, E-M-E-R-Y, along the M-A-N of Goadsman. It feels very hard to lose this game after that. C-B is a weird leave to hold, but that makes it pretty tough to get bingoed on twice. You can get bingoed on once if you're Napat here, not a big deal, but you can't get bingoed on twice.
Well, yeah, you can play to the left of Goadsman and you can play off the E through the E of Refallen. So I don't know.
I guess it could happen, yeah.
Yeah, I'm liking Mercy more. You could also not do anything and just stick the B on job and do that.
Somehow that's 30 points. Yeah, just fishing that B right there.
You could stay away from the whole area. It's very, very difficult to block everything.
I think the one thing you want to do if you're Napat is try to retain a vowel.
Yeah,
if you can. There are only 6 unseen, and I could see a universe where Andrew's got 3 or 4 on his rack bingos, and then I draw only consonants. Then I'm kind of scared. So, yeah, Mercy feels pretty good. Keep the E back. Avoid the nightmares.
No bingo off the Y. That would be the worst case scenario.
I don't like how I could get bingoed on alongside the A-N in Goadsman, and then I have to deal with threats from the C in Mercy, but I'll probably be able to block those. This feels good.
So let's see what Andrew has. And is there a chance? So there are 8 tiles unseen. He will bingo and leave 1 in the bag.
He can bingo. He's got towards alongside the AN of Goadsman for 72. But I think the right bingo here for Andrew is actually, if he spots it, Dame Wart through the E in Ploides. I think you want to leave the right side of this board wide open and pray that you reach into the bag and draw another bingo. One bingo is not going to be enough to cover a 110-point delta. So if you see the bingo through the E in Ploides, play that. Pray you draw exactly what you need out of this bag. It's a long shot, but do what you can. He's going to play towards, though.
Yeah, I think it would be extremely difficult to find Dame Ward. Extremely. But these guys have time. I don't know. Are they rushing towards something? I'm not sure.
All right, so this is going to leave just one tile in the bag. So Notpot now gets to do his paperwork. First, he's going to double count the play, add up his score, and he's going to look at that unseen pool, EGILNNNU. He's got to see if there are any possible threats Andrew could have. And indeed, there is one possible bingo. It would require the L to be the last tile in the bag. We see that Andrew's left one of the 3 N's in the bag instead, but Inurning, ENURNING, the only threat Notpot needs to be worried about here. That plays through the R in towards. As long as Notpot's able to thwart that and score almost anything, this is his game. And we've seen history here,
Unbelievable. Unbelievable how well he has been playing. He has also been picking very well. There's no question, but he is finding every single word. There is just no situation where we have to sit here and go, oh, that's a shame. Everything has been just right on point for both of them. Andrew's playing beautifully too. I mean, you can't fault him for picking up QW. I mean, God, how unfortunate was that? And he managed to still get 48 points and save the blank. So just an absolutely stunning game from both of these gentlemen.
Notpot got double blanked, but he won anyway to make it 32.
Well, he's on how many now? 4 bingos?
Yeah, that helps. Drawing, 4 bingos, Ploides, Uraris, Refall, and Goadsman. So yeah, that definitely helps. Oh, and Sluttier, did he bingo 5 times?
Yeah, I think it was 5.
Ah, well, yeah, okay.
Uraris, Goadsman, Ploides, Sluttier, and I think
man, that's 8 bingos played in this game. If we had seen just one more, I think that would have tied a record.
Yeah, he's had 5 to Andrew's 3, Botero, Towards, and Anticides.
Wow.
We always talked about these as kind of like these. What?
This is wrong. This is a mistake, right? If Andrew has an earning, this is actually just not the correct play from Notpot. And he picks it up. He picks it up. Did you hear me, Notpot? Okay.
He can't empty the bag.
He can empty the bag as long as he blocks an earning. But he has to empty the bag. There's only one tile there. Any play empties the bag, but. Bosch's would technically only win 7 out of 8 times. If the L is the tile in the bag, it loses. And there are many, many plays that win this game 100% of the time. So that would be a wild blunder from Notpot. And I guess the Spidey sense is tingling. He picked it back up.
Well, the thing is this is something that we do all the time, which is really unfair to the players, which is saying that, they have plenty of time and they can figure all the words that are available. And if he, leaves the S open, does it really matter because he can't bingo? We see the tracking accurately immediately. It's not the same when you are playing. I don't even remember the last time I had a perfectly tracked game that I didn't have to go over once or twice to make sure that I got all the tiles right. So we have to allow for the fact that it's possible that there has been some mistracking as well. And maybe Notpot is seeing a bingo through the S that we're not seeing, that doesn't exist because he mistracked, but this is what he thinks is left.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that goes in, so many assumptions we make, especially as we commentate these insanely high-level games of Scrabble. All right, Notpot did make a mistake. That's just not right. But he is going to dodge a bullet. There was a 1 in 8 chance that play blows up in his face. He had the game 100% won. But not on the cards for Andrew. He needed that 3rd N instead of the L to have an earning.
Well, he can play in Uring, but that's not going to help him very much.
It is a rather unfair standard to hold players to. You've got to assess every possible threat, even with an unseen tile, and block it. Maybe Notpot just saw the R and the C in Mercy and is like, let me just obstruct those.
Well, I think that's definitely his thinking. Otherwise, why would he do it? He's definitely looking to limit the possibility of Andrew bingoing through the R and the C. But because he's got 8 minutes left, it probably would behoove him to go through the tracking, make sure he got it right, and does he actually have any bingos through the R and the C? And if he doesn't, then there's no need, and there is a possibility of an earning, then there's no need to either empty the bag or to not block that R. So this is where I think that's his real mistake there.
Yeah, I mean, we hold these players sometimes to an impossibly high standard of you have to get every turn perfect, and it's a bit unfair. We have engines, we have anagrammers, we have chat holding us accountable. Our tracking is always correct because we have robots doing it for us. Exactly. But this is also the premier division of maybe the best Scrabble tournament ever assembled in history. So if there's a time to hold players to that standard, it's here, especially when they've won 32 consecutive games.
And especially when they have plenty of time to figure out this all out.
Yes. With the 8:31 on the clock is kind of what drives us crazy about that one.
Yeah.
But nobody's home for Andrew. He did not draw the perfect rack he needed. The 12% chance does not hit, and Andrew is done in this one.
And are we quite sure, chat, that this is number 32? Somebody had said that he had 29:30 by the time we started this awareness.
32 is what I was fed by a fact that I did not ever actually verify.
Okay.
That would be one too many things for me to do, trying to quackle these games, trying to talk, trying to moderate and entertain a chat, and also research historical statistics. I do rely on the village of people around me to get some of this intel. I have not verified, but we do think Notpot has just made history or tied history.
Well, I think tying Nigel in any record is making history.
Bro, if you can be in a company of two people and the other person is Nigel Richards,
you're doing okay.
Yeah.
But the good news is that this is game 9. Is that correct?
Which means game 10, our final game of the day, would be Notpot's opportunity to
beat Nigel Richards. So those of you who stayed up, what day is it today? It's Friday.
I don't know. Time's a flat.
We have no idea what day it is. We were so jet lagged. But those of you who have stayed up, maybe taking the day off work to watch this, I commend you. You're going to have an opportunity to see something exceedingly special in this final 10th game of the day. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Notpot has tied the record here. Can he obtain sole possession? Can he kick Nigel out of his own club? That's going to be our final game of the day. And of course, we know that Notpot's going to be back on stream in that final round. All we don't know is who his opponent's going to be.
Yeah, somebody points out in the chat, 9-win streak alone is impressive. A 9-win streak in any tournament is impressive. To have a 9-win streak on table 1 in a tournament where table 1 is constantly the highest ranked, the best players doing how the players are doing best in the tournament, which means you're constantly playing only the top players over and over again, unlike other tournaments, which could be King of the Hill, which could be round robin, which could be, King of the Hill is not a good example. Round robin is what I meant, where you're playing the lower players. You're constantly playing the top players. And he's 9-0. Unbelievable.
And how old is this kid again? Freaking 22 years old? 22. Are you kidding me? Everything about this is absolutely insanely impressive. I think I'm just going to try to make new Nigel stick for Notpot. He's going to play MHO and MINE, one of his 2 top endgame sequences. We'll let Andrew go out, and I'll get ready to stop talking as overhead Mike may or may not catch something cool. Look at the combined score here, Robin. Over 1,000.
I told him we would get over 1,000 today. I told Michael Tang, and we got over 1,000 points.
And only fitting that it's in the game that ties the record.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Incredible.
And by the way, Andrew picked the top simming play. Not that I went very deeply into the play, but.
All right, 5 and out. Let's cut to Mike.
Yeah. 482, 536.
Very tough.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean that's three turn sequence, and the first thing when I turn over the red 5 times, I know you're gonna take the EL as I like it, yeah. You have to take the EL anyway. Yeah
90 ใช่โอ้ไม่เนี่ยไม่จับมือนะแบ่งตรงนี้
ไม่ให้
ไม่มีงานแรกเลยป่ะที่แบบรายการใหญ่แบบได้แบบ
ก็ใช่ไม่เคยเล่นอะไรกันใหญ่แล้วแรงขนาดนี้ใช่โอ้ขอบคุณครับ So are you going to submit to the link or to the
Well,
sheet?
it worked last time, so I'll try the link.
Okay.
All right, so they're just all business here. It looks like they are just going to submit the scores. Napot maybe not aware of the history that we think he has just made, but it looks like 32 consecutive tournament wins for Napot. And will it be 33? Will he kick Nigel out of his club? That's coming. One more game to go, Robin, and I think we need to buckle up.
Need to buckle up. And, I was just thinking, it's so interesting because my experience with Thai players when I was playing in Worlds, is that they didn't speak any English. And now we have was clearly a present and future Thai champ who is majoring in English. So it's a nice little evolution of the Thai players.
Bro, the first time I lost to a player who did not speak English was rather humbling. Now, he played a lights-out game. He was incredible. But, yeah, English major for Napot on top. Indeed, we've seen the evolution, and we are seeing the future. We are seeing history. All right, you can't go anywhere at home.
No.
But if you do like Scrabble, if you do like history, share that link out, the Me Watch OTT link or the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube live stream link. Can Napot kick Nigel out of his club and become the sole owner of the longest win streak in competitive Scrabble history? We'll find out in a few moments. I'm going to grab my seatbelt. I'm going to grab my popcorn. Holy crap. We might see it right here next round.
I can't wait to see who he's playing also, but it's going to be somebody extremely tough. So the fact that he's doing this streak against some of the top players ever to have played the game of Scrabble in the history of Scrabble is just an incredible moment. So stick with us, guys. We'll be back soon, and it's going to be an incredible ride.
Don't go anywhere. Then there was one game to play from the first day of the Causeway Challenge. This is round 10. We'll see if Napat can run the table, go a clean 10-0 to start. His final opponent, Josh Watt. So we'll see. Can Napat start this tournament at a historic 10-0, take a 2-game lead on the entire field, or will Josh Watt make things substantially more interesting? We'll find out right now. Check out these standings. Napat 9-0. We saw Andrew Fisher just defeated on board 1 to drop down to 7-2. We saw Dave Wiegand just lose on board 2 to drop to 6-3. We'll see.
That was a squeaker by like 2 points.
2 points, yeah, devastating loss for him. Cam Farlow still lurking. Madav, a great player. Putapong, a great player. Rob Rubinski, Rashid, very strong players as well. I think you could say that about every single person in the premier division here at Causeway. But Napat and Josh Watt, number 1 versus number 5.
Well, it's good. These are actually not up to date because you can see they add up to 8, not up to 9. So not all of the scores have been put in.
Gotcha. Well, Napat, number 1, Josh Watt, somewhere up there. We did see on the enhanced scoreboard, he won last round. I think he might be actually 2nd or 3rd at 7-2 now. Big game coming your way. Can Napat run the table before we head to our first break here? We'll find out. Let's cut to the board. Napat and Josh underway. Let's play Scrabble.
So we have the person on the left going first. As always, this is Josh Watt, who is very unfamiliar to me. He's ranked 77th coming into this tournament.
Boy, 77 out of about 88 in the field. He is having a dream start. Can he make his dreams come true and knock off number 1? Hold on to 2nd place going into the first day. We will find out. AHNOUY and an R. The opening rec for Josh. So no bingos available. Probably going to see Yorn, Yourn. That's 24, or if he opts to score more points, he's going to have to sacrifice to do it. He'll have to hold onto that U, but Horay, Horay is 30. Robin, you taking 6 extra points and holding the U with Horay?
Oh, no, I'm playing Yorn.
Yeah.
I like everything about it. Gets rid of the U, gets rid of the Y, doesn't make an S hook. Like it.
Yeah. Seems to do all the things you'd like to do. So Yorn feels good to me, but with a player who's unknown like Josh, sometimes you see unconventional plays or things you wouldn't expect to see here. Here comes Horay. Yeah, okay. Points.
And if you're going to keep the U, no better child except for the Q than the N. So, and it's 6 points. It's a lot.
Well, Napat with a good start, AEGLPT blank, and a better result after the first turn. The O in the double line will give him 90 points, a dream start for Napat as he seeks to go 10-0 today.
And this is the kind of thing that has to happen. You have to have the word knowledge. There's no question about it. That in order to do this well in this kind of a field, you have to pick well. And Napat has been picking well. I don't think there's been too many games that we've watched him, if any, where we've gone, oh, those are bad racks. Oh, that was a bad rack. He's just picking really, really well, but he's also finding the words.
You got to draw well and play well to have a great result at a tournament. And I mean, certainly Napat has drawn rather well, but also playing some lights out Scrabble, and he's wasted no time to find pilotage, 90 points. And Josh has got to, all right, shrug my shoulders. That happens. Even had he played Yorn, pilotage still would have come down. So sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. We're seeing another first turn bingo here in Bangkok.
And we haven't seen a lot of double-doubles, so this is a nice one.
Yes, indeed. We haven't seen a single triple yet this tournament. I'd love to see one of those come down pretty soon on stream. Have not seen a 600 game yet, though with this many good players in the room, we're definitely going to get one across 36 games of play. Haven't seen a 9 actually executed. We've seen a 9 drawn, but missed by a player earlier on. And we are still dreaming for our 10 or 11 letter word to come down. We're hoping with all of the best Scrabble players in the world, we'll get something just absolutely sick and out of this world highlight. So That's coming. Manifesting it right now. I'm going to try to get down to the swimming pool and manifest it in there as well this evening. And if you're not aware, manifestation is real. You just have to do it in a body of water. It could be a hot tub, ocean, lake, pool. But yeah, get down to a body of water and manifest your dream boy, dream girl, dream Scrabble play, dream, I don't know, just make your dreams come true. I'm rooting for you. Josh on turn, CFNSUUZ. You'd be looking to try to get rid of at least one of those U's, probably both. The question is, do you want to play the Z? F-U-Z-E into the E of pilotage is a good play, scores 32 points. But I think maybe a better option for Josh would be Fucus, F-U-C-U-S, and pilotage is you hold that scary, scary Z tile, and you're even sort of setting it up. But what is Josh going to do here? Quiff, 16.
That's an unexpected play.
All right.
I will leave it at that. I have no idea. I mean, if he was maybe hoping to play something like futz to the left of pilotage, the E, down to the double letter, then you wouldn't get rid of the F. So this is a most unexpected turn.
Well, when you get unknown players, you get kind of unknown strategies, unknown styles, and unknown plays. Definitely one that wasn't on our radar, but Quiff, what we see from Josh, we'll see if it works out for him. ACEEEGI, opening rack for second rack now for Napat after 90 on his first turn. He's going to slow down substantially here. I think we're going to see the defensive GIE from
think
Napat.
so too.
Yeah, he set it up here. Now he's shuffling away from it, setting up.
Oh, he's going to give him Zonk if he does that. Oh my God.
Goodness. Wow. Yeah, that would give Zonk for $1 million. Well, Zonk is still there for $1 million with ZE.
You're absolutely right.
But now he's looking at PEAGE. 13 points from the P in pilotage. Does keep nicer. CEI feels more stable to me than ACEE, but a 7-point sacrifice to do so. Napat says that's too much. Guy feels good to me.
Okay, 20, 31, 2, 3, 68 points coming now for Josh.
Yeah, it'll be Zouk, Z-O-U-K.
Even better.
Of
Of course, it's much better. Much better.
All right, so I guess that's why you play Quiff for 16, because then you get rewarded with 68 points holding INS. Make sense?
Well, I guess that's what he was thinking before. Like, I don't have any words that I can play the Z with off that E, so I'm going to wait and see if I can get it on the next turn. And he got very lucky. He did not get blocked because that was a very blockable spot. Just not with the tiles that Napat had.
All right, what will Napat draw? The CK combination could do some serious damage. A consonant like an H or a W could, yield a 30, 40 point or 40 or 50 points, excuse me. Or he can draw a bunch of vowels. Ew, and a G to go with it. That dreaded CG combination again. ACEEGIO, the complete wreck for Napat. He pulls GIO into some stuff. Gecko looks very straightforward. Napat set it up in like 3 seconds, and yeah, Napat agrees.
It's got to be the play.
Gecko.
I mean, you could play Geek also, but I think Gecko's better.
All right, so back over to Josh, who just scored 68 on his last turn, but saw that lead evaporate immediately. IMNPSST now. Too many consonants for him.
Misspent, I think, is the only bingo in there.
Yes, but no E for it. He does have the big M tile, though, for the front hook of ZEE to make MZEE. He's got a fun choice to make between IMP holding NSST or SIMP holding NST. Simp is 2 more points. That leave looks better, but you're giving your opponent a lot of free information if you play Simp over Imp.
Yeah, but on a board like this, without any really S hooks, the only way to play the S is off GIE and to start with it. Yeah, you give your opponent information, but you also clean up your rack a little bit better. I love Simp. I love it.
All right, we are both simping for Simp. Yeah, I would actually tack the S on. They just don't do anything for you on this board. So whatever. Let Napat know I've got one. Play Simp. That is what Robin agrees with. That is what I agree with. We'll see if Josh agrees with it here. He's just set on Imp right now, though.
You know, it's a mistake, and it almost guaranteed to pick a third S. It's just those kind of things that happen.
Yeah, you will draw another S or 3 consonants at least. Look at
also-
Napot on the other side. We see too many consonants
He's
on
finally
Josh,
getting
but,
some
oh,
better acts. Yeah, finally happening.
This does happen time and time again.
We'll see how he comes out of it.
He does have the nice IE, AIYEE already set up on his rack. Just get rid of all of it. What a useful word, and probably going to be his play next turn.
I remember when it first came out, I had taken off a few years to go back to school, and the new dictionary had come out, and IE was one of the words. I remember going to a tournament and seeing somebody in Division 2 or something playing it and going, oh my God, like we're allowed to play IE now. And it's wonderful that Scrabble is a game that constantly evolves because language is dynamic. And so we never, unlike, and I'm not saying that chess is a bad game or backgammons are bad game, they're all fantastic games, but the fact that our playing pieces change every so often years makes the game just so interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, Robin, you and I have both seen the addition of QI to the North American lexicon and ZA as well.
Did we kiss the floor when those came out, the QI?
I cursed it. I thought it ruined Scrabble for a while. I had strong feelings, and yet I've grown accustomed to it.
I bet you've outgrown it in games where you haven't lost because your Q stuck.
Right. I mean, QI giveth and QI taketh away. But the first few times I was hit with QI for 64, I just rolled my eyes like, oh my God, there's no skill in this game anymore. Get off my lawn, kids. And alas, I do appreciate the evolution, the change of the game. RE, ARIE.
I think that's a little better, RE than IE.
Yeah. Gives a lot less back and still keeps quite well. So I like this. Speaking of new words, RE was recently added, I believe, to
yes,
to Collins. So the evolution of the game, once again, we're seeing it on display here. ENOOSTW now the rack for Josh after he did indeed play Simp as we wanted. What are we going to see Josh do here? Small dinky fish, just play off the OWO or WOO, or are you looking to score a little better here, Robin?
Well, I'm just being very Canadian and realizing that with an I, he's got toonies, which was a word that was done in honor of Canadian $2 coins. We don't do $2 bills anymore. We don't do $1 bills anymore.
Yeah, change in Canada is a big deal. You can just grab some coins out of your pocket and like buy a meal. It's pretty sick.
Oh, look what he picked. He picked some more vowels. Oh my goodness.
Did he literally draw AEI after playing AEI? Yep, that's exactly what happened. He has the same rack.
Oh my God. So this is a very interesting opportunity for us to see how he handles these kind of racks and see what kind of a player he is when the tiles aren't flowing beautifully. So maybe IE would have been better. There you go.
Yeah. Well, here comes Woof. I think that's really all you can do out of this rack if you're Josh. The S is not going to help you bingo on this board, and you're kind of hesitant to keep bingo-prone tiles, but there really weren't other good scoring options. So just keep your rack flexible and hope that you're able to pounce when this rack opens up. And Notpot's probably going to be rather relieved, like, oh, thank goodness you didn't score big. Maybe I can exchange, or maybe I could just get rid of some of this garbage for real. He's going to play Erica. 16 is literally the highest he can score on this move.
Well,
So
you might be wondering why he's doing this using his only consonant when there are plays AIA available all around the board. And the problem with that is that he any AIA play was going to open up a triple or a more dangerous spot. So decided to go take the points. There's lots of consonants left. There's no question about it. And I think I applaud that decision.
All right, folks, we've got an excellent puzzle here. Josh does have a bingo after drawing MOW after playing OOW off. This is a good one. Yeah, this would be very flashy, very sexy, one that I wouldn't expect most people in the field to find because it's a 9. Have fun. Good luck.
Oh, I don't think he's gonna. I don't know.
You know, I'd be shocked if any player sees this, but this could be a really, really sick career-defining moment for Josh Watt if he's.
I'm impressed that I found Townsman. Okay, so that's I don't know if there's anything else, but.
Yeah, here we go. Chat finding this one. Post women, POSTWOMEN. Even if you spot this, it's maddening in Scrabble which of the man words can be turned into woman words. Josh is not going to see it here. He is going to play a woman word. This is a fun spelling of women, but not post women, just women.
I don't understand this play. I don't understand what he's doing. He's
He's-
playing so quickly.
he's-
They're all playing so quickly.
He's playing defense.
Yes, but there's not much of a lead there. What is he defending?
He's playing defense. So Josh now ahead by 14 after that. Postwoman would have been so sick. Alas, not in the cards. Napot now on turn. ADEISTT. Nice bingo prone rack, but no playable bingos for Napot here, and not a great board for playing bingos for Napot. So he's got two choices. One, blow it up and play a lot of tiles, or two, try to set myself up for some kind of bingo next turn. This is one of those turns where you should spend a lot of time.
Yeah, this is a tricky one because as nice as that rack looks, the combination of T and D is not really as good as you would think it would be. They do not go together that well. Obviously, he's going to want to probably, unless he could score a ton of points, like 30, 40 points, you don't want to blow up this rack, and you want to get rid of at least the T. But when you save the D and the T together, you'd be shocked at how frequently that doesn't work out. So he's going to get rid of both a D and a T.
WADT is what he's going to opt for here. If you're going to keep bingo prone stuff like EIST, you've got to get some letters out in space to try to do some damage, and that's exactly what Napot's done here. I am a fan of this play from him. I'll be a bigger fan if he's able to draw a bingo out of the bag here. Back on Josh, only one vowel on the rack, BEJNRST. He's got to get rid of the J here, but if he wants to keep himself bingo prone, there is the short fish jab through the A and Watt, just 16. He can go a lot longer, but it's going to cost him the S. He's not even going to think about it. He's just going to play jab.
I think they've got dinner reservations somewhere.
You know what? I'm happy for this one to get over with rather quick as well, because I would love to get some more Masamon curry in my belly. All right. Look at Napot into EIST. He's drawn VLY.
Needs the A for Villa yet.
Oh, he needs nothing.
Oh, he's got Sylvite. Oh.
Indeed. Yep.
Wow. And where is he going to put it? He's going to have to.
Oh, no matter where he puts it, it's terrible. 3 placements for this bingo. GIES, but it'll end one short of a double word. Or WADTS, it'll end one short of a double word. Or INS, it'll put an E in a triple line. So
unbelievable.
All of these are wild. And look at what Josh has just drawn. Josh has just fished JB and then drawn into Estrin and Stonier and Norites and Orients. Oh, goodness.
But nothing to the G. I'm assuming Janitors is the only one here as well. Oh, Rosetting. He's got to the G, Rosetting.
Well, he's going to have a much higher scoring bingo no matter what Napot does. But if Napot opens the triple here, Serotyne coming down as a triple for
I don't
Josh.
think he's going to do that.
No, I think he'll take one of the higher scoring plays. But which Sylvite do you choose?
I think you do it off the WADT.
I agree. Yeah, it's harder for a bingo to fit underneath.
They're both worth 76.
Same score.
The only concern, and it's a big one, with the Sylvite off the WADT is that it is, if you get a 5-letter word starting with a high point tile and an S to the Sylvite, that's worth a lot. Whereas you don't have that. Sorry, we don't have teleprompter, so it's kind of hard. But if you play off GIE, he missing it.
He's human after all.
It's very hard to put the SYL together. It's not intuitive whatsoever.
Yeah, you saw Villayettes right away, and when you see the 8, you sometimes miss the 7. Okay, Napot is human. We've seen it, folks.
And he's also blocked one of his own S hooks, but okay.
All right, I didn't expect us to see Rosetting on this turn, but now I do expect us to see Rosetting. Although Josh has another playable 9 if he wants to. It's not a good play, but he could. Rosetting down to the G, highest scoring bingo for Josh. And just like that, this game has swung massively in Josh's favor after the bingo miss from Napot. A big pull here into ELST. Napot would love to get a bingo right now as this board is starting to die off. VNT. Oh no. All right. Well, he can lose games of Scrabble, it seems.
Well, obviously you want to preserve, although there's still a lot of vowels left. There are 15 to 18 consonants. You could play something like Vly, VLY to IV. Yes, you're saving 2 T's, but 2 T's ENS with it, pretty nice. You could just play Vet for a lousy 6 points. Obviously, your best save ELNST, but I'm liking Vly. It's 18 points and it's saves a very decent rack. The trouble is, yeah, and remember that IN takes an N as well, so he can have bingo starting with N, not just with S.
Well, IN
And
does take the back N, and Josh likely to pounce on that now. He's drawn into Nortena. That plays with INN or GIEN. He's also got unornate. So a great post-bingo draw. We're going to see 2 back-to-back baby bingos from Josh Watt. And here comes Nortena in this spot. I think unornate would be better, but he's perhaps rushing this.
I don't know
Napot
why.
needs to draw. Oh, God, no, more consonants. He needed to draw the punish.
Oh, I think we might have seen the end of this game.
Well,
so it is Nortena, right? I think I heard it's one of like when I used to say Jeef and it's Jefe. Is this a Spanish word that you pronounce Nortena, something like that?
I think it might actually have like an Enye in there. I think it's Norteña,
Yeah,
but
that's what I mean.
Nortena, if you don't have an Enye tile, go ahead and just do that instead. But yeah, definitely does come from Spanish, someone from the north, Norteña, Nortena.
So he might feel a need to play something like dense to block, but that's just going to close the whole board down.
Yeah, you're just at this point. I'd be trying to open a triple at the top of the board if I could, but your rack is so inflexible you can't even do that. Looks like Napot's saying adieu to his winning chances, as that's what Josh has just drawn on his rack.
What came after Rosetting Vly, I think.
Vly came and then Nortena.
And then Nortena. Very good. Unornate was also 64 points, but I don't know. I'm thinking Nortena is a little bit better. I don't know. Yes, I know it has that S hook afterwards, but yeah, it doesn't take an S. It's just a little volatile underneath it if you did it along that second to last row. But they both sim very well. Where has this young man gone?
He's just picked up his tiles. He's holding DENT in his hands and trying to figure out where to put it.
So he has decided to hold on to that S and play dent that way.
Sure. Do whatever. I would have aggressively opened a triple and gotten punched in the face there. I would have played dent 2 spaces over probably, but whatever, you just lose.
Oh, and adieu, how appropriate.
Yep.
For people who don't know what adieu means, it means goodbye.
And goodbye to Napot's undefeated start to this tournament, or adieu to that. I got to work on my French pronunciation. I don't think it's nasally enough yet, Robin, but I'll keep working on it.
Oh, somebody's pointing out that that a Norteña is actually a female North American, so it's probably per the crawl at the bottom, a female. So I am a Nortena.
Indeed, you are.
So a Nortino should exist then, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah. That one was defined by Brentus Firmus in our YouTube chat as a type of Mexican music, though I suppose you could also argue a norteño is me. They usually call us gringos, I think, but.
Oh, now he's got a. Oh, okay, so let's see what our Mr. Watt, who's going to be possibly in first place at the end of day one.
No. He can't possibly catch. He's at 2 losses. Napot's guaranteed to be in first, but.
Because he had 2 losses. You're absolutely
Yes.
right. You're right.
But I mean, just player X.
AXE, yeah.
AXE and DEX at the bottom of the board is just do that.
Just score your points. Don't worry about save. And
Or block. Okay. Defense.
he's giving up 23 points for that, but okay. Or more? Yeah, more points.
Only 25-point difference, whatever. Defense.
Yep, there's something to be said for it.
EEEINST. So after Napot could not buy a vowel for several turns,
Yeah.
he's punched in the face with a bunch of them. He cannot balance his rack. He had all vowels for several turns, all consonants, and now back on too many vowels.
I think a very nice little play might be to play Eve. and split the board.
Oh, fork that board wide open. Yeah, EVE. You even hold the S and the N to go behind it. Okay, yeah. No, I love that idea, Robin. Oh, and the T. It just you literally all of your consonants go behind it. All of your consonants go there.
There you go.
But that is also oh god, you're gonna get hit by liquid back. Ugh. Ugh.
We shouldn't do that. It's not fair to Josh because it's only because Josh, if you come back and you're watching this, we're not dissing you at all. It's just that we've been watching the putt all afternoon and even part of the morning as well. So we've developed a bit of an attachment to his winning streak. But you're playing beautifully and you're picking well, and it's all good. It's all good. You win the game. You deserve to win the game.
Yeah. You played this game well. I just wanted to get close. As a commentator, I'm always hoping that it's not just a 200-point drubbing. So I'm always going to root for the player who's losing in games that are like this. So, all right. DEE. Yeah, he's got to pick up 2 E's and just play him in a place that's a little bit less aggro. Try to save some spread. You have no idea how this tournament is going to pan out at some point. So, yeah. This makes sense to me.
No, it doesn't to me. I think he needed to be more volatile. I think he's just made the decision he's going to lose. But there's still a blank to come. There's still nice stuff.
Oh, yeah, still a blank to come. And he does have a bingo on his rack and sniffed it. He just doesn't have the spot to play it. Although, yeah, I guess, Robin, if he had opened the board like he wanted.
2 places.
2 places, I don't know. But liquid would be really painful coming down from Josh.
Well, there's nothing to not know. He would have had it in 2 places.
Yep. Alas, maybe you should go in the room and whisper in player's ear a little bit more, Robin.
Listen, this kind of a sneaky play is not something that I learned in my first 5 years of playing Scrabble, which is maybe perhaps what Napad has been playing. I don't know how long he's been playing, but that kind of a sneaky forking the board takes a long time to figure out how to do that and when to do it. And you know, there's an art to everything, and he'll get there.
Indeed. We'll look at Josh now. He's a commanding position. It's going to be very hard for him to lose this game. The one thing he should not do right now is play 1 tile. There are 8 tiles in the bag, and the only way you can lose if you're Josh is to get bingoed on twice. So if you play 1 tile and Napad bingos, he gets to draw 7. As long as you play more than 1, you are basically set. So don't play a phony, Josh. Don't exchange for absolutely no reason, and don't play 1 tile, and you are basically good. For those of you just tuning in, let's give a little tournament perspective. You are watching day 1 of the Causeway Challenge. This is a Scrabble tournament coming your way from Bangkok, Thailand. Over 400 players here in the playing room. We're going to be showcasing the Premier Division, the top 5th of players in this room in the top division of play here. There are not 7 games a day like you see at most major Scrabble tournaments, but 10 games of Scrabble today, 10 more tomorrow, 10 on Sunday, and the final 6 coming on Monday. The stakes, absolutely massive. 1, $10,000 US, but 2, bragging rights that you have won literally the most stacked Scrabble tournament, perhaps in the history of mankind. 17 of the top 20 players in the world are here in Division 1. There are 20 some odd players rated over 2,000 in the room right now. So this is just literally the holy grail of competitive Scrabble. Whether you are a competitive veteran player, a newcomer to the scene, or someone who is like, what on earth? I didn't even know Scrabble existed. Well, welcome. We appreciate having you. We love a little sound off as well. It is 7:49 p.m. here in Bangkok, but I'm sure it's got to be all sorts of different times across the world where you guys are joining us from. So those of you following along on YouTube, let us know where are you tuning in from? What sacrifices are you making? What time is it where you are? We'd love to hear it, and welcome to our broadcast. Napad has scored very well, and Sifted has drawn very well as well. Is Josh going to be able to quash every threat, or is Napad guaranteed an out bingo here?
I'm taking a look at the board as you're talking. He has bingos right now to the D with Miss Brand, but his only bingo places on that row to that D. So he's got unbraids and inboards and stuff like that, ribands, brigands. Other than that, he only has 6-letter words for 32 points. So in order to prevent him from bingoing, Josh is going to have to block somehow the E or the D or both.
Yeah, okay, block the D and you can't get bingoed out on. All right, that's the MO for Josh. He is 100% to win this game, as he's got perfect information at this point with the bag being empty. So block the D, block Miss Brand should be what Josh is thinking about here. But
could he lose if he played something like Qua next to Erica? Or, yeah, for like 20, that's his most points, 26.
If he, even if he plays QUA for some reason, he'd win by 3. So it's just spread at this point. But I'd be shocked if we don't see him block the D in some way, even just playing Quid, QUID into it. Like that, he'll do something.
Just finish
like
it off.
that.
Yeah. You don't need the points. Just block the play.
All right. Cheers to our viewers. Thanks for chiming in. I see we got folks from Nigeria, a Scrabble hotbed, and I had a chance to chat with many Nigerians, including Nigeria's coach this morning. We're going to see a lot of Nigerian Scrabble, I'm sure, here. Cheers from Japan as well. Nice 9:50 p.m. Good evening to you. 2 p.m. in the UK. Some nice midday entertainment for y'all. Malaysia as well, midday in Ghana. Thanks to everybody tuning in from all around the world, including our North American friends who are just waking up. Boy, do you have a lot of homework to do if you're just waking up.
God.
10 games. We got Nigel Richards playing some insane Scrabble in game 1. We had some veritable bangers, some huge emotion. And then we saw Napot just go on an absolute tear across the evening of play today. And this is just Friday. Saturday, 10 more games. Sunday, 10 more games. If you're in Southeast Asia and it's too hot to go outside in late May, early June, oh my goodness, have we got some indoor entertainment for you.
Absolutely.
And if this isn't enough Scrabble, I'll go ahead and put this out there one more time. We're streaming not just Table 1 at this tournament, but Table 2 and Table 3. We are running 3 simultaneous streams from this Premier Division. So if you're bored of this game, well, just turn over to Channel 2. And if you're bored of that game, turn over to Channel 3. Or if you're a hardcore, like some of the players I was talking about at lunch, open all 3 up at once and mute 2 of them and just watch whichever one is the closest. And if that's not enough Scrabble for you, check out the 7 additional games being live updated on our partner site, woogles.io. That's WOOGLES.io. And you can see what's going on boards 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Oh my goodness. There's going to be so much Scrabble to watch, to go back and look at. I'm trying to weaponize some folks into taking the literal hundreds of games of Grandmaster Scrabble, take the coolest positions and make a puzzle book out of it, make an instructional video out of it, make something. This is insane what we're getting here in Bangkok. So we hope you guys join us this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Check out Woogles. Check out the coverage site, causeway-challenge.com. Check out Let's Play Scrabble, the partner channel this is being live streamed on via YouTube. Check out mewatch.ott, another media partner where we're streaming this live. You can put it on your, download an app and put it on your TV. There's just, if you like Scrabble, the month of June is going to be wonderful for you because you just got so much content to watch like forever.
You done?
I'm done. Yeah. What you got, Robin? Save me some voice. I gotta lubricate these vocal cords now.
I got nothing. The sim had suggested Hailer through the Ian Sifted, saving QUI. And I was so mesmerized by what you were saying. I failed to look to see where he could have put the QUI. I'm sure he was really, really wanting the blank or any remaining ease in order to play quiver in the V in Vly, which was not going to be happening. I don't know that he picked the best thing in order to block the E and let him go out into. I'm seeing if there's any place for Harl. I'm not seeing anything, but it really doesn't matter. It's just a matter of, just finishing this game. We'll see when Napat does. Not surprisingly, he continues to play quickly. He knows that he can go out at any number of places with such a beautiful rack.
Yeah, all right. INS going to be a good score for him. But we have learned that Napat is indeed human. He can lose games of Scrabble. He can even, dare I say, miss a bingo. But he's been playing so good, so long. And Robin, you've been playing at an insanely high level for decades. Tell us about the fatigue players may experience after 10 games against all grandmasters.
I'll give you a physical example of how much you work during these games. You are literally sitting anywhere from 6 to now 10 hours a day at a board. Anytime I go to a Scrabble tournament, I'm on holiday, I'll eat what I want, I'm sitting all day. You think I come back 5-10 pounds heavier, I lose weight at practically every single tournament. That is the amount of metabolism you're going through when you're sitting there at the board. You are thinking constantly, and it's just burning you up inside. So you can imagine doing 10 games of this. It is an insane amount of work, especially if the tiles aren't flowing as they have been for some of the games that we've been seeing. You are constantly thinking of 14 different things at the same time when you play Scrabble, which is why there are so many bright people in Scrabble, because it is constantly stimulating. Finally, we have a game, even though the same 100 tiles every single time, every single game is different. Every single game requires a different level of thinking because each game is individualized. And so it is exhausting, but it is a happy burn.
It is a happy burn. Your gray matter just guzzles glucose over these events, and 7 games in a day is usually the standard to play. Not 8, not 9, but 10, 3 days in a row. We're going to see, I think, some uncharacteristic blunders, particularly these next couple days. This is going to be it. Napat's going to play ARBS, and a word that's not quite polite to say. So we will cut to overhead Mike and catch a post-mortem here.
6? Yeah. 4 from me. So 360. 410. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Take better. Last run out. Too many. One detail, the blank came in too late.
When did you pick up the second blank?
After this.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this turn I have, since let's start this turn TIE. I kept TIES, I drew VYL, so it's like I will keep LETS and drew another VLNT, and so this keep TENTS. And then it just this one keep NTS, something like that. Yeah, I mean just cannot get close to.
Oh, I know how you feel. I mean, when I played this keeping NST, but then I picked up W's, so I had to play WOO, then picked up WOM.
Right. Yeah. But
I got there eventually.
The blank came in too late, so.
Yeah. I was a bit. The reason I played this was because I had QUIVR.
Oh, I see. Right.
With 2 E's unseen to me, or maybe 1 unseen at that point. It was one E unseen, but then you played it obviously. I considered also just that instead, but I thought potentially after a 3-tile play here, I would have a bit of trouble blocking that.
Yeah.
Productively. As it so happened, Sifted is a worst case scenario.
Right, okay.
But that's a lot of points.
Yeah.
So it's just lucky to pick this up.
Yeah, it happened. It's just how we all have to have this kind of game.
I mean, when you win 9 in a row,
yeah,
eventually someone's gonna draw like that against you.
Okay, so are you going to submit the result via the?
Mine's not in there.
All right, so it looks like we're
Yeah,
at
right
the
up.
results submission stage, which means our post-mortem is done. We're going to wind down our coverage, but before we do, just want to say a few words of thank you, because while Robin and I get a lot of the FaceTime and you're stuck listening to our voices, we are just a small sliver of this operation, and I must take some time to say thank you. So first off, thank you to you, everybody at home, whether you're watching this live on YouTube, live on MeWatch, or after the fact. Thank you so much. We wouldn't be showing Scrabble on the internet unless people like you are interested, engaged, watching. Thanks especially to those who are hanging out with us in the chat and keeping us accountable, feeding us some ideas. We appreciate all of you for your support. A huge thank you to Michael Tang as well. Robin, what did Michael do for this tournament?
It's much easier if you ask me what he hasn't done. The list is endless. It is his creativity. It is his wallet. It is his ambition. It is his enthusiasm and passion that has made all of this possible. And I haven't even touched on a fraction of how grateful we are to him for everything that he has done.
There are not enough thank yous to Michael Tang. I remember when this idea was first pitched back in September, I got a video chat request from a guy I had heard about a little bit before, and he said, Matt, I'm going to fly you to Bangkok to do coverage. I'm going to bring 500 people to a tournament in Bangkok, and it's going to be in 8 months. And I thought in my head, like, all right, crazy guy. Cool.
And he had just thought of it. He hadn't even started organizing it yet.
Yeah, idea just popped in his head, and I'm like, crazy guy, all right. And no. When Michael Tang says he's going to do something, he does it. This has been absolutely stellar, and he has done so much. He's run Causeways before, but this one's twice as big as the last biggest one. He had a vision, he had a dream, he had a goal, and he has worked so tirelessly to make it happen. So thank you to Michael for all he has done. Additionally, we've had so much support from Manap and Ravi, our local team, making so many logistical things happen behind the scenes. This could not be done without them. Our producers running the stream, producers plural, because we have 3 streams, which means we need 3 producing teams. Josh Greenway has been running the show, running the transitions here on board 1. Josh Greenway runs the Let's Play Scrabble channel as well, so we appreciate him sharing his channel, letting us do the live stream. Kristen and Andrew K have been running the show on board 2. Kristen, the producer, Andrew, sort of a Swiss Army knife, just doing everything he needs to do. And both of them drenched in sweat yesterday, working for 10 hours with no air conditioning. Thank you so much to them. And Kumar Elijah running board 3. Despite some adversity, he has given so much to this game. So thank you to Kumar. Thank you to Kristen and Andrew. Thank you to Josh. They're working twice as hard as me and Robin are, and they get none of the glory, none of the FaceTime, but they deserve all of the credit. So we love you all. Josh Koff and Barry Harridge have been writing and running so much of the code behind the screen to give you live action stats and things like that. I know nothing about computers except I ask Josh to click a button and it all works. So thank you to Josh. Thank you to Barry for all you've done. And be on the lookout for a Will Anderson highlight video. We're going to send him the coolest action from today, and he'll be on YouTube in a few hours doing his magic. So thank you, Will. While we can't have you in the booth, we do love that we get some exposure from you. And finally, thank you to Wespa. Robin, can you tell us about Wespa, who they are and what they're doing for this event?
No, I can't. I'd love for you to do it.
All right, absolutely. So Wespa, the World English Scrabble Players Association, they have done a whole lot. They sanctioned this event. Lukeman and Chris Leip, some of the brains behind that operation, organizing the rating, the organization, the visas, all that behind the scenes, could not run international Scrabble tournaments without an international Scrabble sanctioning governing body. We also want to thank our technology partners, John Chu, who wrote TSH, the software being used to run this event, VDO Ninja, a completely free software on the internet that runs all of the streaming, brings my screen into that screen, into your screen, into her screen, completely free. So thank you to VDO Ninja. Seth Lipkin, who designed the Ulu clock that we're using here. In addition to so much else Seth has done for Scrabble. Art Moore for the Word Judge app and the challenge cam we're using, and Cesar del Solar for Woogles, our online Scrabble partner who has been bringing us all of the annotated games. It takes an absolute village to do all of these things. Couldn't do it without so much help from behind the scenes. And Ken, who is a cousin of Michael's, who stepped in last minute running the show on board 3 as well. Could not do this without Ken either. Of course, once again, thanks to you for watching. If you could please click the like button underneath the stream if you're on YouTube. If you are on YouTube as well, subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel. It is free $99 to do so, and all you're going to get is tons of Scrabble content on your YouTube feed all the time.
And you get notified when the tournament's about to start, so you don't even have to think about it.
And you get to participate in the chat, see what we're saying. So subscribe if you haven't yet. Costs literally nothing. If you really love Scrabble, you could even become a super friend. About a $5 US monthly subscription gives you some extra features, some extra swag in the chat box, and all of that money just gets reinvested in running Scrabble streams in the future. So thank you, everybody. You, all the people running the show behind the scenes. We will be back on the air. Round 11 begins promptly at 8:30 Bangkok time. That is going to be 12 hours and 24 minutes from now. I think that's enough time for me to, yeah, holy crap. That's just enough time for me to stuff my face full of curry, sleep 8 hours, and then wake up to caffeinate and do it all over again.
Aren't we lucky? We are so lucky. We're, you know what, we're tired. Obviously, talking for 10 hours straight is tiring, but it is also exhilarating. And even though we might be going, oh my God, we have to do this again for 10 hours tomorrow, we also are saying we get to do this again for 10 hours tomorrow and the day after and 6 hours on the last day. We're having an absolute blast over here. Matt is doing much more of the talking right now than I am. I'm just doing the analysis. So kudos to Matt for not having lost his voice. We're trying to do our best. We're going to get some tea and honey, I think, tomorrow, because I'm already starting to feel a little bit of the strain. We're going to do our best to stay healthy for you. And we hope you enjoyed everything. We enjoyed every minute of being with you. And we hope we gave you what you liked. And if there's something you want to say nice to us, please do. If there's something you feel we could do better, let us know so that we can make your time here as enjoyable as possible.
I may do more of the talking, but Robin, I appreciate having your capable brain doing the heavy lifting on the analysis. Couldn't do this without you. With that, I'm going to give my vocal cords a rest. Robin, I'll let you give one final set of words to our audience and we'll wind her down.
Well, we're just so grateful for you to come out here. This is such an extraordinary event. Exactly. We feel nothing but love and gratitude. We feel it for Michael Tang. We feel it for you. We feel it for the game of Scrabble. Alfred Butts, who created Scrabble. Josh, who's our producer. He's already given all the kudos, but I want to say them as well, that it's been a village to put this together. And yet, because of the competence of the people who are involved in this, it came together very quickly. I mean, we literally had a 1.5 hour meeting, and then we all exactly knew what to do. I came down here this morning. There was just like one computer on here, and yet we're putting together this massive broadcast on YouTube and on MeWatch that has gone basically without a hitch, even though we were missing one producer. So unbelievable what has been achieved here today. And as the days go on, it could get even smoother. But honestly, I haven't felt like a glitch at all today. So very grateful to everybody for the fabulous team that we have and for the intelligent people who hired these people who know what they're doing. So hope you had a great day, and we can't wait to see you again tomorrow.
Can't wait. See y'all then.
We have to work out a little